believe that a duplicated image essentially of the actual object is being shifted up and over a curve with the actual object with the straightest rays possible coming from said object somewhere else.
There are no straight rays coming from it. They're all being bent. If you took like the object and drew a ray in every single direction, all 360 degrees, the ones that go across the lake are going to be very slightly curved. The ones that are a little bit above that are going to be slightly less curved. And then the ones going straight up will not be curved at all. So the curve is so small.
What's it got
a bending of the...
This is
not on your regular air.
I can understand.
We're not talking about sugar water, Mick West.
We're talking about the atmosphere, which is much less of a refractive medium than sugar water. So it only bends a really, really tiny amount. The reason you have to use sugar water to demonstrate it,
it's been proven it's not been. There is no refraction at night, Mick West. Are you kidding me?
There's refraction any time that there's a different.
No, there is not.
Refractive.
No, there is not, Mick West. Quit lying.
Ask a question. Let's let West respond. We're starting to harangue him a little bit. Mick West, you had to respond?
Yeah. Lasers at night, no refraction.
Oh, well, yeah. Why are you saying
right there. There's the data. Show me where there's refraction in that data right there. It actually shows none from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Literally. That's why tests are done at night, Mick. That's why these laser tests are done at night. Okay.
I have a question. There seems to be quite a lot of change in the angle for a lot of the time there. At some point, like over a small height variation, sometimes things equalize because at some point the refraction bends down. At some point it bends up. So there's some time during the day when it
laser light bends up. We've seen it. It bends up because of the humidity rising off the water if it does. That's why they choose a frozen or a partially frozen lake to minimize that effect. Thank you very much. Prove that it bends up in our atmosphere. Show me. Or it bends down in our atmosphere. Please do.
Well, yeah, like I said, I demonstrated it.
It doesn't. We can demonstrate it goes up, Mick.
But I've just said that I personally have demonstrated, and I have a video of me actually showing
not in the atmosphere.
Atmosphere. I had to use like an ice pack to cool it locally because, well, you're accusing me of lying when I actually have a video showing me doing this.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm accusing you of being very deceptive. Yes, you are.
We don't need to
just like Dr. John D called you out big time for your calculator and all the other lies and bullshit that you produce.
Oh,
I'm not going to take it lightly with a shill in here.
I have one question.
If you're just saying I'm lying, then like, how are you? Why are we even having a discussion here? Like,
are you a government agent?
No, I'm not. I'm just some guy.
Well, Mick, going back to the refraction, when refraction happens, not all colors, there's a bit of an echo, sorry, but not all colors of light refract at the same time, which leads to an unstable, hazy image when there's been like miraging and different effects. Now, when you go to a cold layer of air, there is some stability, but you have what essentially amounts to a faded, duplicated, hazy image that is unstable. It is a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a stable image would refract and curve over air. And with the sugar water that you saw, that you showed in a video, or maybe somebody else showed in another video, you see what appears to be the laser hitting a critical angle and bending away after reflecting off of a layer versus, say, bending down through a cold layer. So you have slightly different phenomena. One where you have what appears to be somewhat of a reflection off of a layer of density versus going through a different layer and quality of air going through the medium. So we have a couple things here that are a little hard to believe is really happening with the atmosphere. You'd expect a hazy, unstable image, and you'd expect some duplication because some of the different colors of light refract differently if refraction is happening. So some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way. Some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way, leading to an instability of the image, would it not?
Yeah, and that's why Dr. John D used two different color lasers on his test. He tested for your refraction and found nothing.
The amount of refraction with
Jesus
different colors
Christ.
is about the same. It doesn't really vary very much. Now, if you look through something like a magnifying glass,
no shit, and he took this into consideration. over a distance.
I'm addressing the issue raised by the previous person, and he's saying that different colors refract by different amounts, but they really don't refract by very much difference. When you look through something like some glasses, the light is being refracted a lot, it's being bent a lot, but the colors really don't change very much at all. You get a little bit of coloring around the edges called chromatic aberration, which you see in photographs sometimes, where the blue is bent a bit more than the green. But really, the difference isn't very much. So the color thing isn't really an issue.
Yeah, but isn't that how we establish the difference of rate between a refraction that's happening is by using different colors? So it's not a matter of if it's happening or not. It's the rate at which it does. That's why we use different colors, right, Mick?
Yeah, well, that tells you basically how the wavelength of the light affects it. And that leads to a thing called the green flash. Are you familiar with the green flash on the sun?
Yeah, it's when the sun's setting, right?
Yes, we're familiar with green flash.
Yeah, and that's the difference there between the red light and the green light kind of shows you really how much the sun has been refracted. You can do the math because we know the different refractions. It's only like 1% or so for the difference between the red and the green. So you can tell by the size of the green flash how much the entire sun has actually been refracted. It turns out it's been refracted by an amount that's about equal to the diameter of the sun. So when you see the sun just above the horizon, in reality, under the conventional model, it's actually just below the horizon. It's being refracted upwards by the standard atmospheric refraction.
Well, another problem with the way that this refraction is applied, you can have 1% from the origin where the light ray is put out, or you can have 1% by the time it reaches the observer. And depending on if you apply it at the start or the finish, you're going to have differences of, miles.
That's not how it works.
If it just goes a degree off of the observer's eye, that's hardly anything. But if you started at the origin, that may go off a couple miles. So how's this refraction even being applied at the start or at the finish?
It applies over the entire path of the light.
Which means that you're going to have a lot of miles that are going to be added to the calculation when really it may only affect the observer and be even less, even smaller than that.
You have to look at what the light goes through every single step of the way from the start to the end. You can't just look at the start or the end or something in the middle. You've actually got to look at the entire path of the entire beam of light, which is why I actually use ray tracing. When I in my more complicated calculator, the refraction simulator, you've actually got to step through the atmosphere one step at a time and see what happens to that one small step, and then bend the ray of light very, very slightly, and then move it again. And I do tens of thousands of calculations on that one beam of light to see exactly how it bends.
In Lemon, when I posted that picture of the ship disappearing, you see only the smokestacks of a 200-foot tall ship. You think if you had a laser pointed at the bottom of that ship out to shore, you'd be able to see the laser when you can't even see the boat from the shore?
Yes.
How much refraction would you have to see the bottom of that boat 20 miles away? All you see is the smokestacks up top.
It's still there. It's just compressing at the eye line of the observer. Something that's above your eye line physically will only compress down to the eye line and no further, and stuff that's below your eye line will compress up to that line but no further. Otherwise, you have an error condition where something can look like it's above you when it's actually below you. It's just the logic of the way that the eye focuses rays.
Okay, I get it.
It's
I get it.
there.
Lemon, nothing has changed proportions. There's no compression. There's no distortion.
There's compression down to the eye line.
No, there's nothing.
Usually is compression down at the bottom.
The boat at the bottom is completely visible and not changing shape whatsoever from the moment it was seen 3 miles away to here it is at 20, 25 miles away.
How about this? How come the flat Earth just makes sense at all? How come it's not just the most retarded thing ever when you look into it? Why, just Mick and Zanuck, why do you guys think that we believe it so much? Why does it make so much sense to us? Can you I want to know if I'm wrong. Am I so confused? Is it because our observations make it look flat and that I'm just wrong because I haven't been high enough?
Essentially, yes.
So when are we going to go high enough?
You don't need to go that high. There's the experiments you can do at a fairly low level, like the Bedford level experiment done by Wallace back in the 1800s. It was actually a really, really good experiment.
No, this was even conflated in court. We can't go back and forth with these two scallywags. That's not going to happen.
No, but Mick,
And
let's
Dr.
talk about
John
us.
Lee redid
No, Mick,
the
Mick,
Bedford
Mick, let's talk
level
about-
experiment
let's talk about me.
anyway.
He didn't
Why-
do it. He didn't do it.
No, but
Dr.
why-
John didn't do
why-
it. He had bad weather and he's never been back. So,
But do I think it's?
and-
I've never seen the globe, so why should I believe it? Like, all my observations are of a flat Earth. Do you agree? Your observations
well,
are all
you've
of a flat Earth,
seen-
right? Are your observations?
You've
of
seen
a flat
things
Earth?
like no. My observations are of a globe. The observations
No,
I've
it
taken
does-
show
it
that
doesn't,
there's
it doesn't look
we
flat
live on a
to
globe.
you, and it's just
Yeah,
no
you've never
big
seen
negative.
curve in
You've
your
never
life
seen
with
a-
motion with your
You've never
observations.
seen
Hollywood.
anything. None of us have.
Hollywood, yeah, I
No,
get it.
no, No, he just wants to beg the question and apply a model to it. He's like the model thief.
But you've
I
never
was
seen it, right,
important,
Mick?
Adrian.
Mick, you've never seen the globe, right? Right? Like
See
us.
it
You've
every
never.
day. Here it is.
Nobody has seen the
What?
globe.
You see it every day, dude? Are you serious?
You don't see shit, man.
You go to space every day?
Hollywood,
Hold
if you
on,
see the
hold on,
picture I just
hold on.
posted,
Guys,
Just
taking a bit out of hand. I think what you're trying to say is, are you trying to ask him what does he observe, rather
Yeah.
than just repeating the question and shouting it? Just ask Mick. Mick, what do you observe on a day-to-day basis that shows a ball?
well, I think Mick and everybody would agree that. when you
No,
look at the-
Zanik, shush. That was directed
Wait,
at
It's
me.
not Mick.
My
I guess you're
problem
asking,
is
like-
I see a flat Earth every day, and I can't
I know,
deny that
I know.
anymore.
We understand that, but Mick, what do you observe?
Right, well,
that is-
I see a lot of evidence that to me shows that the Earth is actually a ball. Like the simplest thing
No, but
is
not
when.
the evidence, the observations. What do you observe? that
Okay,
says
the
that?
observations, like I observed, say, Catalina Island. Like something I used to live in Venice, Venice Beach in California, and there's an island off the coast. It's about 35 miles off the coast, and it's about, I think, 2,000 feet high. And when you look at it from the beach at Santa Monica or Venice next to each other, you see that half of the island is hidden behind the horizon.
What's the horizon?
I just posted.
Hold
a
on,
picture.
Zanik, shush. What's the horizon?
Horizon is the line formed by the edge of the
I
curve.
can't hear. I can't. Shut the fuck up.
Santa Monica all the fucking time.
Shut up.
You're talking about.
I want to know what the horizon is.
Your horizon is about
Oh
3
my
miles
God.
ahead of you with the naked eye.
The horizon
Binoculars,
is a
take the binoculars,
horizontal
go back
line.
to
Who's this
That's why
thing?
it's
Do I have
called
to
a
mute you as well?
horizon
So
and
I'm
not
asking Nick a
horizon.
direct question. What's the
Horizon is
horizon?
not a physical thing.
It's
I'm not
the line
asking
formed
you.
by the curve of the ocean.
Platypus. No one is talking to
It's
you,
what You
dude.
see of essentially
I don't think he can
sphere
hear
of the Earth.
anybody.
Who are you?
All right, so
Who's
so I
talking
can
to you, bro?
yeah.
Yeah, shut your
Me.
ass up.
Sorry,
Alright.
y'all. It's just that we have to collectivize a little bit because it's one, group against one man. We just have to collectivize
Yeah,
a little bit.
let Jedi ask his question to Mick.
But we
Alright,
should let
so-
we should let Platypus talk at the end because he also has been and seen Catalina. So I want to hear both
I
sides.
live in LA.
Yeah,
I got a
let-
picture.
I want to
on the
know.
chat.
Fuck me.
Check out the
I wanna
picture I
know
posted in the chat of Catalina.
Well, you all know what the
Right.
horizon is under the standard model. You
No,
understand.
I understand the horizon is the limitation of my view. So that's what the horizon is. You're reifying this apparent location into a real location, the apparent leading edge of your sphere. That's what you're doing.
But philosophically, that's
horizon
what- that's what
is
you
the
do with all
limitation.
observations.
The horizon is the limitation of the observer's view over the Earth. It is not an actual location. It is not the leading edge of a sphere, and nothing is hiding behind it.
So this guy just
But
claimed-
it
so
matches
this guy just claimed that
exactly
you saw
the standard model.
No, it doesn't match exactly the standard model. This is what long distance observations are. I mean, if you're at the beach and you're observing something that's 35 miles away, and you can't see the bottom of it, I'll give you your 6 foot tall. This is a very narrow angle of view to the thing you're observing 35 miles away across
Right,
a flat
Guy
surface.
says you can see curvature.
That's not how vision actually works, though.
What do you mean? I've just pointed out you're observing something from 6 foot above the surface of the
Oh, yeah.
ocean that's 35 miles away.
Nick,
reduce
so you
the
can say
angle
that
of size.
You've been to Santa
The
Monica.
big
Angle.
Next person who ever
The
talks to me
angle
is going
You've
to
seen
get
a big
muted.
bulge. You've seen the water curve up and block your view of the shore of an island 30 miles away. You're telling me there's enough curvature across 30 miles to see a giant curve and have the ocean bulging in front of you, and then you don't see the shore.
Oh,
of the
it's just
island. That's
it's
what you're
just a
telling me?
smooth curve of the ocean.
Well, hold on, because I hear this argument too, like, oh, I see the curve. Well, where do you see it? I see boats going over it straight ahead. If you're seeing something 35 miles out straight ahead, imagine how long a distance of horizon you're actually seeing and how many hundreds of miles you're actually are in your vision. Like there should be something else. There should be left and right curve too, if it's real, but it's not.
No, the horizon is flat.
Yeah, but if you're saying it's curving like away from you, it should also be curving left and right. Visually, you should be able to. If you think you can see the curve away from you, then you should also be able to see the curve left and right because of you're seeing way more distance. You're seeing way more distance.
That's not how it works. That's a different curve.
It's a different curve, but it's still a curve that you can actually see.
It's based on your angle of view, is what it is. The higher up you go, the further you can see, and it's got dip to do with a curve. It's got zero to do with a curve. You can prove this to yourself by standing on your damn kitchen floor and laying on it. Put your eye next to the floor, and you can't see very much of it. You stand up or even raise up a few inches, you see more of the floor.
Yeah, but you can see the same amount.
This is what happens on a flat surface.
Literally. Yeah, but we're talking about the surface. We're talking about
0.05 arc radians at 30,000 feet. There's nothing to see as far as curve around you. We see the effects away from you. There's a difference.
Well, you know what? Here's the reality. No one has ever seen. Yeah, you're right. No one's ever seen the left and right curve, and no one's ever going to see it because it's not real.
No one's ever seen any curve.
All you guys can do. All you guys can do is take a perception.
0.05 arc radians.
Say that's curve. All you can take.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hey, hold on, Hollywood, hold on one sec. All right, guys. I know everyone's a little excited because Mick is here. Let's try to keep it constructive, though. Like if Mick's making a point or Xanix's making a point, let them finish and then continue with the point. Don't bounce a different idea because this is getting really hard to listen to. All right, guys. Let's stay on topic.
I'm happy to answer any questions, but it would be good if we could actually stay on the one question for a second. Like, say that the side-to-side curve. That's a great question. Why can't you see the side-to-side curve? You can actually see it if you go up about like 700 to 1,000 feet and take a photograph of the horizon with a rectilinear lens, one that keeps straight lines straight and doesn't bend lines, and then you look at that in Photoshop. You'll be able to detect an actual curve. If you take a large straight edge up to about 1,000 feet. And you look along it carefully, you will actually see the curve of the horizon curving down a little bit at the ends of that straight edge. So it is actually visible. You won't see it from the beach.
Are you looking for an airplane? Are you looking for an airplane window when you make this observation with a straight edge?
No, you wouldn't be able to see it from an airplane window because it's
right.
too
So you know that you've got distortion at the edges of those two planes of perspex that are convex in nature, especially when pressurized.
Nothing.
So you're making this observation for a curved surface.
Infrared photographs.
I'm talking about. What I'm talking about airplane.
Yeah, at about 32,000 feet.
About what happens
through a curved lens.
An infrared camera to take pictures of objects that were about 1,000 miles away.
So really through a lens, through another two curved lenses.
A ball that's spinning, but for some reason we were able to do it.
Yeah. So through the camera, the aperture of the lens, which is curved. And then through the window.
That would allow us to see things thousands of miles away at only 32,000 feet?
It wouldn't. So you're misidentifying what you're seeing.
Platypus, I just need to make this clear. Do you hear Jedi?
No, I don't.
You don't hear Jedi? Yeah, you'd like to. You should unmute him.
You're misidentifying what you're seeing. If you think you can see something 1,000 miles away from 30,000 feet, you're not. You can only see about 250, 300 miles or so from 30,000 feet. So you are misidentifying what you are saying.
Why another moderator can't hear me, or why I can't hear another
moderator. Mick, I also posted a picture of a HUD display that shows the level line and then the horizon below the level line, which would only be possible if the surface below you was curved.
Dude, that gets so
or sloping away from you, but yes, essentially, yeah. And this is something else you can take. You can take a water level, like two tubes that are connected. And you can see that the horizon drops below eye level, which would only happen if the Earth was a sphere.
It does.
So parallel horizontals that
way. Miles away of the Himalayan range is not possible on a globe ever. 2,800 miles away.
I'm not sure what.
From above Dubai. Above Dubai in the air on an airplane, and even the pilot admits it. 2,800 miles away, and then tries to explain it away.
Hey, Mick,
Dubai.
Can I just get
yes, from Dubai. Himalayas and Mount Everest from Dubai, 2,800 miles away.
I think that's probably misidentifying the mountains that you're saying, if that's in fact what's being
watch
claimed.
it. Watch it.
Mick, did you
say that about Jay Tolan when he clearly pointed out the 700-mile one was perfect?
Hey, Mick.
I mean, but you're going to say, though, that was cloud. No, it wasn't clouds.
Jason Dolan actually shows the curve of the Earth. You can actually see the horizon curving in his videos.
Do you disagree with
Have you
Neil
measured
deGrasse
it with a
Tyson when
straight
he
edge?
says that you can't see curvature at 100?
Are you going to try to pull the crap like FTFE, where he tries to show curve by zooming in with a program that shows the actual table that the thing was sitting on curving too? Are you kidding me?
I'm not sure what you're referring to there, but someone asked about Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was wrong.
So how did you come to have better knowledge than Neil deGrasse Tyson on this issue?
But it's not about knowledge. He just said something that was wrong. I'm sure that if you actually asked him in detail about what he meant, he would explain it to you.
Well, he was pretty clear about saying that from 120,000 feet you couldn't observe it.
Yeah, he was saying that it looked flat, so you wouldn't see much of a curve. But it's technically wrong. Yeah, it's wrong.
You say 1,000 feet. You say 1,000 feet, and he says you couldn't see it from.
You can't really see it with the naked eye very easily. You have to use like a long straight edge and look very carefully and have good conditions, like clear air and a clear horizon. No, but I've seen a lot of people doing it online.
Do you have any?
Is it possible that it's a circle of vision what you are seeing, not the roundness of Earth? Because we have a circle of vision. We see in circle.
We don't have a circle of vision. We have eyes and we have cameras, and they share the same thing.
You have peripheral vision.
From your point of view, you see.
It's irrelevant though. Like, let's don't talk about vision, because vision's irrelevant. What's relevant here is photographs, because the photographs look like what we see. So let's talk about like how a photograph is made. You can make a photograph.
That's not true, mate. A photograph is not what we see. A photographic is a distortion of reality, actually.
It looks like
that right, didn't I?
If you take a photograph of something and hold it up in front of you, it will look like the thing that you're looking at. Will it not?
But all lenses are curved, so they're going to add curvature. Even the rectilinear lens, it's going to add it after bigger distances and bigger elevation. All lenses are going to do that if they are convex and curved.
Whole camera.
Different cameras will take different images depending on the air clarity of the day. This can be observed with 12-hour time-lapse footage of things in the distance, and the midground and the near-ground undulating throughout the day, including the horizon, depending on the air conditions, right? So it does appear that things do undulate. So you're going to tell me that everything that you see at vast distances is exactly what it is all the time? Or is refraction definitely coming into play?
Refraction is usually coming into play. But what I'm saying is that what we see with our eyes is just essentially the same as what we see with a camera. There's nothing special about our eyes other than them being round. If you take a pinhole camera, which doesn't have a lens at all, it produces exactly the same images as a regular camera.
Up close, but up far, not the case.
At distance.
So, Mick,
why would it be different?
Real quick. Do you have any alternative viewpoints, or are you going to defend the official narrative on everything at all costs? Because I know the official story and all this stuff. Are you going to provide us with anything like, or do you have any like conspiracies that you kind of think are real, or anything like that? Like anything alternative?
You must be new to Mick West. Mick West was actually a big debunker for chemtrails in 9/11. So. He's on the wrong side.
One side called Made Up.
There's a lot of corruption in the world.
Mick West. Mick West is the antithesis of a conspiracy theorist. He's specifically here to shoot down any conspiracy and tell you that you're just an idiot.
No. Do you have any?
That's why I called him Michelle.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, hold on. Do you have any alternative viewpoints?
Can y'all all
stop
talking at the same time?
I just want to know, do you have any alternative viewpoints other than the official narrative on everything?
Yeah, I think that there's lots of corruption in government, and I wouldn't trust anything a politician says.
Be specific. Like one thing that you're concerned about.
Well, like say the prison industrial complex. Like I think politicians pass laws to increase sentencing based in part on lobbying from the prison industry, and the prison industry gives money to politicians, so they will pass laws like the drug laws that end up with more people in jail.
That's his official narrative.
What about JFK?
Well, the thing is with these photos, they can add curvature, and even these gyroscopes off of which you have the pendulous vanes in these flight equipment can be affected by pressure and electrical environments that can change the way that the vacuum pump operates, which operates with the gyroscope to provide the high-powered spin for the gyro to operate. So the 3 inches up and down that you may be seeing may due to mechanical error of the gyro going through different pressure environments, affecting the vacuum pump and affecting
it with the water level
and spin.
You can do it with the water level, though. You don't need to use like the gyroscopic level. So you just take like 2 tubes filled with water, and you can view level, like the horizontal level from that point, and you see the horizon is below that.
It depends on how you're looking. Since there are no such thing as lines, you could be looking at the top part of the quote-unquote horizon line, the middle part of it, the bottom part of it, and if you're off by even a hair's breadth, it may add up.
Along local level. Say you get a carpenter's level. Like a big, you know what a carpenter's level is, right? It's one of those long, 4-foot long levels with a little spirit level in the middle.
Yeah.
And you set that up so it's perfectly locally level, so it's flat and horizontal. If you look along that, you will see that it's above the horizon. If you are high enough, if you go to say 6,000 feet or something like that, just look along that level, and you will see the horizon is below that. Easily verifiable.
Yes,
there's
Do you want me to get that
view
video?
distance. Okay.
Can I just
the visibility concept?
Can I just ask a couple of questions again to Mick? So Mick, firstly, have you ever attempted to reach out to Neil deGrasse Tyson to correct him on his misunderstanding about where you can observe Earth's curvature?
Yes, I did. I tweeted at him.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And
long post explaining why he was wrong. I think if you search for Mick West, Neil deGrasse Tyson wrong or something like that, it will pop up.
I'm interested to read that. If you post it, I'm going to give that a read. But also, because I think Flatopus's question is quite interesting as a kind of starting point for some of these things. So if I just shoot a couple of topics at you, can you just give us your opinion on what you think the story is?
I'm just posting a link to the Neil deGrasse Tyson debunk that I did.
Okay.
But Mick West in the chat.
Well, quickly, just let me finish. I just want to ask a couple of ones. So, what about JFK? What's your stance on that?
I think the Warren Commission was correct.
Okay.
You should see the video of the driver pointing and shooting him to death in the car.
Did I just hear Mick West say the Warren Commission was correct? On
Mick, was your dad?
Oh my God!
Right, just a couple more and I'll be done. The moon landings
happened.
Happened as they described, right? 9/11.
Yes, 9/11 was done by terrorists flying planes into the buildings catching fire and collapsing. World Trade Center 7 was hit by World Trade Center 1, caught fire.
You're an absolute buffoon. You're an absolute.
Just getting a quick gauge on that.
Hold on. On the link you sent that 45,000 feet. Whoa, that's a curve.
Everything the news says is real and 100% true all the time.
Okay,
My name is Mick West, and there's nothing here
let's
to.
go back to some flat Earth stuff because I just wanted to get a quick gauge on some of those. So, Mick, sorry, go on, Lemon.
I'm sorry. My bad. You're saying?
Hey, we shouldn't torture him because for all we know, he's literally he's being forced to do this.
Yeah, no.
So I kind of feel bad. No joke.
Right?
I mean, he makes some money.
No, that was
I'm pretty sure.
No, I don't make money. I'm retired. I actually, I used to be a video game programmer.
He's just been threatened.
I mean, I guess I'm pretty sure he retired.
But Mick, you agree that right now people
Look, can I just address this real quick? Like you say, I'm being paid, I'm a shill, and I'm scared, I'm being forced to do this. Can I just do you know
that's
what
a possibility? I never said you were.
Right.
That's a possibility.
Okay. Well, let me explain why I'm doing this. I used to be a video game programmer. I programmed a game called Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which was very popular back in the day.
I used to like that.
Yeah. So it was a very popular game. I made quite a bit of money doing it, and so I retired from the video game industry, and now I just do things that I basically am interested in and enjoy doing. So I have a variety of interests.
Well,
this is one of them.
So did you know that all video game worlds are flat?
That's not true. There's quite a few video game worlds that
most are
around.
flat. Though. Would you agree? Most are
Yeah,
completely
they
flat.
are. But you
the
know,
water's flat.
as
Everything's flat. Like, yeah, I can show you a cool
Well, of
video
course
of
they are.
like, a
Why
lot of
wouldn't they
different
be?
maps, and they're all flat.
Like I said, I used to be a
Sorry,
I used to be a
Mick.
video game programmer.
Wait, so
Mick,
what
could
is this? Your
Could
dad
I
was
jump in and ask
FES?
a question?
So because the
Really?
video game is flat,
Hang
the
on,
Earth is
guys.
flat?
Hang on, guys.
I'm seeing this.
Okay, guys,
Anybody-
I've got to ask this question. Was your dad FES,
Anybody
Flat Earth
stop?
Society, Mick West?
No, okay.
Huh?
There
My
was a
dad-
question. There was a question
My dad,
in the chat that wanted.
Because if he was, then you're part of the problem.
Hello, can I finish? Can I just ask
Weird that
this
he doesn't.
question?
He can't answer that question.
Yeah, hold on.
No,
let Emma-
you guys hear Emma?
They just ask him a question.
When
Can you
somebody
please answer
pauses,
it?
and lets me answer, I will answer.
Guys, just
All right. My dad was a member for 1 month of the Flat Earth Society because he did it ironically.
Oh, 1 month, huh?
Oh,
That's
that's
interesting.
ironically.
Emma, go and ask your question.
Well,
It's too late now. Everybody bloody jumped in and answered it anyway. So thanks, guys, for talking all over me. Bunch of assholes.
Yeah, guys, everyone
I think
chill out
Mick
and
dropped-
let's try and do it one at a time.
I think.
Okay, well,
Well put, Emma.
the thing is, with the flat Earth, it looks like we have a bunch of lenses that are adding curvature. Even if you look up at that fisheye, fakery up there in the chat, that matches almost perfectly the globe that they give us. It looks like they go up as far as they can before they hit the firmament, turn around and take a picture of as much as they can with a distorting lens, put black background on the photo, and pass it off as the Earth and the blackness of space. It's so simple. Why didn't we see this before? We've been duped.
He's gone anyway.
It's funny. You know what's funny is that he's putting all these pictures that could be photoshopped.
Yeah.
Wait, can I ask Mick a question here?
Yeah. No, he's gone.
wait,
Oh,
wait.
he's
What
gone?
happened? Did you scare him off with the question about his father or something? What was that?
No, exactly. We were
No.
all shouting over. Like, I think this is what I warned when I said
Yeah, I
calm
think
down.
maybe
I
it
think
got
the
a
fact that we
bit
were all
much.
shouting and talking at him probably made him leave. Which is the point why we
No,
needed to be
he
respectful
didn't
and shut
just
up and let
leave,
everyone
he
ask
got
the question
banned.
one by one.
Oh,
The
he
fuck
got
banned
banned.
him?
Yeah, this
You're
isn't
not
okay.
paying
Yeah,
attention
for
to
the
chat, are you? Somebody
Yeah.
pulled the trigger.
Yeah,
Why?
for the record, just so people know, this isn't Mick West's first time here. Okay, he's been here before. He comes in very seldom, but he does come in here. Okay, and yeah, just before he came in here, there was like 20 people in the chat, and then when he came here, like 40 people joined. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's a big deal when someone like him joins in. We all kind of want to get at him, because he's a tool. Mick West, the tool.
He's literally a fucking tool, like you said. Nothing but the guy sits on his ass and does nothing but try to debunk conspiracy theories all day long, which he fails at.
Well,
So,
he presupposes
he says he made
the
all
Earth
this
is a
money
region.
making video game shit. How do you know that's even true?
Look,
He could just be
look at
sitting
this
there
picture.
being a paid shill.
I don't care
We don't
about
know.
that.
Look at this picture I just posted. Look at his leg.
He
His leg
presupposes,
on that picture.
he presupposes that the Earth is spherical and has a certain radius.
Dude, he just
Out of
told
that-
everyone.
Out of that, he builds up to what he calls the terrestrial refraction. I don't know if he's doing it personally or if some crew
Hold on.
Metabunk side is, right? But that's what he does.
Look at the picture I just posted from Mick West, supposedly with them and with Tony Hawk developers and whatnot. Look at his leg where he's sitting down next to the other dude. That is so.
Where is it?
2:47 Central Time, whatever.
Do you know what got me? It was the 35-mile away island. I don't understand how I even got that. I mean,
Well, these discussions are for people listening because they need to hear both sides so they can make an informed decision. Platypus, weren't you saying something about California or whatever?
Yeah, I was gonna say he set me off with that comment where he said that you're standing on the beach in Santa Monica and you can only see half of Catalina Island. That entire idea
35 miles
that,
away.
that you're seeing curvature at 35 miles away at sea level, which is ridiculous. We'd see sideways buildings pointing in every direction. That just makes no sense.
Platypus, you know, he was kind of being a little deceptive because what he's saying is true. Because there are times during the year that you go to Santa Monica or something like that, and you can't see all of Catalina Island. You just see some of it because it's hazy. But there's very clear days where you can see it perfectly from top to bottom. I know my friend Judas, he actually has videos where he would zoom into the shore from like Santa Monica and stuff like that, like the actual shore, and you can see the boats.
I mean, we have that video. Don't we have that video of that timeline about the water looking like it's rising and covering that island across? I forgot what video is that, but
it's a Skunk Bay.
Yes, exactly. That's Skunk Bay. So it would be the exact same thing. It's the exact same.
Dude, I can't believe you just told everyone with a straight face that planes brought down the towers. I mean, this is this guy. I mean, this is just unbelievable. I know Valley Girl's smarter than McWest. This guy's just an absolute tool. He should be banned on site.
What else did he come in here to talk about?
Yeah, true.
He just came in here to push his load line. That's it.
Although
That's
you
all
think
he
he
came
should be
in
a
here to
banner on
talk about.
site, not all of us have spoke to him before, and it would have been nice to ask him some questions that people haven't asked. Although you might think he's viable ban on site,
No, he is.
not all of us have
This is
spoke
the
to
case.
him
No,
before.
he's
It would
no,
have been
his
nice
dad
for
was
us
a
to
member
ask
of
him
Fire
a
Earth
couple
Society.
questions. There was
McWest
a
is
bunch of
banned on
people-
site. He's an idiot.
I didn't
Yeah,
finish.
I
my
don't.
thing. There was a bunch of people who were trying to ask questions and were getting talked over. A few people are really upset in the text chat because they were being screamed over when trying to ask a viable question.
Yeah, well, his dad was a Flat Earth Society
I don't
member.
give a shit.
McWest is a
We're-
ban
people
on.
are
Yeah,
trying
okay. Yeah,
to ask
this is.
questions.
No, it's ban on site. Okay,
deciding who we
Flat
should
Earth
talk to,
Society is ban on
But
site.
he
Yeah, Flat Earth
wasn't a
Society is
member
ban
of
on
Flat
site.
Earth Society, though.
Oh, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's associated with anyone who.
Hold tight. Let's
Then
try and
Mark
calm it
Sargent
down.
wouldn't be
There's
welcome here,
gold to three moderators. Come on, guys. We all know where this is going. Lots of people wanted to ask questions. Lots of people have, understand Mick West and don't want him here. But at the end of the day, it would have been nice to let him hang himself with words. He did twice hang himself because he was reifying an apparent location using misplaced concretism. Reification, right? Which is what they need to do when they presuppose are. So let's try and remember also what's going on as well. Not many people know these things, and it needs to be pulled apart. His Earth curve calculator, the presupposition that it works on, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
The part is if he's in here, and although you might not like it, it's not as if he's here every single day. So if you don't like the current conversation with him being in here, he's not going to be here long. Feel free to jump out the live stream. There are people who want to hear this discussion who now no longer have the option.
Bambi,
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, the good thing is we haven't recorded. We clip those and just start posting this stuff. So look how his dumb conversations are. I mean, that was been perfect.
But what about our mission? This helps people see both sides. They need to see this themselves so they can make a proper decision. I mean, it's not like he's, infiltrating and destroying the server from within, hopefully. I mean, compared to most of the Globers that are, real zealots, this dude was a dream. He was calm. He was collected. He answered questions, I mean, we also have to be careful.
Could have got a lot more out.
He's better than Xanax.
Calm conversation.
Xanax.
There you go.
We could have got a lot more.
To be fair, I like Xanax more than Nick West.
True.
That whole conversation could have been much more productive, and we honestly ruined our time there.
I don't think so.
Never mind.
I don't
Listen,
think so. I was talking.
it doesn't matter. He can come back or not.
Now somebody message him and tell him to come
Yeah, here's
back.
the thing. Here's the thing. It's really hard to. Yeah, it's really hard to have a conversation when there's 80 people in here and there's one McWest. Okay, so it's ideally, it's like, it's easy to say, hey guys, just one at a time, give them a chance. And there's 80 people in here wanting to get a chance to ask McWest a question,
But
and
you have
he
to
and he
take
left and
control.
got banned on his own volition.
Yeah,
So
I don't think you understand. There were people who wanted to ask questions, like myself and other people who were staying quiet until the opportunity came around for them to ask.
The moderators need to moderate then better.
Yeah.
Well, see, okay, so Bambi, so now you know though.
Guys,
So, but now you know. Now you know.
Talked
Now you know.
all over several
Hey,
times.
listen, guys, let's just move on because he's gone now, so it doesn't really matter.
How's it going, guys?
There's
I
50
doubt he'll
odd
come
people
back.
in here. There's plenty other people to speak to, and if anyone's got questions or topics they want to bring up, now's a pretty good time. So
Yeah,
But he can't come back if he's banned.
Listen to what the moderators are saying when it comes to that sort of thing.
I mean, to keep the conversation fresh and vibrant, we need to have, people come in with all of their concerns as long as the server doesn't get infiltrated and destroyed. So we need to be able to, honestly deal with people.
Lemon, why did he leave?
What was that?
Why did he leave?
I heard there was a banning, so I don't know. I was in the middle of a comment, and then I didn't hear a response, and I was like, "Oh crap, he probably
His
left or something."
statement was so ridiculous, and like 10 people jumped upon them. So ridiculous that he couldn't even answer it.
He was hanging himself anyway, so leave it to the mods to decide, and we'll see what happens.
Well, the thing is, we are Legion. I hate to have that satanic reference to the demons of hell, but we are a group. So we need to collectivize in a way that we don't just, overwhelm one person. If somebody has covered your question, me included, be quiet, shut up, let it be covered by one other person so we don't have 10 people asking the same question. And, keep it down to one thing so it doesn't get repetitive. Eat up the airtime that is precious among 80 people and one person. We need to collectivize along certain routes so that we can have a productive 80-on-1 conversation.
Damn, it wasn't that bad though. You just asked him a couple of simple questions.
We need to elect somebody to do one-on-ones. You just
And
that's
you
how
know-
gotta handle it. We gotta get Eric Dubé and.
Can I just
To be honest, we're usually pretty good with this stuff, but it's really hard when you get someone in like that to come in. It's bound to happen, man. It happens even when like other flat earthers come in that kind of like, well, no, and it's just something that can't really be avoided. But the best we can do is work for at least having a decent conversation, I guess.
Well, what I would like to point out, okay, because this just stands true. Mick West, right? Mick West.
At some point, I'd like to make a point. If someone would let me.
Okay, I
at
got
some
you.
point.
I'll wrap this up real quick, Emma. I promise. Okay, just to make this clear, McWest is this server's literally arch nemesis, and here's why. Okay, he doesn't believe in a single conspiracy. Okay, this is a server for a hotbed. Okay, this is a hotbed of conspiracy topic. Okay, so when we get McWest in here, okay, Mr. I don't even believe a single conspiracy, Mr. Iron Wall of Defense, that no conspiracy will get past me. Okay, it's just you're gonna get tensions flaring. He is the arch nemesis of this server. Okay,
not a lot of globe earthers, not all globe earthers like McWest either.
Asshole.
Yeah, I don't like them.
All right, Emma,
It's
can you speak
okay.
now, please?
Emma, what are you
sorry,
saying, sir?
Lemon, everyone, stop. Emma,
yeah.
can you speak now?
I would just like to say that we played right into their hands because that was planned. That whole thing was planned. You don't think Mick West just suddenly decided, out of the blue, on Twitter, to converse with Bev while everything else is going on? So no,
Of course, there's an agenda. Either he was
it
trying
was
to
a
feel us
complete-
out or see what's up.
No, it was a
nowadays.
complete plan because they're all going on the everybody's nasty. And what happened? They came in here and now we've literally, it looks bad on us, even though it's
We
not.
proved them right.
I don't think it does that.
Well,
Well, you haven't seen what's been going on in the background.
we
I'm
should have
telling
done
you
that.
this. I'm telling you this from experience of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. That
Well, the
a few
thing
of
is-
us are watching, and he came in for a reason, and he got what he wanted.
Well, it's very disheartening because right now the move is to demonize flat earthers. Even O.M. Benjamin's appearance at the Flat Earth Conference may be used to peg, flat earthers as, crazy anti-Semites or whatever. There is a move to demonize flat earthers and push them out of society on some level. And if we can't get it right here in a friendly space, there isn't much hope for out there in the real world either, with people that are much less, prone to give us the time of day. We need to set the example. Show that, hey, we can have a productive dialogue even if we don't agree with everything that they're saying.
I understand what you're saying, Lemon, but do you think that he didn't have productive dialogue? Did you hear the shit he was speaking?
It was very productive. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't ad-homming. He was maybe his answers were BS or whatever, but he was answering and being productive. If we can have other people on here that a straw man even more than him, I just don't get it.
Well, that's
I mean, even with the flat earth society,
I mean,
with good information.
But the hard part is to find an individual like him because he's clearly trained in this. So he's well versed and good at what he does.
Right. Well,
so it's nice to nice to have a worthy opponent, but I kind of get.
Well, if that's the case, let's not give it more time than it deserves, especially when there's so many people in the room. Let's open it up. Is that Gem Panda in the house? It's a full party tonight.
I am indeed. I would be a very, very poor man's Mick West, I feel. But,
well,
I'm here if you need.
I would give it to these last half the time of day. They're a waste of space. Gem Panda, total waste of space. Mick West, waste of space.
Well, here we go.
If you want to read
Gem
about
Panda.
they talk, just go to school.
Gem
Everyone
Panda.
knows what it is.
Gem Panda. Hold on.
Let's show them.
Gem Panda. So you're saying you don't get paid as much as Mick West?
Yeah, are you just tag teaming in? What are you doing? Like, is this how this works? The Globe guys just tag.
The word spread through other discords, guys. It's not a big conspiracy. This one.
No,
I just thought it'd be interesting to hear what. I thought it'd be interesting.
We're under attack.
No,
I thought it'd be interesting to hear Mick West get challenged on a few things and see what he had to say.
No, they do what I do.
Too bad he ran off with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, we've got people from Gems in here that
got
watch
banned
what
by
we
that.
do, and then you've got me in here that watch what they do. So it's all good.
Yeah.
Can
So
anyone hear
Gem.
me?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Did you?
I
Guys
just
hear
want to
that
say,
Gem-
like, Mick's been unbanned, so if he wants to come back, he can.
I don't know him. I don't have any line of communication with him.
I'm just saying,
type his
if
name
anybody
and
can get the word or whatever,
I'll get it.
It's been
Guys,
unbanned.
don't worry.
Anyhow, I also want to comment on like him generally. He's obviously a crazy shill, and he does believe in conspiracy theories because he believes the official government conspiracy in 9/11. So he is a conspiracy theorist. It just depends on who the conspiracy comes from.
Ooh.
Yeah, so just let the guy talk, let him.
But he said a lot of things which are utterly just nonsense, and he needs to be challenged on them. Things
but
like
he's not a conspiracy
pinhole
theorist,
camera
Indio.
is just like an
His-
eyeball.
No, he,
or
yeah,
a
his
camera
web-
is just like a human eye.
Yep, this is for the
ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah, this is for the audience, guys. So when they come in here, we want them to say what they say so that the people can hear them. The audience all the people who are listening. So when we challenge them on those ideas, they could hear how ridiculous it sounds when he's presenting the globe nonsense. So it would behoove us to let him come in here and kind of spew his nonsense so we could tear it down. One at a time even. Like Lemon had the right idea, so he was calm, collected. We could do this. I mean, just let him come back in here, let him say what he's going to say, take one question at a time, and then answer him appropriately. We could shut this down. I mean, if we do it collectively. I mean, I do believe that we can do it. You guys are very intelligent. You're able to take any argument down. I've heard all of you, speak your mind on the thing. So it's not really a big deal to let Mick West come in here and, say what he's going to say.
Yeah, you guys have to understand what his argumentation is. He's the ultimate hand waver. He will just make claims and assertions without any type of evidence to back it up. Correct. And the best bet is to just expose it. Just demand his evidence for those things. That's people like him. You're not going to change his mind. All you can do is expose him as a disingenuous person. That's pretty much.
Well, yeah, I mean, he does run a website that's an anti-conspiracy website. Yeah, he is like an ironclad wall who doesn't let conspiracy even get past him. So yeah,
I'm banned from his website because he had this long post about Canada in his forums. And I stated something about how Snell's law is not applicable in a single medium, and he banned me for that. So,
yeah, he's totally
not an honest
mainstream.
person.
He's not. I don't like him. I never have, but he's way mainstream. Won't bend at all. Does not have an open mind at all.
Right, and this is the place where Indio could have got his word in right here. I mean, when he comes into this server, you could have told him, no, why did you ban me for putting this on there? And people would have to listen to his response for that, and he would have got exposed in that one single argument. So there's we got to let him gonna speak what he's gonna say so that people can tear him down with the truth.
Listen, the title of the post had the word refraction in it, Canada refraction, something like that, and he banned me because he said Snell's law was off topic.
Well, what did he
Now
even
think
come
about
in here
that.
for,
If you
though?
look up Google refraction, the first thing I'll talk about is Snell's law, and saying it's off topic to refraction just shows You know, he's
Well,
just
that's what
he just muted me for no reason.
asking to apply the refraction at the origin or at the end point, because you're going to have a huge angle if you do it at the starting point where the light, quote unquote, emanates, which makes sense. But if it just, affects the observer's, angle, it may just be like, half a degree, which is nothing, based off of the observer. So, there's a lot of ways that we can apply this. I like to build, him back up with the truth, for the people that are hearing this stuff and don't know what to believe, because there's a lot of stuff to dissect.
Why didn't you put him in Cogdish?
You honestly think that Mick West is going to hear the truth?
He may.
Nah, I think he's a perpetrator.
Well, it's a conspiracy in and of itself to not believe any conspiracies. So by that, like, Mick West is a total.
Yeah.
Well, and then
what caused Mick West to come here?
Maybe he's thinking about it. But if there is infiltration, a healthy amount of paranoia is, possibly necessary. But, let's just use the truth to fight bad speech with a better speech.
But I mean, Bong has a point, right? Why is Mick West, right, concerned with fleas like us, right? Why does he even entertain? Why does he? Okay, well, but dude, we're fleas. Yeah, no, literally, this is like a chat full of like 100 people. Like, this is nothing, right? Okay, so why does he even come here?
And to answer Indio's question earlier, to make light of what he was talking about when he was talking about how he didn't want to talk about Snell's law, with the refraction and everything, and it's because of what we were posting and what I've been posting, what Indio posted in here, was it earlier this week or last week, the refraction index. That at the time they took the photo of Canigou, refraction was on its way down and it drops off rapidly. So the amount of refraction they would need for that photo to work out is not possible at that time of the day.
Mick is back.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, welcome, Mick.
Oh, yeah, Canigou. That's one of my favorite photographs. It's actually amazing how much of the mountain is missing with Canigou. It's just this tiny, tiny bit that's visible over the top. And it's very difficult to explain.
It's definitely more than 4,000 feet that's visible. You shouldn't even see the tops of them. If you actually calculate in the height of the mountain, too, and then put it in with the 16,000 feet of missing curvature, that leaves you with almost a mile of missing curvature to even see the tops.
I don't think so, but let's go with
it leaves 4,000 feet, basically, a little over 4,000 feet. How many feet in a mile? 5,280? Yeah, that's pretty close to a mile, man.
So what's with all the missing bits of the mountains? Why is
there's mountains in the foreground? There's mountains in the foreground.
So what about when you get
125 miles away? There's 1,800 meter mountains in the foreground.
Yeah, but there's other mountains which are only visible over the ocean, where there's nothing in between, where literally thousands of feet of the mountain are hidden apparently behind the ocean.
No, that's the blur line. That's where your eye can't make out what's going on there. Do you understand perspective?
Where
do you
think?
Holy shit!
I do understand perspective.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let's do this right. Let's do it one person, all right? Because this is getting annoying. Indio, go ahead.
Oh, if you look at the image, so I'm going to talk about the 443 kilometer one, right? So I'm sure you've seen that one.
From Peak
Fenestrel to that one exactly.
Have that photograph on my board in front of me.
Horizon is supposed to be in that image. The edge, this leading edge of the ball, you think exists? Where do you think that's supposed to be in the image?
It's that kind of like darkish line you can see just below the peak.
But so that's what you think. But if you look at the map, it's supposed to be 128 miles away. And 128 miles away is the far shore of the ocean.
I'm not sure. I have to see the actual picture you're looking at, but the real issue here is that there are many thousands of feet that are hidden that should actually be visible if the Earth was flat.
And I told you why, because there's 4 mountains in the foreground that are 1,800 meters high.
Not with the Pic de Fenestrel to Barre de Ekrin's photograph. It's all ocean.
If you look at the topographical map, right, and actually look at it, there's mountains that are 1,800 meters tall in the foreground. before that mountain.
Is this guy?
If you get the angular size, it's going to block off 3,000 meters of the other mountain.
Hold on, but is this guy asking it with the naked eye, or is he asking with some type of optics?
It's an image. It was taken. I think that image was taken with a apochromatic telescope in a Nikon.
Yeah, but what the guy's asking, he's saying it should be visible with what?
You should be able to see the whole mountain.
Visible with the naked eye. Is that what you're asking, guy? Or are you talking
if there's mountains in the foreground, you can't see the whole mountain. That's impossible.
Yeah, but if there are mountains that you can't see over the top of, but we're looking at things that are over ocean.
Flat. Yeah, he's saying it's flat, so you should be able to see all of this. How?
If it was flat.
That's what I want to know.
Hey guys, hold on a sec. Like, let Indian have a little exchange. Let him get some groundwork because you guys are interrupting and throwing in other ideas, and it's taking away from the points.
Well, I'm going to just give my general opinion, then I'm going to shut up, right? So my general opinion is you guys only taking. When I say you guys, I mean people that believe in the globe. When they look at these images, they are only looking at one particular data point, right? They're not looking like the whole prediction of the globe. Where's the horizon in this image, and where is it relative to the peaks, right? And what distance is it away? So we can look at topographical maps. Well, yeah, just listen. All you have to do is come up. You can use your own calculator that you have, right?
Good.
So get the
Google
distance
Earth is
to the
actually really good for
horizon.
this type of thing.
So you can get the distance to the horizon, and you can figure out where that would be in the image. And if you look at it, it's basically the far shoreline, right? And then if you go a little bit further, looking at a topographical map, there's foreground mountains that are 1,800 meters high in the line of sight. And as you know, things that are closer have a larger angular size than things that are further. So if you have mountains that are 1,800 meters high, and there's a mountain that's another 125 miles away, it's going to obstruct a significant portion of that mountain.
But that's not what we're seeing in this image. So in this image, it's basically water pretty much all the way up to Bar de Ecrins from Pic de Finistrels.
If I may suggest you apply a negative color filter, and you can see all the foreground mountains.
No, I have the picture. I actually have the picture pinned to my wall in front of me. I've had it there for several months because it's one of my favorite photographs, and I can see quite clearly. You can see the water going all the way up to that mountain in the distance, Bar de Ecrins, and you can see that all you can see of that mountain is this tiny little bit on the top, like 200 or 300 feet. Out of I think, like, what is it, like 13,000 foot high mountain. So there's a huge amount of hidden mountain there, if you look at it carefully.
If I may,
we have a different subjective opinion about what that image shows, obviously. So
we should try to find the image, and so we can be looking at the same thing.
Well, if I may, very quickly,
just go to Beyond Horizon. Well, let's go to their website.
Well, if I may very quickly, things tend to converge down to the eye line of the observer. Now, if you've ever held a coin up to you in the sky, you can block out the moon. So based off the stuff that's in the foreground, you can block huge amounts of what's in the background in a way that seems to kind of go against what we would expect with stuff converging down to the eye line with perspective. And so with the focus of the camera, you can make the stuff in the foreground back off like the coin in front of the moon, and the stuff in the background loom up like the moon looming up past the coin, depending on your angle. So I think it's the zoom lenses and foreground stuff being zoomed in, zoomed out, raised and lowered by the zooming of the lens.
But really how it works though, that wouldn't make the bottom part of a mountain be vanished, because the bottom part of the mountain has essentially the same angular resolution as the top part. Why is it?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Why does it have? Well, when you've only got like a few hundred feet. When you've only got a few hundred feet of the mountain visible over the horizon, that portion has a way smaller angular size than the lower part of the mountain. So why can you not see the larger part of the mountain?
Up to a point, you are correct. But when the light rays are so smushed and so compressed, no amount of zoom can bring it back unless you have a highly powerful optic that can somehow separate these light rays that are so smushed and merging from two rays into one. So all of these are very complicated interplays.
Why can you
see more than the tops of those mountains?
Can you? Why is it only the top of the mountain above the horizon?
Equal elevation, equal angle. I don't think you're understanding that. Like,
I understand. And
no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You have no idea.
Listen, you can look this up in a book called Trigonometric Delights, right? So the equal angle. So So say I have 100
Programmer.
meter space, right? If it's at eye level, so if it's at eye level, it's subtends one angle. But if it's below angle or above eye level, that angle subtended is going to reduce.
This math, what you're talking about, is what I used to do every day for like
Wonderful.
20 years.
Now, do you take
You're not
it
addressing anything I said.
Hold on, Fraud.
You're just
Oh,
like
we had
appealing
to
your own
address it.
authority, like you're using yourself.
Can you math the boat that I've posted a video of that's disappearing over the curvature of the driveway? Can you math up that? Can you tell me why that boat is disappearing from the bottom
I'm
up?
looking at the wrong
Jose
thing
Manuel.
here.
Idiot.
So I'm just
It's a little
looking. I see it now. That like if that boat disappears behind something, that means that the ground isn't flat.
But if it disappears from the bottom up and the surface is flat, and it also creates some, other atmospheric effects at the horizon.
You know how? Do you know how cameras work?
Yeah.
How do they work?
It's time to propose a new model, Mick. You need to talk about the compression at eye line. So you need to have an eye line go out 180 degrees to the flat plane and talk about convergence rates with angles to that eye line.
Right. I think the issue here is that people are talking about optics and cameras and looking at things, but you don't really understand how optics work and how cameras work.
No, I see. In the demonstration, I see a boat disappearing from the bottom up, which appears to be a flat surface. Now, that's just happening.
A flat surface.
Well, I use my eyes.
Is it flat there?
I use my eyes.
Can you get with a laser?
I mean, laser's different. We're talking about observing something.
I observe.
Go ahead.
Hey, whoever's talking, let Jedi talk.
So it's a different function observing something and shooting a laser at something, because this is an optical phenomena. You observe this happening, and you shoot laser at it, you probably have a direct line of sight. Now, how many videos of this do you want for you then to assert that there's a radius value within every single floor?
What I would like is for you to demonstrate that the floor is in fact flat, and then show the boat.
How level do you want the surface? And don't remember that we're making observations over the sea, which is not flat.
I would like you to make say use a laser and just show that it actually it doesn't deviate within.
When would the laser start refraction?
1 millimeter. With the floor, you would hardly get any refraction, so it's irrelevant.
Okay, what if we shot a laser over a distance of water?
That's a different thing. What we're talking about here is you demonstrating that your video in fact shows some kind of optical way that a boat would disappear below an apparent horizon on a flat surface, which is kind of what you're saying. That's what the video shows there, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm showing you an optical phenomena, which appears to be, the angle is decreased to the surface of the floor.
If that's true, if that's true, that would be great, because that means you could actually disprove all these this nonsense optics that apparently people are using in the real world. So why don't you do a bit of work and try to rigorously demonstrate?
I'm just making an observation. You're the one who's come along and having to math and apply a model.
What I'm saying is that your observation is wrong.
Look, my eyes and the camera are wrong, so you are declaring that this can only happen over a curved surface.
Obviously, what you see is what you see. But your interpretation
over a curved surface. You're saying it can only happen over a curved surface. Even though I can probably go away and give you another 30 demonstrations, which you will just hand wave away and claim there's an R value in the surface of the floor, even if it's a supermarket floor or an ice rink.
It could be an inclined surface with an angle in it. It doesn't have to be curved as such. But yeah, a flat surface inside a building, anything like less than, say, 100 feet, then you would always be able to see the floor from any position above the floor, because there's a line of sight from your eye to that point. If you can draw a line from your eye to something, then you can see that thing. That's a fundamental law of physics.
That's not always the case. It's demonstrated.
I have tried it in my home.
First of all, that's not true at all, and you know it's not true. I don't even know why you say that.
It is entirely true.
So the Sirius, it's supposed to be 2 stars. So why do I see 1 star?
But if
there's a line of sight to each star, right?
Because there's a difference between being able to see the light from something and being able to resolve the individual thing.
How come I see that the sun and the
You just
moon
said we could see
size
it.
in the sky?
But if you can't if you can't distinguish the difference between two objects, then you can't see the object, right? If there's two objects there and you see it as one, it doesn't have to be obstructed by something else. One of those things, right?
Right,
You
so
just
there's an
can't resolve
angular
the separation
size.
between it.
Yeah, there's an angular size below which you can't resolve things, but you can't say that the top of a mountain, which is smaller than the bottom of a mountain, is visible, and that the lower part, which has a larger angular size, is invisible because of that angular size. If it's big
There's
enough, you
also
should
an
be able to see
angular
it.
size where you cannot differentiate two objects from one.
Sure, yeah. That's the resolution limit.
The saying is like a smallest size.
um,
That's one aspect, but the other aspect is differentiating two particular points of light and seeing them as two distinct objects versus one distinct
Yes,
object.
Mr. West, as you know, if light rays get too close together when they're refocused, the object effectively disappears as the two rays merge into one, which means at your eye line, you're making angles going up and down, and as those light rays are converging up toward that line, you're going to get disappearance and convergence, which would make stuff appear to disappear over a curve if you had that paradigm in your head, or just simply converge at a horizon line optically over a flat plane.
Horizon line is kind of like an irrelevant thing for that, though. Like, let's say you just were looking up at 30 degrees. Where's the horizon line now? Is it always at the same place relative to
that
your
direction, Mr. West? If you look infinitely in that direction, that would be your new horizon line. But over a flat plane, guess where your horizon line will tend to be? In the forward direction infinitely.
So if I were to look down at the ocean instead of looking at the horizon, would that mean the mountain would now be visible because it's now above my horizon line?
You still need a wide enough angle. Are you looking forever in that direction, or is there a flat plane beneath your feet that is limiting how big the bottom half of your vision is? You're only 6 feet tall-ish, so you're only going to have 6 feet or less from your eye line down for the bottom part of objects to converge up toward that horizon line, going straight out over the flat plane.
Not actually how it works, though. Like, what if you were to look up so you can't actually see? What if you were to look upwards so you can't actually see the ocean at all? So the horizon is just below your field.
Wait, you're saying the way we see it is not how it works.
Below is there a 6 feet barrier below your feet angling up 30 degrees as well, infinitely in that direction? Then yes, you would see the same behavior. But if you're looking 30 degrees up and the ground is not in the way, the convergence changes. Now you have infinite room up, infinite room down. The only limit would be how fast it converges toward that point.
Why does it look the same regardless of which direction you point the camera?
Hey, real quick, Mick West, we have 2 members here that have been wanting to ask you some questions. I just want to make room for them before we get onto a quick topic that might last forever. Emma or Bambi, feel free to ask your question now.
One.
It's okay. My question was answered way earlier.
Okay, sorry about that. It's because they've been asking on DMs.
Sorry, I was muted and trying to talk. That's embarrassing. No, what I wanted to know was I've heard a lot about you and communicating with Dr. John D.
Yeah.
What kind of flaws did you see in what he was doing? Like, what do you go against?
Well, he seems to have this really strange misconception of how refraction works, and saying that you can never get downwards refraction. And when he actually did his experiments, he was quite good actually. The way he did it, he measured the temperature at various levels, but the temperature variations he actually showed in the video were actually enough to create the amount of refraction needed to bend the laser light around the curve. This is the.
Oh my God!
Holy shit! So wait, lasers.
This was the
I didn't know that lasers are able to bend around curvature.
They don't.
They are. Yes.
Yeah, but
Good
God,
man.
On a molecular level, can you show me lasers bending around a curve?
Well, I can just show it. I can show it in my garage. It's quite easy to do.
All right. Yeah. All right. So all right. Let's
let me explain. I want to hear the explanation. How do you do it?
All right. Does anybody here actually have a laser?
He changed the temperature lasers around the laser trying to create a refraction is what he did. But the thing is the temperature medium at night,
it's not.
The air has already mixed and is stabilized, and you're not going to get that change.
That's
at
not
night.
the question,
Mick
though.
West.
The question was like, can a laser be bent by the air?
Upward, but not downward. No, she was asking about down and around the globe.
So
yeah, I was asking
why
if it could bend around a curve. It's not going to bend upwards around a curve.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Earth doesn't curve up.
bend down?
So
you know the basics of how refraction works. Like things get bent towards more dense mediums. Like when something goes into water, it bends down towards it. Yeah. So
the problem is the light has to go from the.
Can we have him answer it, please? Go ahead.
I'm not really sure how to answer it because it is quite demonstrable that a laser light will bend towards cold air. And you can demonstrate this, like I said, I do it in my garage all the time. You just take an ice pack, you take a laser beam, and you shine it across the top of the ice pack, and it will bend down. Now, you do have to be careful doing this. Like, you have to actually have a very long line of sight because it doesn't bend very much. But you can actually demonstrate it. And we do know that at night, the ground is colder. Well, no, at night. Like during the day, the water is colder than the air. This is something that is known. Water is colder than air.
Not in the South Pacific.
Most of the time.
Not in the South Pacific.
There is, yeah.
Not where I live.
All right.
Excuse me, I live in Florida. It's the opposite of that.
No,
buddy.
listen. He just backed himself into a corner. So when we do this, when the air is colder, then I guess you're going to have a new excuse, right?
Yeah, no. It varies. Like sometimes the light will bend up, and sometimes it will bend down. And this is something that Dr. John.
This is why you guys get called pretender clowns. You're just pretending that you know this. When did you become the expert on refraction over water? After the flat Earth took off, right? Yeah. Coincident.
Flat Earth Society is in the heezy.
Anyway, he has no argument with Dr. John D. He can't even argue with the guy. He's a total joke.
Mr. West,
one at a time, with Dr. John D. Like he has some other photographs where he took pictures of a headland, like a cliff.
You do realize that we have somebody that was here for that test, the peer-to-peer laser test, in this Discord right now.
Well, no, that's great. That's great.
It's actually on site for it.
Yeah, I thought the test was.
So none of your shit's going to fly when you talk about all this garbage about refraction. When they were there, they observed this crap.
Being there doesn't actually change.
You're also forgetting this shit doesn't happen at night. I already showed you the refraction index, but you're going to refute what mainstream science shows you, right?
Oh no, it's a very simple. It's the temperature gradient of the air, and that varies throughout the day. So,
at night it mixes and it becomes stable. And that's why it's nil at night, Mick.
No,
that's what that graph literally shows.
But no, that's not what Dr. John showed, though, is it? No, just one second. I want to address this one point. So this one point first. He said that there was no refraction at night, but his actual own measurements showed a temperature gradient of about 3 degrees over the first, I think, 2 or 3 meters.
Okay, and they accounted for that. They took into account for everything.
They did
found, and guess what? Yeah, they did. Yeah, he did.
Couldn't be any
Ask CJ. CJ's right here, man, in the Discord. Just ask him. Just ping him and ask him.
Hey, Mitch. Mitch, I have a question for you. So all this talk of refraction, why not get a test that doesn't have refraction as such a major component? I posted one in the chat. I'll do it again real quick. And that shows high altitude view of the horizon versus the level, with the moon in between the two. Then you get rid of all your refractive problems, right? We're in the high atmosphere, very little air. Level.
You still get refraction if you're looking towards the horizon.
The horizon could be all over, but you still see the moon, which is quite a bit further than the horizon. So you know the horizon has to be below it.
Hold on. I have to add, that's a heads-up display.
Correct.
That can be. You can take a camera and point it at a different angle to the heads-up display.
Can't. That's not how they work.
You're supposed to view those things directly. They're not from angles.
If you're not looking at it directly, you can't see it. They go invisible. That's how they're designed. Otherwise, planes would be crashing.
Hold on,
when pilots are slouching in their seats. It doesn't work that way. This is a way.
Yeah, that's the thing. Pilots would have to not slouch at all. That would be unrealistic.
It's not. No, it's not
unrealistic.
Yeah, their eyes are allowed to move.
Dangerous.
Okay, one at a time. One at a time. Yes,
that
one
makes
at
it
a time.
dangerous. So why would they design something like that that's dangerous like that?
That's why
it is. It's bad. It's poor designing. That's the way it is.
You understand how they.
Mr. West, back to
you're
the
garbage anyway, Zanuck. You spew that shit in here every day, man. We don't need to hear anything from you right now. Literally.
Mr. West, back to the refraction. The conditions that we typically find these laser tests in are over water, and water absorbs heat faster than the surrounding air, so you're going to have a warmer layer of air over the water typically, which is going to lead to upward refraction with cooler layers above. So in the
water is
these lasers, that's going to be your typical condition.
You can't just keep talking if I've said something is wrong. If something is wrong, there's no point continuing. If you made a mistake, like you said that water is going to be warmer than the air, the water is not always warmer than the air. It's quite often it's cooler than the air. If the air above the Salton Sea is 100 degrees, you don't have water that's at 100 degrees, do you? You have water that's about 70 degrees.
That's because the air above it is warmed up by the water, which absorbs heat from the air, releases it into the air, leading to a warmer layer over the water.
You get a cooler air over cooler water. If the water is cooler than the air, it's going to cool the air.
We have somebody that wants to ask a question. Bambi, I think, was in the middle of asking her question. Go ahead, Bambi.
Yeah, it was about the experiment you did. Like, I was going to get you to explain it and what you did and if you've got any proof of it, but we started shouting over about how lasers don't go up, but that wasn't the question I asked. I wasn't talking about lasers going upward. I was going to ask if you've got any evidence that you've done, or do you want to explain it and break it down to how it happened?
Let me explain just what I did in a little bit more detail, and I can post the link to the video of me doing it. What I wanted to demonstrate is if a laser is shone over something that is cold, it will bend down. And this is because the air is cold and it's bending down towards the colder air. And the way I did this is I set up a laser at one end of my garage, and I set up a mirror at the other end of the garage. And I set the mirror up so it reflected the beam of the laser back, so it was right next to where the laser was. So you could very easily see any deviations in the beam of this laser. And then I took two things. First of all, I took a lighter, like a cigarette lighter, and I held it next to the laser beam, and I saw that the beam was deflected away from the hot air, because the hot air is less dense. Then I took an ice pack, and I held it underneath the laser, and I saw that the laser beam was deflected down, because it's deflected towards cold air, because cold air is more dense. And we know that in the atmosphere, these two types of things exist. We get hot air, we get cold air, and sometimes we get air which is colder lower down, and sometimes air that is warmer lower down. So it bends one way or the other. So we can demonstrate that this bending actually exists, and that that hot air and cold air can bend laser light. And we know it exists in the atmosphere.
Consideration the temperature and the heat of such things. What if we were to take that into consideration and
that would be great. That would be great. And the problem is that Dr. John didn't actually do that. He did these measurements, but he basically said, and the measurements showed that there was no refraction. But that's not true.
You've done this to prove it. If you're making that claim, you've done these measurements.
Yeah, you said you had a link. Are you going to post it?
Every meter you've done these measurements, Nick. Every meter you've done these measurements, Nick.
Also forgetting the fact that the air is already mixed after the sun went down, so you're not going to get your damn refraction, Mick.
Dr. John did the measurements.
You keep avoiding that one specific point.
Mick, where's your measurement?
Dr. John.
For you to prove refraction, where's your measurement?
What?
Come on, Mick.
You are saying that Dr. John is an expert.
I am asking you where your.
Well, he has a PhD in spectrophotometry. What do you got, Mr. Gamer Boy?
I just have a BSc.
Yeah, you got nothing. Exactly.
The experiment you're talking about. The experiment.
That's what you got. Now you tell me where your experiment is. You tell me where you have measured the atmosphere to prove that it is happening. You say he hasn't measured it, so he can't. It isn't. Tell us where you.
Mike, can you put your link in the live stream, please?
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to answer this guy, but he won't let me get a word in.
First of all, you haven't even looked at the experiment.
You will answer what I told you to answer. now, or this is over.
Hold on. Because I still haven't got the link of him doing
I'm not
what
sure
he was doing.
what you want me to do. Like,
I'm
we know that.
asking you to show us the measurements that you have taken to prove it is
Okay,
happening.
right. But like, do you think that the air doesn't get
The
colder?
measurements you have taken, Mick, where are they?
Well,
The measurements you have taken, come on.
the measurements of what?
The measurements you have taken.
Well, let me post the
prove
link
that
to my
it is
video.
happening.
Let me find
That's
it.
what I want. That's what I want. The fucking
tell me.
video. Post it, please.
Let me
You
see.
tell me. You tell me. I'm
Refractor.
driving. I'm not watching a video. I am driving.
Okay.
You will tell me.
He can explain it to you in a minute, meme, but I want the fucking video, and I've been asking for a very long time. Please let him send the video, and then he can explain it to you.
Man, you're coming in a bit distance. I understand you're driving, buddy, but you're a bit like far away. Not coming in very loud.
So yeah, Mick, if you can please send the link into the live stream and then just explain.
No, I am. I'm just looking for it. I have so many videos that have the word refractive. I had it. I already posted it before, but I got booed. Oh, here it is.
Dude,
Oh,
you
man.
Just post it when you get it, and then for me,
I got
because
it,
he's
I got it,
driving,
I got
can you
it.
just explain it to him? Thank you.
This is
So Nick, real quick, where we post things, I don't know if you're familiar with this Discord, but there's a channel right under the live stream. It's called Livestream. Oh, it's above the live stream. Sorry, it's Livestream 1 voice text. You can drop it in there, and that's where it's,
I just did.
Awesome.
He's got it, Jose. When I gave him VC Verified, I explained that.
Yeah. So that it's basically it's what I explained earlier, and it's showing that that that's my garage, and it's showing the light bending towards cold and away from hot.
No, where have you measured this across the great distance we're talking about?
I used Dr. John's measurements. He posted it in his video, the temperature gradient. He actually measured it. I haven't done it. I'm using Dr. John's measurements. Why? What's wrong with his measurements?
I'm asking you about Dr. John's measurements. I'm asking you about yours to prove that it is happening.
Well, I haven't done a long distance laser measurement like Dr. John measuring the thing.
You haven't done
But
anything.
he has though.
You haven't done anything. Yeah, but
but
what I'm asking
you haven't.
is, where is your measure?
I've done
to
experiments
prove that it is happening. It's just you saying it. It's just you saying it. It's just you saying you didn't account for something. That you
I think you're
say you
repeating
should be
yourself
accounting for.
now.
Well,
I think you made your point.
This is this. Can I ask a question now? Can I have a real quick one question for Mr. West? Mr. West, please. So I heard your father was part of the Flat Earth Society, and I was wondering, is the Flat Earth is the Flat Earth Society like a bunch of globers that are actually going around trying to make Flat Earth look stupid, or how are you not part of it? You know what I mean? And what do you think of Flat Earth Society?
I tried to make you look stupid. And my dad just did it ironically. I think he did it in the 70s.
He did it ironically, but he told you that the other side needs to be done. That's what you said on JRE. Don't you lie. Don't you lie. You limey.
What am I lying about? I'm not sure what you mean there.
You just said he did it out of irony, but that's not what you said on JRE.
That's what I said. I said.
Well, I'm curious where your loyalty is. I'm curious
if, as a joke.
I'm wondering if you're more, if you're a Flat Earth Society,
he's
if
not
you're.
going to tell you his loyalty, Bong. He's not going to tell you his loyalty.
Right, I'm just wondering.
Let's just break apart his fucking stupid experiment first, though. Let's just do that. That'll get him out of here. So let's get back to your experiment, supposed, right? So your laser, what's the intensity of that laser?
Well, it doesn't really matter what the intensity is. It's a visible laser. It's just a laser pointer, but it
so,
works exactly the same.
So right, it's more exciting. So you said you held it up to a flame, right? You're next to a flame. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that flame putting out more energy than that laser? You would consider at that point it connects?
Probably, yeah. Because it's just heating the air.
All right, but can the
ice pack isn't putting out any energy?
Here's a question for you. Can the laser light heat air? Is that possible?
Not very easily, no, because its air is transparent.
All right, so if you continue to increase the intensity of that laser, what will happen?
I'm not sure where you're going with this. Could you explain what your point is?
I'm trying to. If you can answer me that, what will happen?
What? Can I increase the intensity of the laser? No, it's a Logitech laser pointer.
All right, but
he's asking, what if you did?
Right.
Exactly. It wouldn't make any difference whatsoever. Zero difference.
Wow, you hear this guy? Wow.
Well, Mr. West, it's a problem because if you take the supposed globe and surround it with concentric rings of air layers, then you would have, say, what you're trying to say is basically a warm layer under a cooler layer toward which the light refracts. Okay, that's fine. But over long distances, you're essentially saying that light goes up into the second layer and goes back down into the first warm layer to hit the eye of the observer. That's a little hard to believe because that would have to take for the thing to go
I'm not sure what you're saying.
But he just doesn't. This guy doesn't understand lasers. There's no point arguing with him. He just doesn't have no idea.
Wait.
It's got to go.
Here's the whole problem, guys. With his whole entire thing, he's changing with the experiment that he's doing. He's changing the temperature around it, right?
Exactly.
Okay, but what's going on at night with these laser tests is it's stable. It's not changing anymore. So we're not going to see this. This is the problem. You're inducing this refraction. This is not happening naturally because there is no mixture of air where you're having that huge change at night anymore. Literally, you're not having that much change. So guess what's not going to happen? Refraction.
But Dr. John,
Jesus Christ, this is why we posted that damn graph, man, that you're going to deny again.
Are you going to deny Dr. John's measurements?
He doesn't know what
No, the graph he's talking about, Mick West, is I forgot who did it exactly, but it was a bunch of people that got together and they were trying to test the refraction. They tested it for about 72 hours, 3 days in a row, and they got the conclusion that I believe that the most amount of refraction they got was what was it, Rich, exactly? That they got the most?
The day is when you get the most amount of refraction, and in the evening and in the mornings it drops off rapidly, and at night there's none.
And that's why we have to match these conditions one for one, Mr. West. Otherwise, they have a theoretical sugar water abstraction.
If you look at the reason why. Sorry, Lemon, hold on. If you look at the reason why, you'll notice it's the temperature difference, just like you said. The reason why, though, it goes and it bottoms out and it's nil is because the temperature in the air has already mixed, and now it is constant. There is nothing changing.
But would you agree, then, that you would have to measure the actual temperature gradient at that time?
They did take the temperature at the time they were doing the laser test.
They did do it, and they found that there was a temperature gradient.
But do you understand that there's different types of lasers?
Not at night, there wouldn't be.
They found it in Dr. John's experiment.
Hold on. Do you know that there's different types of lasers? Right? Do you understand that?
Well, sure, yeah. Different wavelengths, different ways of generating them.
And
different kinds of Logitech
lasers. What are different types of lasers used for? What can be the use for a laser? Can it be used as a weapon? Is that?
They used to illuminate things and they used to heat things. And they used for a variety of other reasons.
So why would a laser that's used to heat things be affected by what the fuck you're talking about?
Well, this is the thing with lasers. They're targeting devices. We can use lasers to point at shit and paint targets and say paint because that's what the military do. Now, military use lasers. Yeah, so military use lasers to paint targets over distances that should have to take into account the curvature of the Earth and now your light refraction. These are from vessels at sea. Now, it seems, with a little bit of research, that quite a lot of their ordnance and weapons that they use for the shit out of stuff requires a direct line of sight targeting system, up to and including about 100 miles. So if they can aim lasers at shit up to 100 miles away, that's got a direct line of sight and is directly in front of them from a vessel at sea, and the targeting device is somewhere about 40 foot off the surface of the water. Excuse me. So if that's happening, practical, everyday use, I think we're fine shooting lasers over 25 miles, right?
You wouldn't be shooting things that are at sea level because you wouldn't be able to see them.
According to you, but right now I've just pointed out, I said military, I should have said Navy. I did say vessel. I did give you a height of 40 foot above the surface of the water, aiming at a direct line of sight to a surface-based target. Now, this is 100 miles, it seems, with a little bit of research. Many of the ordnance they use require a direct line of sight.
I think you're probably referring to railguns. I think you're conflating two different things.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not talking about railguns.
All right, so post a link then.
Yeah, I'll go and get through. But what I'm referencing is military do seem to have lasers that paint targets that require a direct line of sight at distances where Earth curvature and refraction should have to be taken into account.
That's great. Let's go with that then. Let's post me that evidence, and that will prove it.
Yeah, okay. I'm surprised you haven't looked into this before yourself, Mr. Mick West, who knows everything about light refraction and what lasers do. We're talking about a test that's done over 25 miles, or one that's done over 10, or any other laser test or line of sight test that requires, like I just said, a direct line of sight. That's easy to understand to light refraction. No flat earther is denying that light refracts through the moon. Can it be demonstrated to curve around the curvature of your Earth? Not just a little box we've got an ice pack underneath it, because we're talking about the majority and most conditions, depending on the air clarity and conditions of the day. Direct line of sight is required when shooting lasers at shit.
Oh, it's
can you hear me?
Yeah, a line of sight is, but not a geometric line.
Yes, we can hear you.
So I want to put in my 2 cents about this. Like the experiment, that would be what you would consider a special case. That is not the general case of the atmosphere. So the basic claim of globe proponents is that the general case, generally, that air will refract light down because of the weather conditions. And that has not been demonstrated, right? Not been demonstrated in the environments that these tests have been done in. Now, of course, you can make a special case test. I think it was Greater Sapien did one over CO2 in frozen ice, right? So, but he didn't take into account that CO2 has a higher refractive index of air, and it's way colder than any environment on Earth. So these are special case experiments. These are not the general case conditions that we find ourselves in. And I think like just showing that light can refract says really nothing. We all know light can refract. Okay?
So you got to look at the actual conditions.
Did it refract in this situation? And what do actual measurements and tests of refraction show?
Look at the actual measurements that Dr. John did. I can post them if you want. I've got them right here.
Mr. McWest, I have one point in your carriage test that is wrong, or I have a question for that. You said that in the warm air, it's
just
not
posted the temperature readings of Dr. John, by the way, if people want to check out them. Sorry, but carry on.
Okay, in your carriage test, the laser.
I'm sorry. Like you said, my garage test, right?
Garage.
Yes.
Sorry, my English.
Garage.
The laser starts in warm air.
Yeah.
Like maybe 20 degrees.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I paused the bot, by the way. It was me. Anybody here? No, I was wanting to talk about the video. Kind of interesting, though. Or audio, I should say. We're hearing it. We're not seeing it. Is anybody out there? Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello, hello. I was just I see you guys down the live stream text. Now I wanted to talk about that video. I think what happens usually is that Flat Earth goes on to defense, and that's one of the times in the earlier days Flat Earth was going on the defense, which is kind of like the burden of proof was flipped over and given to us. laser tests and all that. I'm not saying that it's wrong to go look at that stuff, but it was more of a challenge for us to kind of provide evidence that the case was used in the laser tests. So I think that was like the part where now we don't do that as much because we're going to rely on the person who's looking into flat Earth, like investigating it, especially those who are in a staunch position for the globe, to provide evidence for the globe. And we're not going to move until they provide the evidence for the globe. Otherwise, they don't have a globe. So if they're looking into laser tests, they already don't have a confirmation bias to claim that the Earth is a globe. They actually are open-minded to see the evidence that we have to present to them about the flat Earth. So that's going to be different than defending a point and trying to make somebody convince them that the lasers are providing evidence. So if you guys can, when you're listening to that podcast, I'm only out for a little bit because I got to eat lunch and go back to work. But I just wanted to go over that bit with you guys. So if it does come up again, remember this evidence that was being presented was for the person who was speaking, but he was in a very staunch position. We don't do that anymore like we used to. However, we would present it if the person can provide any evidence for the globe in that case. So if anybody wants to chime in after what I just said, that'd be great.
I already debated Mick West a while back. When was that recorded? Do you remember?
It was a few years ago, Agave. I know that for sure.
That makes sense. That would make sense because that's about at the time I remember those cuckoo yelling and back and forth type debates. I mean, honestly, it's embarrassing because you can't even understand. If you were an intelligent person that just wanted to sit back and listen to that, you can't make out about half of it simply for the fact that everybody's yelling and screaming on top of each other. That Mick West guy's been proven to be a liar time and time again, right in your face no matter what. So yeah, he can't be trusted. There's no sense in listening to him. As far as the rest of the evidence, laser tests galore. How many do you want? And it's not measuring of inches here and centimeters missing and stuff. We're talking about feet, huge amounts of feet, hundreds of feet, and miles in some cases. It's not even funny. And the same point I brought up the other night. The Navy point I brought up the other night, which is super important, which is literally ship-to-ship battling each other, 100 miles, looking at each other, hitting each other with missiles, okay? Like the fucking game Battleship. That's not curved, that's flat. And even if you want to discount you got guys back in the day in the beginning, where the argument went in the beginning right away, when the first mathematics came out about this. As soon as you told them about drop, curvature, and so forth, they wanted to hit you with sagitta, right? The magic hump in the middle, and you got to divide it in half and so forth. So you know what? Even on every measurement that they made or gave us or whatever, we gave it to them. We'll give you the 50% sagitta. And they're still miles away.
Yeah, it was never an issue. The sagitta was never the issue. The issue for them was the actual math that they were implying that they were going to use. And for us, we never cared because the Earth never measured any curvature. So it was really like they were trying to complain that, well, the beginning was like they thought that they had math on their side. When the math didn't work with 8 inches per mile square, the drop rate, they tried to switch it around and say that math was incorrect, and they never compensated for the correct math. Or if they did, it never really measured to like the size of the metrics that the globe was purported to be. Because the globe was a specific metrics, right? You can't move from those metrics. However you're going to figure the math, it has to conform to the metrics. So that's the interesting part about it.
If it was a walnut shell or an almond or something strange, you'd have a lot more math to do here. But again, their claim, it's a perfect damn sphere, you know what I mean? And even when some bonehead claims oblateness, I asked them how oblate is it? They'd have no idea, of course, as usual. And we all know it's 13 miles each side, 21 clicks or whatever it is. Not a big deal, nothing to really complain about or see. So it's not even a measurable fact. You're looking at a sphere. The ball has a lot of water on it, so if you're in a rowboat in the middle of the ocean, that's pretty much the best measurement you're going to get. And in all directions around you, you're going to see the same distance because your eyeball sees that far. And if you brought your Nikon P900, you'll do the same thing with the same optics, completely 360 around you. As far as the eye can see, there is no hump. This is ridiculous. There has to be hump in all directions. You're on a ball, always on top of the world.
Yeah, they really met with finding out how they're going to explain that information to someone about, like, you know, the 8 inches per mile square, because it's good for 1,000 miles. So we already knew that they were defeated on that math. So that's why they were trying to do some mental gymnastics and try to get out of that. They didn't want to be locked down to like. And then they started. Here's the weird part. They started to say that it was flat earthers that were saying that the Earth is a measure to be with a drop distance with 8 inches per mile squared. They were saying we were saying that, and then the burden of proof got shifted to us. It was like, well, we have to provide evidence how 8 inches per mile squared is the measurement for the drop rate distance, and I was like, no, we don't have to do that. Like that's, and I started to remind people about it because Professor Dave or Dave Farina, as you guys may know him. He was the one that went on record on one of his videos and said, anybody who tells you that 8 inches per mile squared is how you measure drop over distance is a con man. So he was calling out anybody who used that, and it's like, well, that's like every glober who made that, right? Because like
every math person,
we do it. None of us did it though. Like we weren't claiming that. We're just saying this is what you guys gave us, so we're using that. And so, say that they're a con man, then they're a con man. I would agree with that because there isn't any curvature. So, you know, either way we win. So if you say that 8 inches per mile squared is not too able to be used, and whoever uses it is a con man, I would agree because that's not our math. That's your math for your ball.
Yeah.
So
again, that's one of the first things we had to check, of course, is to say, okay, hypothetically, if you lived on a beach ball that was this big around, is this math correct? And that was one of the first things we all attacked back when Chris Waddell, Chris Rock, if you remember him, a bunch of dead people, basically, Jibby Jedi, a whole bunch of other dudes, some OG people, really. This was all completely
not around anymore. Yeah.
The math was done immediately, and we called it out as math magics for what it is. That's exactly what we've been calling it since day one. Performing math magics doesn't make something a fact. You know, that's all there is to it. I can provide math for a lot of things for you, but if you suppose
it doesn't make
it doesn't make it true.
But so we were I guess you could say at the beginning of all of this, and that's why the guy, I think it was a Mick West that was on right now with the audio, Mick West. But we were dealing with all of that, you know. So now what it sounds like when we even talk about it, the 8 inches per mile square drop rate. So what we're saying is this is what has always been said about it, and now we have like this weird global burden of proof reversal fallacy given to us. Like we're the flat earthers are the ones talking about 8 inches per mile square. So what I'm trying to do right now is like that information we're just listening to with Mick West and that's what we got to remember. If somebody comes in here and starts telling you and you 8 inches per mile square, then you're gonna be able to tell them, look, man, that's not even our math. We don't have any curvature, so we don't have to worry about it.
I direct people to the NASA god anyway. Their god's NASA, and I direct them straight to their NASA source for it. And it's like, if NASA says this is what the math is for the globe, do you accept it or not? And of course they say yes, and there you go. That's all you need to do. So at that point, they're locked into their belief system until you can convince them otherwise.
Yeah, the onus was never on us at all at any point in this conversation about that drop rate. It was always on them. It's on the globalists to provide the evidence that is the correct math to measure for the metrics of the globe said to be at 3959. So if it doesn't conform to that, and in any oblate spheroid, you want to call it that, or perfect sphere, however you want to measure it, but it's going to have to equal that when you're doing a drop rate over the distance. So. Yeah. If it's not 8 inches per mile squared, then please provide the math. What is it so that we can measure it? Because you're going to have to come out with something so that it can have the curvature drop rate equaling to the 3959 that we that we are allegedly on. That's it.
It's total silliness. And again, he denied. He said World Trade Center 7 building fell down because of fire. So I mean, there, right there, he's pushing it too far. He's pushed his role too far, in my opinion. Somebody that's paid, or an actor in any way, shape, or form, can always step outside the boundaries a little too much. I like to laugh at that when it happens, because sometimes you can get people's emotions to get them to step off their little paid game, if you will. When you say silly things like that, there's certain things he said that were just ridiculous, obviously. I mean, obvious observations.
Yeah,
even the hallway going up, the ceiling coming down, you can't even get them to admit something simple like that. It's like, do you not see that this is like an X? It's simple art. If you went to an art class, they would teach you this right away. Foreground, background, perspective, and so forth. How to draw a train track or a road or a hallway or anything else going off into the distance. And that's what you're going to see. Like I've made a little chalkboard experiment with friends where I'll put a little squiggle right in the middle of the board and put a big X there with some dotted lines down the middle. And they're like, okay. And I'm like, what is this? And they're like, oh, I guess it looks like a road. And I said, it's a moose on the highway. And they're like, well, what do you mean a moose on the highway? Well, that's a moose right there. And it's on the highway in front of you. And they're like, I don't see a moose. And I'm like, of course you don't. It's a little speck, because I can't draw the moose that small with my chalk here, can I? That's a moose. Like, trust me. I assure you. Mick West was battered by us to death on a couple of things. And another fellow, too. Who was that other guy? Brian Cox, some other guy. I don't know. We beat the hell out of these guys. They got their ass kicked.
Well, they've been shown. They've been already exposed, so there's no more exposing them. They've already been exposed. But I mean, these conversations with those guys have been like from the big, like the movement was already like in 2017, 2018, something like that. Yeah. And we were already well into the conversation, so they were kind of late to the party. But at the same time, there's still a lot of people straggling on in, like even into the server. So, but like the ones you have now are trying to be more of sophists and really trying to get more of the new flat earthers off their kilter. So they'll come in here and say like, well, you demonstrate to me 8 inches per mile squared since you brought it up. Like, it's not like the flat earthers should remember that we should never be defending points. Like, points should always be on, we should always be on the offense. They have to provide all the evidence for the globe to be
existing. New people. Constant new people. Exactly. They keep bringing the same new people with the same questions. They're trying to exhaust us, if you will. Like I said, I've noticed over the last 8 years that you've got only 1 or 2 guys I can remember still in play today, okay? So that's pretty rare right there that I can even find a couple that are still in play after that amount of time. The rest have disappeared. Meanwhile, there's plenty of
the ones that are hanging around. The ones that are hanging around Agave are just mainly clowns. Like, they're just clowns.
They're total clowns. They're benefiting from it somehow. And I'm not saying they're getting rich. I'm just saying anybody that can pay their rent and sit around eating Doritos and for, whatever, while fucking on their computer is doing all right and probably pretty content with themselves. If they can afford the new PlayStation VR, then they're good. But that's it. We're not talking about super high-end people here. But there are definitely some military people or some other people like that involved in the beginning who came in hard and fast, one after another. Same type questions, same type bullshit, different excuses once in a while, but mainly just to exhaust you. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm disturbed by that, because when someone says to me, oh, I've seen all the videos and I still don't think it's flat, I'm like, horseshit. I'm like, here's my playlist. There's 400 videos on there. Go review on there and tell me you watched all 400 of them. And that's only 400 that weren't deleted yet. That's not even most of the good ones. Most of the good ones are on my hard drive. The point is, if you've seen all of those on that list and you still don't think the Earth's flat, then there's no hope for you. You might as well just keep on trucking. I can't help you. You're going to be a glober.
Yeah, we don't have the same conversations we did back then, but at the same time, there's nobody that puts up any more challenges like they used to, because they would stand behind a lot of the things. Like, they would stand behind the idea that they could see the curvature of the Earth. They're both going over the curve. They were standing behind 8 inches per mile squared. They were standing behind there was a few arguments that they were already standing on all 10 toes. We had exposed them on every single point. There really isn't anything more today, these days, that they're actually
not just my friend said or anything like that. At this point in time now, in the beginning it was more difficult. There was only a few content guys, makers, people doing experiments, and they were few and far between, and really early experiments and such. So you really didn't have a lot to hand the guy when he said, prove it to us, you know what I mean? Like, show us your test and such like that. You had 3 examples, for example.
Let me just go. Let me drop something before I have to leave. I'm gonna leave here in just a minute, Agave. So there's something I want you guys to look at if you're listening to my voice right now. I put something in the text chat, like, I don't know if it was earlier today or yesterday, but I dropped a video of a guy that's saying that he's going to the moon on this, it's called Dear Moon, like DEAR, like Dear Moon. So there's a guy saying in 3 days, like he posted a video saying that he's going to go to the moon, like around the moon, like just a regular old normal person, I guess. And he's making a big fuss about it on YouTube. So it came up on my feed. So I put it in the live stream voice text. You might have to scroll for it. But if whoever finds it, can you repost it, please? Because I have to get back to work. But you guys check that video out. It's like 10 minutes or something. And this guy is like rambling on. So it sounds something like it's going to be really stupid propaganda. So you guys beware. That video might be something that some people are going to bring in here. So I'm just letting you guys know, heads up on that. But I got to get going, so.
Okay. I'd like to hear how the guy's going to go to the moon, but yeah, sure. All right.
All right, see ya.
It won't be like the last guy who said he was going to send himself on an air rocket into the sky there. Another one of those shams that people blamed on us.
Yeah.
That wasn't even it wasn't even a claim about Flat Earth. It was just sponsored. Everybody cuckooed out. Oh, this guy thinks he's going to go see the Flat Earth and whatever. No, that's not the claim.
I think people get one-track minds about stuff, about like trying to win and defeat their enemy, or get that aha moment on people. I gotcha type thing, the gotcha moment.
Some people just want to be right, or just want to like to be right. I've done it myself. We've all had our moments where we lied to your friend and said something that wasn't true because you just wanted to be right or whatever. At some point, though, it ended up coming back in your face, and truth slapped you upside the head at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. But there's some people that are just flat out, no question about it, know the better. They know the difference between right and wrong. They know the difference between black and white, yet they'll continue to lie about it. That means that they're absolutely in your face lying. That's obvious to me. It's a rare occurrence, but I mean, some of them are so obvious. And what's with this British situation? I know a few British people, and there's just a couple of these guys, for some reason, they just have that pompous attitude. You cannot sell them anything. You can't even convince them that the shoes on their feet are the color you say they are.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of folks that do get like that, but I get what you're saying. That specifically might be rooted in some of they're talking to Americans like type thing. There really legit are some UK.
So I would say it's possible, yeah.
There's a lot of cool people from there, but there are a handful of people who they think they're better than the U.S. because they're from the UK, and it's like, bruh, we're all humans with that. But yeah, that pomp is that.
The education system's a little more strict, I think. And the thing is that when you come out of the education system with really good grades, automatically, you assume you're some type of genius, especially if they gave you a little honors award and stuff like that, and you're on the honor roll or anything like that. You got some type of award on your wall that says you passed science BA or whatever.
Educated enough to feel smart, but not enough to actually know about reality.
But what's funny about that is that I've worked with plenty of guys who are even a little older than I am, and they had their degrees and what have you, and they literally, some of the simplest things in this world, you're like, are you kidding me right now? The guy's trying to figure something out, and you're like, are you shitting me?
Yeah.
Are you crazy, man? What the hell? I thought you had a degree in this or that. It's like... no, that bothers me too. Self-taught people are more intelligent. Every intelligent person I've ever learned anything from in this world has usually been mostly self-taught.
For sure. But what's worse is the way with all the tech now, people can easily cheat on stuff, so they can just go buy the answers. And so they'll go and get a degree, and it's like, it's a glorified idiot with a piece of paper, though.
It means nothing after watching those videos. What was that guy's name? The kid that does the videos, kind of like Mark Dice style. You know, he stands out there and asks dumb people questions. He's like, "What, you know, name like 3 states in the United States, or
yeah,
you know, name a country in North America or whatever." Just simple shit like, "Who's the Queen of England?"
Stuff that you'd know if you've been paying attention, like at any point while being alive.
Just very simple things. They can name all the Kardashians. They can name, like, you know, some stupid bullshit. But, oh, boy, it is idiocracy. Really, I laughed like hell when that movie came out. I warned people when it came out because it came out for free. Do you remember when that movie was released? It was released almost immediately for free on YouTube, where have you. It didn't go to the cinema or anything like that. Literally went out for free right away, and I was like, now that's suspicious, because this is not a small budget movie. This is not a small actor name movie. This has got a lot of people in it. There's something going on here, and I was like, this is almost like predictive programming for the 10 years from now. I told somebody, I said, look, big ass fries, you can get some. And I was just laughing the whole time, but at the same time we were laughing, we were like, shit, this is just like so true. This is almost right there now.
I really feel like the Illuminati are like the antithesis to us. Like it's ironic, we're in agreement about a lot of things, actually. Like they understand that the earth is filled with stupid people, but instead of having mercy and grace and compassion upon people, they just hate them. Like that's the difference.
2 seed lines. Listen, it's biblical. There's 2 seed lines here, like it or not.
Yeah.
And the one that benefits from the other does it on purpose because they're subtle and sneaky and cunning and smart. And yes, they're more intelligent. They're holding ancient knowledge. They're keeping free energy and all kinds of other stuff from us. So yes, therefore, we could have a peaceful, happy society with everything you need to be happy every day. And I'm not talking about paint fucking plastic garbage. I'm talking about food. You know, you can eat steak every day. That's not a problem. There's plenty of cows running around and they don't have a problem having sex. So there's plenty of room for animals and food to be grown. And you could have plenty of time to do that if you weren't doing a stupid job. You know, that's totally irrelevant in this world. We have just been bamboozled, short story short, to take the easy route, to take the dead bird on the ground instead of hunting for the bird, you know. It's easier.
Yeah. It's kind of like the signs that say "Don't feed the bears."
That's for sure, and you know what? It makes sense. And I lived in a national park out west, and it's true because the bears that did get fed, they keep coming. They're not stupid. Fuck, they're smart animals.
Yeah.
And there was one that came to the Kananaskis golf course in Alberta. He was known because he wore a trail across the golf course. They don't even fix the little trail where he walks. There's no sense in fixing it. He just keeps going on the same track. And he goes every day to the grease bin to lick the grease bin where the chefs and everybody pour their grease in, and they might just spill just a little bit here and there on the outside of that thing because you know, when you have a 5-gallon pail of it or something, you're trying to spill it in there. Yeah. And that's enough for him to go there every day, climb up there, lick around the edge of the thing, and get himself a taste of something and mosey on back where he came from.
You go find his... He's like a treat. He goes. It's an automated refilling treat dispenser for him.
Yeah, and it's not even like something sustenance-wise. It's the taste only, no doubt.
Yeah.
The fact that the old bastard, he's an old bear, been there for years. They talked about him. He's been there for many, many years. So conditioning, like everybody here, you get up, go to work, do your thing, you make that money, and the middleman money. You got to have a middleman all the time, eh? That's the people don't get. I'm like, what do you need money for? They're like, well, I want to buy this or I want to buy that. And I said, well, how about in a world where you would actually just go directly for the item instead of having the middleman of money?
Yeah.
In other words, if you knew who made the canoe, you would go to find the man that makes the canoes, and you would say, hi, I really want one of your canoes. I don't have anything to trade for it. Can I work? What can I do for you? Get a canoe.
Yeah, barter and barter type system, goods and services being exchanged.
Yeah, and even if the guy tells you, like, I need a load of gravel, you know, and you're not in the gravel business, but at least you got a little bit of incentive now to go find yourself a load of gravel.
Well, you might know somebody who has some, so then you make an exchange of them, get the gravel, and then go trade that for what you really want.
There you go. I mean, it makes everybody do a little bit of work. And again, it's not just about speed and gathering up nuts. I don't understand these squirrels that want to gather up so many nuts. It's like, dude, how do you know you're going to wake up tomorrow morning, man? Are you crazy? Yeah. What are you going to do with $1 million? Never mind $1 billion. Okay, what about $1 million? An extra million in the bank? What would you do with it if you're sitting around now on your ass and you could just sit around and listen to Discord all day and do nothing? Or what would you do with $1 million? You know what I mean? I wouldn't be sitting around on Discord. I'd buy a Ferrari.
Technically speaking, if all right, we consider assets, not just money, to be part of being a millionaire, right? I may not have $1 million, but according to the way that the world works, like I technically have over $1 million worth of assets, so that defines me as being a millionaire, even though I can't spend it on anything.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, some people value their property as an asset, for example, and to me, a property is like an asset today, right now, at the market value right now, until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. if it just so happens to change. And then
here's the irony, though. It's all about piracy. Like, I didn't actually do anything except for download $1 million worth of like movies and music and video games. But I mean, technically, the reason why that's the point is everybody attributes so much value to money, and I'm like, most of the stuff that you sell is actually ones and zeros in a database, and it's technically free if you know what to do.
Yeah, again, this is where the manipulation and the so forth and the sneakier people and all that come into play. I mean, for me, it's just been a simple affair of, going out and doing honest work to make some money and hopefully get paid fairly for your skill level. Yeah. And that's pretty much as far as I've taken it. And I used to own a good business in Toronto and employed about 30 people.
Are workers worthy of their wages? Like, that should be the mentality that people have.
Yeah, I used to pay waiters in my restaurant a lot more than anyone else. There, people like other restaurant owners would come and eat and stuff and talk to me, and they'd be like, "How much you paying your waiters?" I said, $10 an hour, man. And he's like, "Why the fuck are you paying them $10 an hour? You can be giving them $6.40 or whatever the minimum wage was at the time." And I was like, "Because I need good waiters. I don't need $6.40 waiters. I need $10 waiters. I need people that dazzle the people. I want them to be absolutely stunned by the waiters.
You want the customers to come back. Like, you don't want a crappy waiter with an attitude."
That's my front line, man. Are you kidding? And I had a whole barrage. Even back then, before gay things were popular, I had a gay waiter just in case.
Having some representation going on.
he proposed it himself. I mean, I can't argue with the guy. He was a good guy to begin with, and I can't argue with him. He didn't even act gay. He wouldn't seem gay one bit to me, but he had wicked gaydar. He could spot gay people like instantly. So when he would see some people come in or whatever, he's like, "Oh, that's my table." I'm like, I wouldn't even make a question about it. I'm like, "Okay, everybody stand back. This one's his." It's like, argue.
Well, it's kind of like if somebody speaks another language, though, and somebody they recognize from their culture comes in, and they could tell that they could. Then, obviously, let them go handle that, take care of that customer. It'd be more personalized.
A waiter's an actor.
Yeah.
I tell waiters all the time, you're an actor. You need to be. I don't care if it's the worst day of your life. The second you step in front of the table, you need to be in an awesome mood, like you pretend you're Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. You better be polite, but that's about it. You've got to put on your act and go do your thing, man.
Yeah. For that kind of situation, you kind of have to go into NPC mode and just play the part, be the character. Even if the customer's a little rude too.
Yeah, people are rude, people are wicked, they say stupid things, all kinds of crap goes on that you just want to lash out at, and you just got to overlook it. Let it breeze over your head sometimes. It's funny too. Just pretend you're retarded.
Just laugh at them because they usually don't know what they're doing anyway. People who are in pain try and hurt other people.
You kill them with kindness, and then you end up benefiting it from in the end. Because believe it or not, like you said, there ends up being a little bit of shame or guilt somewhere along the way if it's not affecting you. And they tip a lot better.
Yeah, and that's kind of like letting it roll off your back like a duck, water off a duck's back.
Yeah, I know. I've had lots of staff like that. Those movies that came out with bad wait staff and all that stuff, and I told all of them right away, there's no tolerance for that. I said, listen, no matter what happens, you go out to spend your money. You've done it, I've done it, we've all done it. You've had complaints, and so have I. Don't be that place. You know what I mean? Let's not be that place. Let's just be the place that everybody goes, wow, man, you can't go wrong when you go in there.
Yeah. That's how we went to the bank today, and the woman through the thing, like we went to the drive-through thing.
Mm-hmm.
And normally when you go to a place, they're kind of like, welcome to blah, blah, blah. How may I help you?
Yeah.
And she was just so blunt and rude. Like, what are we doing for you today?
Yep.
And I'm like, the hell? Like, customer service, have a little bit of hospitality. Damn.
And even the supermarket, believe it or not, I mean, there's plenty of cashiers. I go to this one supermarket, and I know the management and stuff, so I see the turnover. And again, like you said, there's just certain people just don't want to work or don't want to do the job. If I don't know why you're there in the first place. I know if you have to have a job, then find something that you don't work with the public. If that's the case, if you're really that grouchy, you can't.
It's like the old saying goes, like if you're doing something that you love, you'll never work a day in your life. Like, why would you trap yourself working at a place, like working for somebody if you hate being there? Like, all you're doing is making life hell for everybody around you. Go do what you want to do. Go do something to make you happy. Some people enjoy doing wait staff stuff because they actually are people, like being like a people person. They like to please people. So it's fun to do that kind of stuff for them. If you don't like it, damn, go find a job you do like.
And I wouldn't tell somebody you're going to get rich by doing the job you like to do. That's another thing. They're like, well, I want to buy a Ferrari or whatever. It's like, well, then you're in the wrong business. You need to be dishonest, and you're going to have to do some pretty snake oil things in this life to get something like that within a reasonable time anyway, unless you're going to go do it really slick, like put $20 a day or something into a jar. You could do it. But you're going to have to be pretty disciplined to get something like that done.
That's a huge mistake that a lot of folks make, chase after materialism, and then they hoard all the stuff that's actually useless if they don't have money. So then they've got a bunch of crap, but they can't do anything with it because they went bankrupt, and now you're losing all the crap you hoarded. And like, it's better to save up for the future and plan for being old, because that's inevitable for everybody. But people want their toys. I wouldn't even do that
so much. I don't even advocate that too much. Like in a certain extent, yes, not to a high numbers or anything. Like you're presuming you're going to live to be 80 years old or something. That's ridiculous.
I was just thinking that. It's an assumption that you'll even be around to spend the money. So what's?
But listen, if things were the way they were in 1950. And I would fully agree with you at this point. And I would say, look, here's my bank book. Look, I got interest this month in my bank book, right? And so forth. You could have $100 in your bank when I was young, and you would get 12 cents of interest or something in your bank book every month printed in the thing when you brought it to the teller. And, you'd actually see something, and your grandma would show you and say, look, see, pennies count. And it's like, even if it's 12 cents, it's 12 more cents than you had, and it'll add up and whatever. She was positive, but at least you showed something for putting your money in there. And it proved you could actually save some money and not spend it, and not have it dwindle away. But right now, if you had $100 in your bank account, and you fell into a coma for a year, you'd wake up and your bank account would be closed because of service fees. So I don't know what to say, We're at the opposite end of that. The whole world's totally.
It reminds me of the episode of Futurama where Fry has like less than $1 in the bank account. But because he's in the future, the interest makes him like one of the richest people on Earth or something.
I never watched that. I'll tell you what I got a kick out of, though. The downsizing, whatever it was called, with was it Matt Damon in that?
Yeah, it's ironic because I wanted to watch that but never did. I should watch that.
I don't watch movies a lot, and I don't know why I was entertained to watch that for some reason, but it caught my fancy, and then as I started watching it, I could see it rolling along. I'm one of those people that's not I'm not a total dumbass. I can see what's coming in the head in the movie. Made perfect sense though. You could literally, like you say, you're downsized to 6 inches. Now you've got a full-size bottle of vodka next to you, 26-ounce vodka. It's as big as a house basically. You know what I mean? Like that bottle of vodka is good forever. There you go. Problem solved. So. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder, though, at the same time, when you look at the evidence for giants and the Nephilim and so forth, the fact that we have been downsized, if you will, possibly due to the oxygen levels mostly and the nutrition level of the food and I would suggest, we should be taller or bigger.
I personally believe that Adam was somewhere around 10 to 12 feet, and that was just normal, and that the Giants were even bigger than that.
It says a lot more, and I mean, it's hard to say, but I mean, it does say a lot more than that. I do have evidence from farmers who have done greenhouse experiments and so forth with oxygenation, all kinds of different things, and the yield is ridiculous. So yeah, it's quite possible with a small input of just raising a couple percent. I'm not a genius in that stuff. I kill almost every house plant I get, so I'm not the guy for that. But he produced like 100 pounds of tomatoes off of a vine in a whatever amount of time, and it was pretty stellar. So it can be done.
Yeah. That reminds me of that one. It might be what you're talking about. There was an experiment, I think it was done with tomatoes, and they altered the environment around it and caused it to produce like a huge quantity. Like it grew way bigger than it should have, and it
I
just
remember
kept
that
on making.
too, that one you're talking about, and it just multiplied and multiplied, and there was something about that was pretty incredible too. Not the same, but similar, I think. Something similar, but I think
Because they didn't get bigger, like the actual tomato, it just made way more.
Yeah, and there was heirloom seeds they could prove from a certain era or whatever, something to that effect. So it made a difference, but you had to have the conditions and the seed, of course, together. That's why this cunt-faced Bill is trying to buy up all the fucking farmland and the seed fucking companies and shit, because as soon as he gets his GMO clause on all these seeds and stuff and patents things, nothing that's a normal item from God will be acceptable anymore, basically. I mean, a seedless cucumber is not normal, right? People don't understand. A seedless watermelon is not normal. Anything without a seed is not normal.
Yeah, it's a glitch.
Well, they do it with even just plain hydroponic tomatoes. They increase the carbon dioxide in the greenhouses, and that makes a better yield just by a little alteration like that.
That's just the same as marijuana for a cheap, that costs nothing almost to do it, and that's like you said. But this guy had stepped up one level higher into the whatever oxygenation levels and HHO, who knows what, whatever, I don't know what the hell call those things, N2O, whatever it is. He got into the high end of the thing, and again, just by presuming what the past would have had, I guess, and replicating the condition, he was able to. Again, more than 30% yield of anything is pretty incredible. So you can double it, great. Again, with this cows farting and everything, wrecking the atmosphere. Are people really that stupid? I mean, I heard it a few times now from younger people and stupid shit like that. I'm like, do they really believe that? Are they actually saying that on Discovery Channel and shit? I don't have TV. I wouldn't know.
I think they really believe it.
Oh, fuck me. I mean, come on, man. I mean, in the past, you think about how many animals there would have been compared to even today running loose.
I wonder how much fart gas a volcano delivers into the atmosphere.
Well, that's the first thing that I would say, because, again, this whole place has been decimated a couple times, obviously, by things like that. Even the damn Mount St. Helens there, when that went off, I was, I don't know how old during that, but I remember it caused a huge amount of problem. People were shoveling ashes off their car with snow shovels, and for weeks you couldn't see,
Yeah.
Silliness. And then they tried to tell us they were looking from space down at it when we were looking at the picture, and it almost filled up the whole picture on the screen. And it's like, okay, well, now you realize they weren't even in a high altitude balloon at that point.
Yeah.
U-2 bomber, stuff like that. That's the highest pictures you get to see. That's an ISS picture for you. U-2 bomber is an ISS picture.
That Red Bull jump was only about 4,000 or 5,000 feet below where the ISS is supposed to be.
Planet New Mexico, again, like we said, the whole damn, usually from an airplane you look down and you can see all the little farmers' fields and stuff. It looks like a tiny little checkerboard, and you think to yourself, oh, I live down there, I know where that is, and I've been through that area or whatever, right? And you're thinking to yourself, like, those are huge farmer fields, but they're tiny little checkers on the board down there, right? Here he is over Planet New Mexico, like you said, the whole screen's occupied. Come on now, people. You can see it at that height. No, you can't. Yes, you can. A beach ball, you're a millimeter over the beach. No, you're not. Yes, you can. You're in a plane, you can see it. I've been over to Cuba in a plane and I saw it. Whatever. Like, everybody can't agree, I've seen the boat over the curve. I haven't seen the boat over the curve. Okay, stupid shit like that. Especially when someone answers, like I said, have you seen the curve with your own eyes? Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was in a plane or whatever, and no, you haven't.
It's impossible.
It's impossible. You're aware of even if they're aware of the convex windows and all that stuff. Like, when they immediately bring something like that up, I know about convex windows and all that. Okay, well then hold on. Then you're absolutely shilling at this point. Then, because if you knew about all of that and you still think you're looking at a straight image out the glass, then you're a fool.
I thought about it. Like, there's a roll here. I think it's Tiny Earth.
Mm-hmm.
But that is true. These people believe that they live on a miniature version of Earth, and they don't even believe they're a narrative. But it's like, my point is this when I talk to people about stuff. Because obviously I believe that the Earth is flat or mostly level. But I'm going to even defend the points of the global believers, because it's like, these people don't even know their model. Like, how are you going to even argue your own beliefs if you don't even know what the hell the super wizards on the top of the mountain of your shit are saying about stuff? At least get some thinking. The critical thinking is the key part here, because they will come to the right conclusions, but if we just get them thinking.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is again, most people just want to trust, as a couple of guys have been saying lately there. They just trust what they were told. There are people that are smarter than me and whatever. Yeah. Anyone that gives you dazzling numbers like light years or billions of anything or trillions of anything is ridiculous. I mean, you don't have a calculator, a chalkboard, or anything to that effect that can even calculate these digits you're talking about. You'd need a special computer for that.
Yeah, definitely.
It's foolishness. Again, there's so much foolishness at this point. It's, I don't know, just wait and see.
Yeah, we're in clown world.
It's getting worse. And again, like, indoctrination's deep, though, because it's not forced by force. It's funny how they went from ruling with a stick to using the carrot on the stick, and then just getting you led by the nose wherever you got to go, and have just enough authority left in the system to keep you going to school and so forth. Like, they threaten your parents, of course, and they threaten whoever, of course. Just like mandates or anything with a mask or whatever, when it's clearly not law, but you still feel threatened and do it. So they've had that edge, if you will, to be able to get this done.
Yeah. The messed up part is it's mostly a lie, like a lot of the threats that they try and give.
Yeah, most of it is. It's just bad. It's word salad. It's a lot of legalese is what's going on, too, because it's like the word religion, if you look it up. Like, everybody has a religion. People are not religious. Everybody has a religion. I don't believe in nothing. Then your religion is nothing, and you believe in nothing. Yeah, fair enough.
You're going to worship something, regardless. And the word worship means, like, worth. Like, it has to do with the value of something. So if you deem something to be valuable, anything at all, that's something that you contribute your worship to.
Yeah. And again, even the simple question, like, what does it matter, the flat earth? And no. And people are like, no, it doesn't matter. And it's like, listen, you come from a fucking amoeba slime ball pond into a monkey / whatever, evolved into what you are now on a rock in space. You're either that, or you look around at the system, the sun, the moon, and other things that are pretty precise looking. I mean, it's not no oblong potato in the sky. It's pretty fucking circular. It's a perfect sphere, 2 of them. I mean, you got to assume there's some type of intelligence behind this. The Swiss watch you're on, you know what I mean? Like, it's predictable and all that. Even the globe people will admit, you can predict this and that and so forth. Well, that just proves right away that this isn't randomness.
Yeah. I think that people worship chaos because if they're uncertain, and they think that you're uncertain, then they're on a level playing field with somebody else who also does not know anything about and that's definitely a logical fallacy to assume that because you don't know, other people also don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. Even the term logical fallacy gets thrown around so often now, it's almost
true.
confused. I'm starting to eliminate all these words from my vocabulary. I'm going to start keeping it way down in layman's terms. I'm not even going to try and get too complicated at this point. Because, again, we're an idiocracy world, and you got to start small. And the flat earth isn't always the front door to truth for everybody. You know what I mean? Like, that might be the door that makes them revolt and run away, when you should have started with something different instead, a different topic. I mean, I could name 30 topics right now that you should definitely be looking into. And depending what that person is into would kind of depend on what I'm going to say to them. You know, if you like when you want to slide the little hint into a conversation or whatever, you know what I mean? You kind of want it to. That's
one thing I was thinking too, though, is like it is overused, because if you overuse the whole fallacy thing, then you create a fallacy. Because if everything's a fallacy, then none of the info matters at all. Like, you can't constantly use that.
That's funny.
Just because something's a logical fallacy doesn't make it false. Like, but when they do
it's an illogical fallacy now. We'll have to start using that instead.
Yeah, it creates a feedback loop of falsehood.
Start saying illogical fallacy and see if anyone notices.
Highly illogical. I need to get that soundbite from Spock.
I don't even watch that. Or like you said, somebody said Futurama there stuff. I don't watch any adult cartoons at all. The only time I ever took up the cartoon thing for about 3-4 months just to get it out of my face was because of the amount of predictive programming and stuff that came through Simpsons and other things. And people were giving me examples, and I'm like, shit, man, I never watched that. I'm like, are you serious? And they're like, yeah. And they're like, oh, yeah, there's thousands of examples. I'm like, oh, crap. Now you're telling me I have to watch a whole bunch of fucking Simpsons to see this shit? And they're like, no, luckily someone's done the work for you. And they cropped it all out, and they got them here for you. I mean, I got it all saved. It's hilarious. People don't want to believe it again, but it's undeniable. It's like, how much more fucking proof do you want? These people laughing at you. Come on.
Or kind of like Jim Carrey mocking everybody.
Oh, fuck.
The moon landing and with the Illuminati.
Yep, that was bad. And you know what? I had my own website at that time, okay? I had a forum. You know, you run those PHB forum, whatever they're called.
Yeah.
I had a girl that worked for Apple, actually, that was doing my work for me, okay? My sneaky stuff. And she was one of the first people that told me and warned me, even when people were bragging about their Apple crap and whatever. And I said to her in the background one day, I was talking to her on the phone, and I'm like, listen, everybody's so confident in their fucking Apple this and that, not getting a Mac virus, whatever the hell. I said, I'm not a computer guy, right? So to me, it was like just a joke anyway. And I'm like, is any of that true or whatever? She's like, no, I have more access to your system than they do. It's like, exactly. I said, none of this shit's safe at all. She's like, no. She says, and back then, even they admitted back then Linux was even a better option. So that's what I use now. But either way, no, this whole system, it's corrupt. Watch out.
Yeah. I have Ubuntu on one of the computers.
Yep, it works good too.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. It's good for noobs to get started with. It's actually on one of the kids' computers.
That's all you need. You know what I mean?
I want to build a desktop though and actually do it properly.
The one I have now, that's what it is. It's a desktop. Yeah, I got somebody to fire up.
I'm gonna go grab some tea real quick, and I'll be right back. I just realized I have nothing to drink in here. Yeah, just 1 minute.
Put the kettle on too.
How long ago did you have the website?
Sorry, say that again. I was walking back.
That's all right. How long ago did you have the website?
I had for many years. I had my own little website called the Gaves Clubhouse, and I basically did it just to have a forum of my own with a chat room on the side and stuff, so that whoever my friends around. I had lots of friends around the United States and Canada at the time, just whoever. But things like, for example, when I after the wake up call, let's call it that. Something like Jim Carrey on the TV there blew me away right away. I was like, whoa. And you see, to somebody who knows what you're looking at, you know what you're looking at. But same thing with the damn Weird Al Yankovic. He came out with that damn tinfoil song, and I nearly lost my mind. And somebody was like, what are you so freaked out about that for? And I'm like, dude, it's like right in front of you. And I'm like, he didn't get it, of course, because
the Weird Al.
I was like, dude, I wish I could explain it to you. I told him, I said, I couldn't explain this to you in less than a full day, man. I mean, literally, this has got so much content in it in one thing. I can't even give it to you. Same thing with lyrics, okay? I used to be into lyrics. I knew a lot of musicians. I've known a lot of people who you have listened to. And again, it's the lyrics, man. We've been so caught up with the damn catchy tune, the bass, the guitar, the whatever, the melody of it. When I just focus, I mean, listen, flat out, okay? There's Satanists involved. They would tell me, stop listening. Pull out the fucking middle of the record album thing and start reading. You're reading witchcraft. You're reading witch spells. And I'm like, okay, and I go looking. And then, of course, the messages were there. That's the worst part, is every damn thing you want to predict in the future and all these things that are going on now and right up to the current state of today. Like, even if you listen to something like something current like Billy Talent, okay, who again would have been the bass player of Billy Talent was dating the waiter, my gay waiter. And that band, I'll tell you now, go listen to their lyrics. You know what I mean? There's certain bands that are just do a bunch of stuff. And that's a shitty example, actually. But got heaps and heaps and heaps of lyrics. I had to stop at one point. It just got so deep, I was like, whoa, this is too much. You know what I mean? Never mind heavy metal.
Yeah, I listened to a podcast of a guy who goes pretty deep into the Hollywood kind of Satanist what spells that they do and stuff like that. Like they in the music industry, he was saying that he knows an old exec, I think maybe from Sony Music or something like that, and they before they put out any album, they put it in this room with like a master copy. They have a master copy.
That's the John Todd files. It's anybody that wants to listen to that is John Todd. And he's got a good 6 hours worth of that, revealing everything like you're talking about, how they will absolutely invoke demons into the master copy. No question about it.
Yeah, it's pretty creepy.
It's worse than creepy, man. And again, I tell you, I know people in the industry, so I'm telling you now, these ain't no jokes. Even the guy, I knew a fellow, okay, I'll even say who it is, because he's a clean guy, so... a perfect example of how you can actually be a successful musician but not be a zillionaire, okay, or not be in the limelight. If everyone listened to April Wine, which is a Canadian band, so some people will be familiar with it and a lot of people aren't. If you're Canadian, you definitely are. But, the founder of that band, I did a lot of work for him, and he does a lot of good things, but one day, looking at his albums, he's gold, platinum, and records on the wall there. I was like, this means like how many millions of copies and stuff, you know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking to myself, like, you should be a really rich guy. And he's like, yeah, but you got to play the game. And, at the time, when you're listening to something like that, you're younger, it doesn't make a lot of sense maybe, but now it makes a lot more sense, You do have to sell out to get there. No question about it. You got to be an influencer. They love influencers, right? Anyone who's an influencer, you're on the list. We want you, especially if you deny anything truth. There's the kettle. Hang on, let me grab that.
You guys were talking about something when I first jumped in here, and I just kind of wanted to say, like, I feel like another reason why it's hard to unbrainwash people is because they try to make the quote-unquote science of space and these planets and these millions of miles, they try to make it way more complicated. So the average person loses interest. Like, if you're not an astrophysicist or if you don't have a stake in astrophotography, biology, then you're not going to give a fuck what planets are 85 million miles behind a light year of a mountain. No, like I feel like they make it complicated, so most people just go, "Oh, Pluto, cool. Oh,
yeah, exactly. Cool." Especially with distances and stuff like that. You know, like 30 trillion light years. You go, what the fuck is that? So you don't even think about it. You know, it's beyond your imagination. So you can't even fathom it. So you just go, I'm just going to leave it to the professionals. You know.
It fizzles your brain right out. I mean, even David Weiss was saying that today or somebody in an interview, and he makes the same point in all of his interviews with people. He's like, they give you numbers that just fizzle your brain. Even your regular Radio Shack calculator can't even come close to what you need to do to calculate any of the stuff you want to try and calculate. You know what I mean? If you were to even attempt to replicate their math in some form. It's just stupid. It's speculation theory in every respect and form. We've had guys admit it. I can't remember who the other guy was. Spiro something or other. There was some guy that was pretty well known. And I talked to some clown, another fellow that was important. But anyway, they all say the same thing. When you get down to the bottom of it all, it's literally speculation theory, you know what I mean? But it's the best guess based on evidence, blah, blah, blah. Just imagine, no, we don't want to just imagine anything. We want to know. Just imagine. What's 1 light year? Stop being retarded, please. What's fucking light year? The boat's going over the curve 3 miles. 1 light year. The stars that many. Oh, they burned out 1 million years ago, but you're still seeing the light traveling to your eye from this to this. Shut the fuck up, fuck! I'll slap you in your head.
What's the circumference of a light year?
Circumference of a light year. What if the fucking LED light? Is there a difference in an LED light year or an incandescent bulb light year?
This man said a LED light year.
Laser light. Is a laser light more fast? You know what I mean? Like,
it's not a laser. It's a little light bulb that blinks. What's his problem? Laser envy.
Crazy talkers, man. I mean, this is.
You had me with that one.
Here's another one. One thing I never got to do that we swore we would do, but I never did get around to. We just didn't get the funding for it or what have you. Okay. You can take a good laser, a regular Joe Blow can buy type laser and get some pretty good shots across water, whatever. It doesn't matter. You can see these lasers that are pretty powerful. You can spot them. You can see the actual beam. You know what I mean? Like it's something you can use. The best way, though, I mean, if you really want to get down to it, you know what? Hilti makes tools, right? Hilti is a company that makes industrial tools of all kinds. They make wicked laser systems. The newest one. There you go. I got a new one. It does like I can't remember 75 or 95,000 feet in that range. But anyway, it's a ridiculous number, which is a matter of 20 miles kind of thing. So if you can measure that distance now with accuracy, we're talking like 1/8 of an inch accuracy over that distance or something. It's a total ridiculousness as far as its precision. It's worth $75,000 or something, which is why we weren't able to rent it or get our hands on it. But if we could get something like that, you'd get a pretty darn good access to a far, far distance that should absolutely show you wicked hump, wicked curve. Again, if their ball was bigger, this wouldn't be so easy. Unfortunately for them, didn't make the size of the ball. All right, where's the coffee? Hang on.
I always remember watching this video about this. He was an astrophysicist. I think it was either German or French. And he said, "Oh yeah, we've discovered a new exoplanet." And he started going, "Oh, it's its planet. It orbits its own star. maybe 500 million to 700 million distance in orbit. It could be anywhere from 1 billion to 100 billion years old. And I went, what the fuck? That's the biggest bullshit I've ever heard. So they just make up numbers. And then you see his face. He makes this funny face. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I hear you. I heard some of that, yeah. It's just like dinosaurs or anything else. Like, we know that the dinosaurs died out 14 billion years ago. It's like, I'm going to smack you right in your head in a second. Mm-hmm. How old are you again?
Dinosaurs make their fossil fuels.
Oh, for shit's sake, that's even funnier. The fact that they put the dinosaurs right on the little gas globes and stuff. You look at the antique gas pumps and stuff. They got the dino gas and all that. Sinclair stuff with dinosaurs on it. It's funny as shit. A bunch of Illuminati Mason clowns, some Satanists. That's all they are. Period. Bottom line, they worship.
Reminds me of that quote from the Bob song where he's like the B.O.B. song. It's like, didn't Rockefeller pay off a scientist the year of the Geneva Convention?
What did you say? What did you say? You want to come up here and teach the class?
If it's not in the fucking book, it's not up for discussion.
If it's not in the book, it's not up for debate.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny too. You burn the whole fucking village down, including the library, and then you think that the people that behind you are going to know anything. You know what I mean? If you're giving them the new information.
Yeah.
I feel like that's how they get away with hiding the truth. They kill off the older generation who would have remembered what they said the first time, and then the new generation, Gen Z, can't spell asteroid from TikTok, so they wouldn't know what the fuck we were talking about or what they said the first time. They could come out and say dinosaurs are still here, and people would believe that.
I'll make it way, way worse for you. Back in the day, people used to be intelligent enough, like you say, to make ornamental type designs and wicked things that we can't make today with our hands or wouldn't spend the time doing. And they all required quite a bit of intricate knowledge of something or other to do. Even crafts, arts and crafts, complex making of anything, glass, ceramics, doesn't matter, okay? So forgetting all of that, how about baking some bread? Name a girl you know that can bake some bread. Name a girl you know that can do anything like that your mom did or your grandma did or whatever, okay? Or men for that matter. Name a guy you know that can even nail a fucking nail into a hammer into a piece of wood now. It's like I can't find one.
Yeah, they're rare. People are rare. Folks who know how to do shit is rare.
I'm a builder.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You can find guys that just want to dream to be a builder suddenly and show up and with their fancy new titanium hammer, but they're totally useless. It's like you couldn't hang a fucking picture on the wall at home. Never mind build this house. Get out of here.
Yeah. And I'll just add in there as well. My wife makes bread too.
There you go. You're a smart man. You found the right one. See, I don't care if she's huge and ugly. It doesn't matter. If she bakes bread and she loves you, God bless you both. I mean, that's it. It might be the one thing that keeps our ass alive. I mean, I'll admit myself, okay? Like, I can purify water and I can keep myself alive as far as the basics, but it ain't going to be no fucking pleasure trip or anything tasty for that matter, okay? In other words, whatever I'm consuming is going to be solely for survival's sake, you know what I mean? Like, if you had rice with soy sauce, that's going to be a deluxe meal, right? Like, that's what I'm getting at here. This ain't no cooking. I ain't no spice knowledge guy. I'm going to make you some fancy homemade spaghetti sauce or anything, and I used to own a restaurant, okay? Cooking's its own thing, you know? Just like sewing up your clothes and stuff. Like, you know, I can still sew things up if I need to or whatever, but you can't get people to even do that right now or fix their own shoe.
Whatever. Again, I'm thankful that my wife knows how to do sewing and has an embroidery machine, amongst other things.
Beautiful. Yeah, I love it.
We're actually collecting survival skills in case shit does shut down, so we know how to do stuff. It'd be a part of some kind of society. There'd be a couple of people around where we're helping each other out. So why not know how to do things?
Look, my mom still knits and makes knitted stuff. And if she knits me a freaking ugly toque for the winter, I'll wear the damn ugly toque just because my mom knit it. Okay? That's it.
And it's definitely going to be important that we know how to craft and how to repair the stuff that we have.
Yeah, well, that's what I do. I think I'm the guy. I'm that Mike guy that everybody comes to when they're like, "This thing's probably screwed. I don't think it can be fixed." It's like, you know.
Honestly, I don't believe that the world's gonna like the whole end of the world type thing. Like, yeah, there'll be like there might be like some people who are like raiders or other crap. There might be people who go crazy, but most people, like, once the population diminishes enough, they're just gonna want to survive. They'll be more inclined to try and work together rather than fight one another.
In a long-term aspect, I would like to believe all of that, but that's not what's going to be happening. My personal opinion is that there's going to be a tribulation period, and there'll be some Mad Max involved, but it ain't going to be a long-term affair where you come out the other end like Little House on the Prairie and the good people survive.
Yeah, we weren't ever promised good lives with any of this anyway.
Well, we got lied to in the first place by everybody, including the church, about being here. In my personal opinion, again, just we've been lied to. People teaching you prosperity and all of that is
that
total
bullshit. Yeah, that prosperity gospel bullshit make you think that that God's supposed to be blessing you, and if you're not being blessed, you're doing something wrong.
It says the opposite in the Bible. Period. Yeah. That's all. I can blast them all out of the water. I'm like, this doesn't say that anywhere.
I did my check. Can y'all hear me yet?
Yes, sir.
We always hear you. Your voice is so deep and loud.
How's it going, Mr. Hinkle? Welcome to the chat.
I just popped in here. I saw there's a new person here. Y'all want to try to unmute him, talk to him?
I don't know. How would you notice? Who's new? Okay.
Billy Butcher. Billy Butcher,
hello. Don't be shy. Jump on in. Butt in there anytime. Just butt in.
Oh, snap. We got a fan of Du Bois in here. What's up, man?
Fan of what?
Du Bois.
Yeah, Dave, I saw him before, but he's got no roles, no VC verification. So,
well, if he wants to go up to VC verified, I'll meet him up there and see if I can get him VC verified. If you're listening to me, Billy Butcher. Y'all go ahead. You're talking about the end of the world and Mad Max or something. Go ahead. Try to stay on topic.
You're delivering fast food to zombies.
It's actually definitely some speculation Sunday level stuff, though. I don't think that it's. Yeah.
Try to generally stay on topic and not be 100% speculation. All I say.
It just.
What I do know is I've been studying random stuff that just kind of grows naturally in North Carolina. This isn't even about zombie survival level crap. Just, hey, there's cool. You can literally eat what's out in the woods.
Well, I wish I knew more. I got a little book, of course, but that doesn't help me. I need real world experience. And I know one of those nerds that likes to go out there and pick mushrooms and stuff, and he would be the guy you'd need to keep you alive so you didn't die eating the wrong damn mushroom.
I have this is on that subject. Like, I'm just thinking of natural things. I believe that the cures for a lot of things are just in nature around you.
Yep.
Like, you can find them within walking distance if you just look.
I agree. Every synthetic derivative that the pharmaceutical company comes up with comes from something in nature, in my opinion. They simply can't patent nature, and they have to have their own derivative.
When they do,
fancy name.
I'm not going to trust cannabis that's genetically modified by people like Bill Gates or whatever. Like, no, that stuff's fake weed. It's not real. There's something
totally
wrong with
not
it.
Real.
Yeah.
It's clones. It's a cloned fruit. It's like a cloned human. There's no difference. It's a copy. It's an idol. It's a false idol. How's that?
Yeah, and here's the thing. A lot of people would ask us, well, you're just being paranoid. Why does it matter? Like, there's no test, though, on the long-term results of something on the course of, like, 50 to 100 years. Like, we have no idea what this will do to people. Like, there's no control. It's all just variables.
And they turned up the volume to 11 right now, which means that the people that are asking those dumb questions aren't even going to make it to 51 years old. So, therefore, it isn't going to matter. The dead people can't talk no more and ask stupid questions anymore.
Yeah, and then those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it.
Well, that's always the case. And again, those of us crying will be the first people they haul away. And then once those fools realize what they've done, it'll be simple, just like, no different than the World War II, really. I mean, it's just going to haul you away first, and then the next group and the next group until you're all gone. I mean, it doesn't take too long. Take the strong people away first. You see the gun shit going on in Canada right now. I was warning people on my website. This is one of the reasons all hell broke loose on my thing, and I had all kinds of problems and I had to shut the whole thing down. Because I told guys way back then, man, I said they were buying all kinds of crazy stuff, and one guy wanted me to make him a nice case, a wood case for his M14 or something, and I'm like, dude, they're going to take that from you soon. I wouldn't spend $1, and I would love to charge you hundreds of dollars to make you a fancy case. But I ain't taking your money, and I ain't going to do it, because you might as well buy just a cheap plastic case for now, because this ain't going to last. Yeah. And he thought I was kidding. And he, how long ago was it that they banned the thing as far as using it and as far as even transporting it? So he can't even go to the range and use it. It's just sitting in the gun safe at this point. And at some point, they're going to offer him a buyback for it, and then they're going to come and get it. So I pretty much told him back then, you ain't even going to shoot that thing again. And I was right. And that's pretty much where we're at. So they don't like that I'm right. But, hey, what can I say, dude? I mean, I told you, totalitarianism's coming. You're like, what does that mean? I said, there you go. Start your truth research with that word right there, and watch all hell break loose.
Platter said, and I have a sneaking suspicion that the Nova Scotia incident was a false flag.
Which one? Yeah, there's plenty. Shag Harbor? What, something else? There's all kinds of stuff. Meanwhile, we were talking about something earlier on some articles, and I got a wonderful little whole bookmark folder full of content that I've been saving since easily 2014 or 15. From every news article that NASA came out with saying they're going to go here, going to go there, flying here, flying there. I put one in the background there earlier because someone was saying there was no pictures from Earth. And I had that shot there, which shows moon and Earth in the background. It's a picture from Mars, basically Juno picture. That's their claim anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's funny that was done recently. Let me see here. I'll pull up the exact date for you here. Here we go. NASA spacecraft captures spectacular image of Earth, the moon from Mars. Right. And this was on 2017, January 2017. 205 million kilometers from Earth. Clear as a bell, the picture. Not too bad either. Here's a funnier antidote. The photograph shows Australia near the center with Antarctica as a bright white spot on the bottom left, which is clearly in the sun, which would imply that it should be warmer there. Anyway, there's your picture of Earth. It's a joke. Let's see what else I got here. I'll just read you some titles. Let's see. Project Sky Canvas is always something you got to look up. ALE, A-L-E. Project ALE, back then they called it. Kind of important. NASA war documents, depopulation. NASA photo of Saturn and its rings is simply fantastic. NASA put a big disco ball in space 40 years ago. Lasers could blast astronauts to Mars, protect Earth.
Hey, I got a question. Does anybody happen to have any animated graphics of astronauts going swimming? Like a diving pool, ISS, that kind of stuff, something animated. I'm working on a little thing and I need a couple of pieces for it.
Animated like cartoon, you mean?
Oh, no, like a GIF, like an animated video, like a picture where it's just a piece. I don't need any audio or anything.
If I had the whole video, it would be good enough.
I can do that. I can edit a piece out of that too.
There are videos of the pool and the ISS pool and all that. Is that good enough? Because some of it looks like it's legit.
I just wanted, I was wondering if anybody had any offhand, because I can use the stuff that we've got on the server and throw it in there too. Or I could just go get it.
I think the NASA one would be the best one to grab because they show it in the dark too. They do show some dark shots in the pool where you can.
Yeah, actually, if you can link me to that, then I'll sample some video from it.
I'd have to dig that through a hard drive if I was going to get it. It might be just quicker to Google it up.
That's true.
Now, on NASA's website itself, you'll get them. Best pictures come from there too. It's too funny, man. Show people the lunar lander is so much fun. Oh. I love doing that, especially if it's a big TV. If they own a giant TV, I love doing that.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, your TV is fantastic. Let me show you something. One day I'll get me one of those 88 inchers there.
This one right here, I'm going to share a small video that I made, but this one right here, I think it gets the point across what we've been trying to explain to people with these the two first images in it. And then I edited it together and made the third part to kind of explain what we're talking about. Oh,
where are you sticking all this?
Upload. This is in the live stream voice chat. It'll just be a second. It's like halfway done now.
Stream voice text.
It's only about 3 megabytes. Yeah.
The one where I see the Jim Carrey Dumb and Dumber thing here.
Okay, there's the.
There you go. I see you.
Thing. Cool.
I love that one with the moon. The moon should be bigger. The Earth should be bigger if you're on the moon.
Yeah.
They couldn't even get that right. Why wouldn't they make the Earth the correct size from the moon? Like, if you're looking at the Earth from the moon, it should be bigger, Like, they just don't get it right. Mm-hmm.
They had to upgrade their models based off of the math that they had, and it contradicts what is it? They can't change their story because that's what they're telling everybody, so they had to change the images and lie about that.
That's why I believe it's not a mistake.
That video is from Apollo 10. So they're supposedly in orbit. There's no pictures of the Earth from the surface of the moon.
Cool.
Because they would have to look straight up.
That's what I've always said. You'd have to look straight up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the Japanese rover thing going around the surface was awesome too. When the Earth rolled by there, fuck me, I almost had a whole heyday laughing on the floor here.
But this video that I just shared definitely breaks people's perspective because there's like that wonkiness between it. Like, okay, how do you rationalize that then? Because if you're on the moon, then it should look, pretty damn close, but you just saw that moon tiny. So.
Oops. That's ridiculous, dude. There's so many flaws with it. But that's why I believe they're not retarded. They're actually doing things on purpose, you see. It's not like somebody down there isn't smart enough to go, hang on, guys, don't publish this yet. It isn't quite right. Like if we're smart enough to look at it and point out some flaws, then I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing. That's my problem. My problem is I think that they disclose things on purpose to see how stupid you are and see who notices. And then, of course, the people that notice, they put you on a red list. You know what I mean?
I think we're stupid.
That's right. And whoever is smart enough to figure it out, then today it's real easy to find you with your little smartphone and stuff. You might as well just have a big giant red cone on your head. I love that one with the moon, with the Earth coming up with the fuck, man. Damn, dude. Which one was that again? Was that the Japanese one?
No, that was
that's JAXA.
That's it. I got that. I've got content from that too. I remember I made a video of this. I laughed so hard. Oh yeah, I was just look at it. No stars, no dust, not a speck of dust, baby. I mean, you can't go to a car show and not see people wiping dust off their car every 60 seconds. No, Oh, dust? No. Space debris? Nah. Stars? No. Schmutz on the lens? No.
Oh, but they said that hold on. They said that Earthshine is brighter than moonshine.
We interrupt this broadcast for a new person on the podcast. Is Billy Butcher, and he knows XO referred him, and he's been severely doubting the globe for about 3 years. But I'll let him talk to himself. Go ahead, Billy.
It's kind of hard. It dovetails really quick. So if anybody wants to know anything about me, feel free to ask, and I'll address it that way. Otherwise, I'll just sit up here and ramble.
We like rambling.
Friends with XO.
Well, shit. Okay, where did I begin? So when I was a kid, I was taught, just like every single person, that we live on a globe, that we're spinning through space. I've seen it my whole entire life in the background of news channels, at the beginning of Universal Pictures all my life. Seen the globe everywhere, never thought to question it. That's where we are, that's what we are. You know, I was raised in a Christian house that never really thought much of it. Even though we weren't really devout, didn't go to church all the time, we still had respect for God in our house. I was taught about evolution. I was taught about the dinosaurs. I was taught about the globe all in school. Never really questioned it. That was my reality. When I got into my 30s, there was a couple of catalyst events that helped kick this off, but I quite literally took the words, "The only wisdom is in knowing that you know nothing." And I started looking at the world around me for what I can prove myself versus what some a-hole told me or I read in a book. And one of the first things I noticed is I don't feel like I'm moving. The horizon doesn't look curved to me, and I see the sun, moon, and the stars moving around me. That was one of the first observations I made, like a baby picking up objects off the ground to put in its mouth to find out what can be eaten and what can't. The most simple building blocks, just to observe my surroundings and gain what I can from it. And from there, I just started deconstructing and looking more carefully at my surroundings and what I've been told. And I can't say what shape the Earth is, but in my heart of hearts, I do not feel like it's a globe rotating at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, orbiting a sun, which is orbiting the arm of a Milky Way, which is moving X amount of million miles per hour through an ever-expanding universe from a Big Bang that started from absolutely nothing, and we crawled out of a pond and we became apes. It does not add up at all. That's a lot to cover there. I'm glossing over, but that's a lot to cover there. It does not make sense to me.
Well, you come in here and do a rant right off the bat, man. I'm impressed. Y'all go ahead.
There's a little bit more to it than that, how I came to be where I'm at now. I've listened to a lot of Eric Dubay, quite a bit of David Weiss, other odds and ends along the way that I can't really name. I look at what they show me versus what I see. I look at what NASA shows me versus what I see. And one of these things tracks, and one of them does not. Now, I'm aware that there are certain physics, there's certain laws as well. We can talk about liquid density. We can talk about gas density, density lensing. All the thousands of excuses why gravity does what it does, but we can never explain what it is. It's too much. It's too outlandish to accept that heavy things fall and that light things rise. We have to have some magical, mystical force and call it gravity and marvel at its ability to bend light and sound and space, and none of it is observable. The only thing that I see is a heavy thing falling through the air, yet it will float in the water. There's a lot more there. Planes, how planes don't have to constantly dip their nose down, how you can zoom in and find a boat after it goes over the horizon through X amount of feet of curvature that would be a bulge or a wall of water that you would have to look directly through, but nope, you can see the boat right there. It disappears from the bottom up, but that isn't what they say it is. You can watch a skyline and it will compress at the bottom, and it will expand at the top. And you can time lapse that, and throughout the heat of the day, the atmospheric pressure, everything, that skyline will drop and it will unfold like an accordion all day long. But it's still there and you can still see it when it should be behind X amount of feet of curvature. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't feel like I'm moving. If I can stand on my tippy toes and I don't feel any inertia, when I can be on a moving bus and walk towards the front of the bus and I will feel that inertia pushing against me, and I walk towards the back of the bus and I feel it pushing me towards the back of the bus, but I don't feel that when I'm walking east or west, there's a problem with that. There's just a lot of things that you look at from outside the prescribed. How do I put this?
Well, hold on, dude. I think you actually, you went about it the right way, because one of the hardest things, at least from people that come in here, and most of them are Globers, obviously, one of the hardest things is even to accurately describe reality, because of the conditioning of being told something over and over and over again. And I'll give you an example. I'll ask a Glober. They'll say, "How do you explain lunar eclipses?" And solar eclipses, and I'll say, "Have you ever seen the moon go in front of the sun?" And all of them swear to God that they've seen the moon go in front of the sun and block the sun. You can't see an eclipse. You can't see the moon during a solar eclipse because it's a new moon phase. So they're not even accurately describing what they see. They see what their mind has conjured, right? What they've been told over and over again. They think they actually see it in reality. So observing reality and describing it accurately, that is literally the first step.
I believe that in order for things to have any validity at all, there needs to be certain, experiments done. They have to be repeatable. They have to be observable. And
depends on what they're about, right? So if someone says, I'll use Australia as an example, right? So people are like, well, how do you know, if you have to do it yourself, how do you know Australia exists if you've never been there? Because it's plausible, right? I know islands exist. I know islands exist in the ocean. I've seen those. So it's not a far-fetched for someone to say, there's an island called Australia out there in the ocean somewhere. Right? It's not, it's not like straining credulity to believe that. It's not like a stretch. But when somebody says, yes, I went to space and I was flying around at 17,000 miles an hour. And then when I dropped my wrench, it just floated there in the air. Right? That's outside of anybody's experience. Those are the things, at least to me, that need to be verified by experiment, demonstration, something. Right? Because the claim is just so fantastic. Right? It's like seeing Bigfoot or an alien or something, right? The more extreme the claim is, the more evidence they need. And even Carl Sagan said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So if you're going to claim to get on top of a giant Roman candle and go 17,000 miles per hour to a place that's a complete vacuum and where you drop things, they don't fall, I need extraordinary evidence for that, not just the TV show. Anyway, welcome here anyway. Exo's cool. I love him, man. He's, in ways I love him, in ways I don't love him, but mostly love him.
He's been very no nonsense with me.
Well, he's a unique person, let's put it that way.
Yeah. He seems to mean well though.
Oh yeah, he's had some of the best rants on this server. Because we have Globers come in and we'll debate them or they'll ask us questions, and they just say things, and he's not rude about it. He's just very direct, right? And like sometimes it's just so hilarious, like what he says to them.
About halfway through my skepticism in my search looking for, because trust me, I went through the whole Flat Earth Society and all that like a stepping stone. I was like, all right, well, I don't know. I started second guessing. But then that's when I found Eric Dubay and Dave Weiss. And I'm glad they do what they do because they brought me to my senses, because at first I was thinking about Earth as this floating disk in the heliocentric model. And I was like, well, wait a minute, that seems asinine. That seems ridiculous. But then come to find out, they see it more of a bottom of the universe kind of thing, like the basement of the universe, the Antarctic basin. So that really gave
don't
me a frame
idolize
of
anybody.
perspective.
Don't idolize anybody, flat earther or not flat earther, man. Eric Dubay, Dave Weiss, me, everybody gets some stuff wrong. So you know what I mean. Apply your standard of evidence to them as you do to the globe. Is you have to stay intellectually honest. Just don't idolize those people.
Oh, absolutely not.
You know what I mean? Because listen, I'll tell you. You seem new, right? I've been doing this a while. So we're not trying to replace the globe, right? And run around to schools and teach everybody, Earth is flat, just believe us. Read this textbook that says the Earth is flat and just replace what they've done. We're not trying to replace them using the methods that they use to get to where they are. We're trying to really get people to critically think, right? To actually critically think about what they're being told, and to go out and test and examine it themselves. Not to just believe us, not to just say, hey, I like this flat earther and he said XYZ, so he must be right because I like him. No, that can't be your standard of evidence. You actually have to fact check people, whether they're flat earther or not, because people get stuff wrong. It's human nature to get things wrong. Flat earthers are no different than any other person.
I don't know if it was like this for everyone, but for me, I had a honeymoon phase with Flat Earth. I had a mania phase where I was in complete shock and awe. And at first I wanted to wake everybody up and teach everybody, but I very soon found out that they don't want to be woken up. They like their happy spinning little world, and that wore off really quick. I
agree with you.
Maybe I should talk to like-minded individuals. I'm not looking for an echo chamber, but I would rather talk to like-minded individuals that are at least open-minded.
Yeah, there's a psychological aspect to all this, right? When you're telling them, yeah, it's not a globe, the Earth is flat, you're telling them the implications of that are too much for them to handle.
It was for me too.
Yeah, it is. When I first realized it triggered a weird feel. I don't know how to describe it. It was a weird feeling. It's just a jigsaw puzzle piece going into place, the last piece of a puzzle. Holy shit! And but I was I was a total space nerd, sci-fi nerd, all that stuff, right? Loved space fiction. Loved all that, but I had no attachment to it, an emotional attachment to it. But when it when I realized that it wasn't a globe, I realized that in a way I did have an emotional attachment because it triggered something inside me, a feeling, and I was like, wow, that's just weird, a weight being lifted off you. You're just what the hell? Because the implications, right? As far as what you've done in your life, how you've behaved, right, where you fit in the world, in the hierarchy, where humanity fits, the whole existential reality that you viewed the world in, you viewed yourself within. That's all just blown away, poof, gone. And now you have to start, and you have to start over. What is the world really? And then you start over like a child, trying to see stuff as it really is, as opposed to in the dream world that they created, that you think you live in.
It was for me, it was the Santa Claus isn't real moment. I don't know if you've ever had this feeling come over you where you've been caught red-handed doing something that you're not supposed to do, and somebody behind you says, "Hey," and then you're your stomach sinks into your abdomen, that gut-dropping feeling of oh shit, I'm caught. That's what kind of moment it was like for me when when that puzzle piece, as you call it, slid into place.
Yeah, some people aren't ready for that. They're just not ready. Like, they can't deal with that. Like, they're barely hanging on as it is. You take that away from them, they're just gonna like spiral into depression or something. We had people come on here and say if the Earth was flat, they'd kill themselves. They said they would kill themselves. How bizarre is that?
It reminds me of the woman in the red dress speech that Morpheus gives to Neo. Like, I can't nail it any heavier than that.
It is, yeah, it is in a way. I mean, they protect it. And I hate using Matrix analogies because they're so played out, red pill and all that stuff. But like when it comes to this, that's a very good analogy. People like fight to protect this idea as if they're the ones that created it. They come in here, they troll us, they do all sorts of stuff as if the globe is their personal theory and that we're attacking the personal theory that they created. That's how much they protect it. It's insane to me.
To me, it reads like a cult of scientism.
It is. It's a crazy cult, man. It's the crazy cult.
Half the people who have encountered
it's so deceptive. It pulls in Christians and everyone alike.
The people I encounter who defend the globe model so strongly, they don't really know enough about it. So you can tell it's just what they've been taught that they're reiterating. They're regurgitating that information and spitting it out because it's all they know. The ones who have a stake in science, who went to school for science for 5 years, and then you tell them that Earth is flat and all that shit was pointless, like that kind of hurts their ego to know. So they have to be defensive.
Yeah, and like, you know, some people derive power from being like intellectually superior to other people, right? So all their friends have master's degrees, but I got a PhD, so I'm better than all of you, right? So when you told them that, well, all that stuff is useless because the Earth is flat, and you learned a pseudoscience, you know, you spent 6 years learning something that don't exist, like astrophysics. You're basically devaluing their whole existence.
Yeah, crumbles right in front of their eyes.
120,000 down the drain. Oh shit!
Yep, flush it. Plus, you're an astrophysicist. You must be smart. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, you take that away from them, they're just a normal person. They're just somebody that works at Burger King. Like,
I prefer that person's opinion because they say, I have no idea if it's a globe or flat, and I really don't care. I would prefer that answer, at least, you know? So then at least you're in a neutral, non-caring position, and you're not going to staunchly defend something, like you said, as if it was your own, and you're defending it like I've insulted your mom here.
I never thought about it, but I don't care. People who don't care, like, your little insignificant world is not more important than what you live on. Like, you have to care at least a little bit, like at least a tiny bit.
They do in your head. I won't push it. Go ahead.
I just want to ask everybody here. Well, they say the Earth is an oblate spheroid. I mean, they've come out and said that. That's like the new norm in science, is that Earth is an oblate spheroid. Yeah, did the guys back in the 1960s and 70s know that? Because according to them, it's a perfect image, and NASA still represents it as a perfect globe.
It is, and it can't be demonstrated otherwise because it's only 13 miles per side, or 21 kilometers. It's zero. It's absolutely not negligible. As a machinist, it would be within tolerance of a NASA rocket part.
Right. My point that I'm trying to make here is that these globers, as I will call them, they believe the images that they see of the perfect globe, and they also believe the Earth is even pear-shaped, as Neil deGrasse Tyson said. They believe both, but then show me the pear or the oblate Earth then, and they fry a circuit.
Only the intelligent ones will say it's not visible and that it's so minute that it's just irrelevant almost. That's the honest one. I've only heard a couple honest ones.
It's minute, and in another second, these are thousands of billions of trillions of numbers in between that's too large for you to fathom. I love when they flip. They flip so much. They should be burgers.
It's always just outside of human perception. Everything they say, right? Everything. Oh, the curve is there, just outside of human perception. It's just a little bit too big. Things are just a little bit too far. Everything's just a little bit outside human perception. But trust us, we went to space, and we're going to tell you what it is.
Even today's conversation about Catalina, whatever, flat Earth dude there, Kenny, he lives close to there. He knows people around there, and they do that exact test. They take pictures from there to the fucking other side at the beach. You can literally see people over there on the other side. I don't understand. What's the big deal? No, it's there. It's in front of you. You can't deny that.
Most people don't understand how small the Earth is as far as curvature is concerned with the gold model. They think it's this. They think like somehow the surface area has something to do with it. It's not the surface area.
The grass is called.
The curve is supposed to be exponential, fall up exponentially past the horizon. Like maybe people don't understand what exponential is, like, but
big.
they just don't know their own model. Like Clairvoyant was saying that they just parrot something they've heard. 90% of the time, they don't even get that right. Right? They like if they were graded on that in science class, they'd probably get a D. But they
don't hesitate.
At its finest.
Yeah, young lady, you were so right. When you meet those people, though, it's immediately I attack, okay? And I don't mean in a violent way. I mean, I immediately say something. For example, I say, oh, you must have been good in science class or whatever in school. And they'll usually brag or some bull crap about some thing or other in school. And I'll say, cool. I'll say, entertain me then. What's the size of the Earth? Circumference, diameter, radius, your choice. Most people don't know what circumference, diameter, and radius means. Never mind, get to the actual measurement part, okay? Then, of course, no answer. I used to know that, whatever. Okay, how far is the moon? Take a guess. Just like the guy interviewing people on the street. It's the most ridiculous guesses and numbers you've ever heard. They have no concept whatsoever. Never mind actually formulating some type of little model in their head, or much more important, I'll grab my globe in this room, sitting with somebody in here, and I'll grab the little Lego man or something, something really small like that. And I'll say, here you are standing on here. Now imagine yourself looking, you know what I mean? And start showing them perspective of things, of what you should be seeing if all kinds of action was happening. And of course, none of it adds up. So the question is that this isn't a little variation I'm complaining about here. It's a huge problem that doesn't work. Giant.
And it's stuff like that that demonstrates the cult nature of it. Is because how do you have all these people that come in here, get like emotional over flat Earth, try and defend the globe, but then when questioned, they don't know anything about it. They don't know why they believe it, other than they saw it on TV, or some teacher when they were in kindergarten said, look over there in the corner, you live on that ball, and that's it. That's the extent of their knowledge. And then we have people that are 12, or not 12, but 16, 22, elementary school, primary school, college, PhDs, they all come in here, they all say the exact same thing. They all have the exact same so-called evidence, and they all know nothing. It's
called this.
That is the evidence to me that it's absolutely 100% a cult, and that's all it is, and that's all it'll ever be. But it's a big ass cult.
Are you guys aware that there are people sitting on the equator right now, simply sitting in their living rooms, breaking the sound barrier?
Mm-hmm.
Can someone explain that and unpack that for me?
No, and then the guy at the North Pole is just pivoting.
Yeah, he's not even moving at all.
In a slow circle.
Totally pivoting. Yeah, I mean, again, it's so preposterous, all of it. Again, it's just not even funny. The cult thing, though, they will accuse us of a cult since the beginning of this, since we've been in the beginning of this. The first thing, and even the worst for this, I'll admit, is the Sunday morning people, boy, come right after you. Oh, you're in a cult. Listen, define cult for me is the first thing I'll ask them. And then, of course, they'll bring up some bullshit like you just said, which was, just blindly believing what you're told and so forth. And I'll say, okay, and then which one of us is actually doing that? Okay? Then you get down to the nitty-gritty.
That's like I was trying to say, as part of like that not accurately describing reality, they like see with their mind. They're not like actually experiencing reality. They're like imagining reality in their head. It's so hard to get a globe earther to admit that what he thinks that the Earth is a globe is just a belief. It's hard just to get to him to admit that they've never experienced it in real life, that they've never seen it, they've never tasted it, touched it, they've never experienced it with any senses. You can't even get them to admit that.
We got one. We got that guy Spiros, whatever his name was, got a Greek name or something. I can't remember. He actually admitted, because we were very cordial with him.
Yeah, if you trap them, you got to lay it out right. But if you trap them and they're intellectually honest, they'll admit it. But it's very difficult. Like, it's not easy. They won't just come out and like realize it. If you say, yeah, you just have a belief, and they'll think about it for a second and say, yeah, you're right. You actually have to show them that it's a belief.
Yeah. We attack the biggest numbers, like light years and stuff like that. I'm like, how do you demonstrate something that's 30,000 light years or some horse shit like that? Where do you calculate this? Where's the machine that does this? It's just simple questions, of course, and they give you some crappy theory, bullshit hypothesis, and you're like, so basically what you're saying is this is the most educated guess. It isn't a fact, right? And then none of this is actually demonstratable, repeatable, or testable by any Joe Blow, or even for that matter at any high-end place that claims to be able to do such a thing. So this is the funny part. It's like, you're gotta admit what you're saying is all your big numbers and all that is literally a guess. That's just the plainest way to put it. There's no other simpler layman term to use. It's a guess.
Well, I ask them all the time, have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe? And they'll say, they'll do one of two things. They'll say, I saw it in an airplane, which is not true, okay? Because
ridiculous.
If it was a globe, plane ain't high enough, so that's not true. Yeah. And the other one is sometimes they'll say no, and then you're like, okay, so you have a belief. And then the third instance is they'll say, we went to space, as if they're the ones that went to space, right? And I ask them, who's we? And then they'll say, the human race, right? So like, okay, so there's some people, not you, that told you that they experienced the Earth as a globe, and you believe them, right? So it's a belief, right? You're believing a third person. You're believing some stranger that you've never met. They said something, and you believe them. If they said, I saw Bigfoot, and you believe what they say, it's belief. You don't know that Bigfoot exists. You're believing someone that claims they know that Bigfoot exists. And it's the same thing with the globe, right? So
the problem with
the thing is stripping it away just to get to the point where they're admitting it's a belief is difficult. It's just, it shouldn't be that challenging.
At least to go halfway. I mean, like you say, you don't have to right out admit it, but at least say, I don't know. Anything will do that requires you not to commit to a lie, essentially.
Well, it's easy for other things, though. If I say to one of them, well, do you know UFOs exist? They'll say no. I said, do you believe UFOs exist? They'll say yeah. They have no problem with that. Like certain things that they've never experienced, they'll admit no problem that they just believe it and that it's not knowledge. And, but when it comes to the globe, there's some like a psychological wall or some barrier that it hurts for them to admit it.
It doesn't matter what the topic is. If the expert on TV says such and such, and that's what my dad or whoever will believe. And if I come along with a fucking stack of paperwork a mile deep from 20 different other experts in the field that invented the whole thing, it wouldn't matter. He'll still take the TV over what I bring him. Okay. So again, the question is like, okay, so you've emailed this guy on TV? No. You had dinner with him? No. Did you talk to him on the phone? No. How is it you trust a person on TV before your own son and a stack of evidence? You know what I mean? From people who are experts in the exact field of the particular matter we're discussing.
Well, that's the thing about TV too, is that people don't realize no one ever claimed TV was truthful. They don't put a thing on the show and say this is the truth. They don't claim it's the truth. The things that everybody thinks is nonfiction, the news, they never claimed it was nonfiction. So how do you know what's the fiction and what's the nonfiction? They're not saying it, right? They can't get in trouble by putting something out if you think it's fiction or nonfiction, like the news, and it's actually fiction. Like people say, well, why would the government lie? I don't think the government has an official position on the shape of the Earth, right? I don't think the Secretary of State issued a decree that was passed by Congress and signed by the president that said the fucking Earth was a globe. They never did that, right? There's no official position by any government, right? They just get on TV and say whatever they want. They're not under oath.
I guess everybody forgot Orson Welles' The War of the Worlds. I mean, there used to be a time people used to say, don't believe everything you see on TV, but now that's all anybody does.
Isn't it funny, though? Your grandma was right, and then even though she said to me, like, I'm going to ruin my eyes by sitting too close, she knew damn well it wasn't about ruining my eyes, that it was more about the pollution coming through the set itself. And, again, can each generation get along with the next? No. They specifically design every 20, 30 year apart that your beliefs and my beliefs and the weed's legal, weed's illegal, this is right, that's wrong, whatever it might be. They make sure that there's a total black and white scenario between your mom, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, et cetera. They make sure they flip-flop the narrative so that no generation gets along with each other. Now worse than ever because of the media / instant communication ability, and you don't have to wait for the town crier,
So this is funny, right? I told I have an 11-year-old. I got older kids too, but 11-year-old's my youngest one. I told him everything that the mafia used to do, the government now does.
They always do.
So the government sells drugs. They do lotteries. They do gambling. They do scratch tickets. They do everything that used to be illegal when I was growing up. You couldn't do any of that stuff, right? That was against the law. You would go to jail. Now the government does it.
Not only that, I'm in Quebec in Montreal, and if you've ever heard about this town, this is the most corrupt place in Canada. No question.
Oh, you're in Montreal? Yeah, that's pretty corrupt.
It's more corrupt.
So the government now charges taxes when you buy weed.
They charge tax on everything. That's what makes me laugh too, is when people complain about, some people that, you don't pay taxes or whatever, this and that. I said, you pay tax on every pack of bubblegum you buy. Every time you purchase something, you pay tax. Then you want to go hand them more money. Again, like, let's talk about these laws, that's another discussion though. Yeah, ridiculous. People will do what they're told. It's that simple. I mean, again, you can't question anything anymore. You can't even bring out their own books and so forth. Like even police officers, with the law, anybody for that matter. It doesn't matter what your job is that you take on. If you take on a job as something, it should be in your interest. I'll just keep it real simple here, okay? The kid at the grocery store, when I walk in and I'm walking around and I'm trying to find something and I see a kid that works there and I go, hey, where's the soya sauce? And he goes, that's not my department. I don't know. That to me is you're fired. Okay, I used to employ quite a few people. You'd be fired instantly if I heard that come out of your mouth. Your answer should be, let's go find somebody that can find out, or what have you. Your answer should be, the mission in life should be, find that soy sauce. Okay, so again, don't you want to know where everything is in this store if you're going to work here? Shouldn't that be kind of your first priority? Walk around the store, get yourself familiar with the place, that you can actually direct people to where the products are.
I was going to say, though, do you want someone, if he doesn't actually know where it is, do you think he's going to be more effective at finding it than you? You'll just be following him around a lot.
Right, but if he says that's not my department or whatever, he knows whose department it is or who has that answer at least.
He should go find the person that does know at least.
Or in any case, not answer the way they answer, which is like same as Canadian Tire. It's a popular store, like a hardware type, automotive place. It's a joke. It's a running joke in this country. Okay, go to Canadian Tire, walk up to anybody that works in there, and ask them for something that's not in the aisle that you're standing in. Okay, any other aisle but the aisle you're standing in, pretty much. Where's the oil? Where's whatever? I don't know. I don't work in the automotive.
Try paying in cash and watch them struggle to make change. That's the most hilarious thing to me. They can't make change.
I've been watching that. I'll tell you how I screw that system up, okay? Because they use the cash register and they cheat, obviously. And as a former bartender who dealt only in cash, I know what you're talking about. I mean, the transaction speed should be so fast and it's just ridiculous. If you F it up, if it's $20.21, and for God's sakes, I happen, or $19.21, and I hand them $20.21. God help you if you're going to wait for 20 minutes to get that dollar back because you just screwed the whole thing, especially if you didn't do it before they punched it into the machine to tell them what to give back to you. You know, that, again, we're lost. We're done. If you can't do that, if the power goes out right now, I expect everybody to get a pen and a paper and a calculator and keep functioning. We'll get a candle and we'll keep working. Okay? It's that simple. But no, we'll just stop.
Well, when I was growing up, they still use slide rules before the calculator. They were using slide rules, man.
Yeah. Oh, you had
so, like, we don't need a calculator. We don't need any electronics.
I defeated that. Okay, you want to have a good laugh? Everybody gets a good laugh out of this. I might be the only restaurateur that ever did this. I had every restaurant fucking in town pissing me off, coming to tell me about their marketing and how I'm not smart and all kinds of shit. And I said, you guys are only interested in making money. I'm interested because I've been in the business in keeping this efficient. And number two, I want people that eat here, just like if you're buying a car or anything else, I want it to be pleasurable and forthright and full disclosure. So my menus all had the numbers down the side of the dollar amount it costs, tax included. So if there was a pasta dish and it said $10 right next to it, okay, somebody would ask me, well, what's this pasta number 10 here? And I'm like, no, that's the pricing. And I would show them on the side, like it says right here, prices include all taxes, and these are the prices. And there's no 99 cents or any bull crap like that. I ain't wasting any ink here. It's $10, $9.99. Are you stupid? $10, whatever. So you could sit down, grab the menu, and literally 10 items and know exactly to the penny how much you're paying because it's tax included, and factor your tip or whatever you want it to do after that. That's fine. Bottom line,
you can just do it in your head.
Why make it fucking difficult and try to manipulate me with $3.99? Because I know that's $4.
I'll tell you why. You know why they do it. Because if the person tries to calculate it in their head, it becomes too difficult, and then they just spend money. Right? They don't realize the price. That they've racked up a huge bill because they can't calculate the total in their head.
Try having
confused. That's all it's for.
Where it's $9.99 and you don't have 1 and 2 cent increments. $9.98, $9.99. Australia doesn't even have 1 and 2 cent coins anymore.
That's right. We just got rid of ours too. So same thing. They round it up now. If it's $9.98, you pay 10. If it's $9.97, you pay $9.95, and they just fixed it like that. Which again is stupid because my grandma's rolling over in her grave right now because she told me to save those pennies and put them in the bank, and then I showed my bank book and had interest and all that. But this whole system that I was supposed to count on to pay for my pension and retirement and all this other wonderful things they told me about isn't going to come true and never going to come true, and I'm still not going to believe it, so I'm not going to bother investing into it. It's that simple. I mean, if I got food and clothes today, then Jesus is blessing me, and that's it.
Yeah, that investment shit, that's a Ponzi, man. That's just a Ponzi scheme.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what they do is they get, so, like, the stock market always goes up, right? Because people's, like, every week they get a paycheck, right? And a portion of that paycheck goes into some 401k or investment or pension, and that shit goes into the stock market or other investments into a big pool. So the market goes up, this constant flow of stream of money goes into it. It gets to a certain point, and the rich people scrape a whole bunch off, and then it falls back down, and then everybody has to invest back in it again, and then it builds back up. Then when it gets high enough, they scrape some up again, and they do this over and over again, decade after decade, year after year. I've watched, I don't know, 15 freaking market crashes, and everybody going, now my retirement's screwed, and as soon as they build it right back up, they just get screwed, and everybody just ends up on Social Security. It's pretty sad, dude, what they do to old people.
I know some wealthy individuals, and I'll tell you, I mean, they're not always the best people, and they're nice people, but when they get to business, man, they're cutthroat. And if you have the funds, I'll just give you an example of somebody who has some money and knows how to play with it in order to make more money. Again, having money can make you more money pretty easily. Example, just something simple like the exchange rate of the Canadian American dollar. Back in the day, in the 90s there, when it was dabbling around back to $1 even par and so forth, I mean, we were jumping between 70 cents to $1 par. That's a 30-cent spread, you know what I mean? So somebody who's able to play a few years long game on that kind of game I had a boss, for example, that lived here, and he would literally be purchasing and selling and buying American money back and forth, literally just exchanging his money back between his American accounts and his Canadian accounts whenever it was convenient to make more money one way or the other. Or purchase something from the United States at par that you normally would have to pay $1.30 for, $1.25 for.
You know? Yeah, but that's the whole problem with, the Western economy is that nothing's being produced. We're playing like money games, right? We're playing money in the ether games. Like, I'm getting rich. I didn't actually do anything or produce anything for the freaking world. I did currency arbitrage. That's what your friend did. It's called currency
drop
arbitrage.
Shipping, like drop shipping from China.
Drop shipping from China. They call it middle managed in America. That's what we do. We middle manage shit in America.
Well, this guy, I'll tell you what. Here's what I did for this guy. Okay, he asked me to go and manage his shipping and receiving department for a bit because he lost a guy or something, and then that turned into me helping him re-engineer the vending machine. He was in the vending business, but if you've seen the machine, the spiral bubble gum machine where the gum goes around and around down to the bottom, it's called a Typhoon. It was invented here in Canada, and I'm the guy that built it with a Frenchman here. And that thing again just made him a killing. Makes a killing $1 at a time, 25 cents at a time. He's not a fool. He knows that volume is where you get the money. You know what I mean? But to be able to dibble dabble back and forth across the American border like that with the dollar, and to purchase things at par when they should be more expensive, or to sell things back, or he was into gold and all kinds of crap at the time. He wasn't a fool.
Yeah, there's money to be made. My only point is that it's like, it's not what I'd consider productive use of
not at all
capital. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's greasy. The whole thing was greasy, and in fact, so greasy to the point where I personally don't like seeing something like, if you're giving one guy this price and then you turn right around 2 seconds later and rip another guy off for over $100 more or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, these kind of things piss me off. Something small, I'll give you an example. In the restaurant business, you could go to the wine store, the same wine store I have to go to purchase the wine where I'm going to resell it to you in the restaurant. So you're not a dumbass. You've been to the wine store. You know what a bottle of wine costs. I can't take a $10 bottle of wine and just suddenly decide to charge $40 for it. You know what I mean? Right out of the blue. And then take $100 and amplify that even more just because it's $100 bottle of wine. Why aren't I making an equal profit off of both bottles of wine, regardless of what the wine costs? I mean, I understand there's inventory cost to stock things and so forth. But again, I'm looking for a certain amount of profit off of each individual as they come through the door, between this amount and that amount. You know what I mean? Not to rob you for as much as possible, or because you happen to have more expensive tastes, now I'm going to rape you for a high price, like the tequila. I had the biggest tequila bar in Toronto, and I cornered the market on a high-end tequila. I would pay people to go to the liquor store, purchase all the high-end tequila, and bring it to me. And then other tequila places or anybody that sold tequila would come and complain and tell me that, the liquor store never has anything good or whatever. And I say, that's because I bought it all. And they would like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'd be like, well, first of all, I'm tired of watching you sell it for $20 a shot. What in the hell are you thinking? Selling this, it's so good tequila, it's expensive, it's so rare, and this, I don't give a fuck. Make a proper profit off it. When people come to me and complain that they can't go to your place and get a shot of this because it's $20 freaking, that makes me want to go and beat your ass to the ground and absolutely corner the market on it.
Yeah. You did what you had to do to, that's how competition works in capitalism. You sell a better product at a better price, and you put that competition out of business.
It wasn't even that, really. It's just reselling, you know what I mean? And the fact that it's like somebody, for example, like if tomorrow, like something came in high demand, like bottled water or whatever it was, like you can't drink the water, and suddenly every store triples the price of bottled water. That's just, it's criminal, man. Bottom line. I mean, I understand it's a free market and all that nonsense, but you were plenty happy to take the money you were going to take this morning for this case of water, but suddenly now there's a pandemic or whatever, and now you think it's justifiable to go and triple up the price of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, disaster profiteering is pretty disgusting, quite honestly.
And that would be the high end of it. But even on the lower end, the guy who's always thinking like that, I understand making a little here, I understand profiting a bit from something popular.
You know, there's somebody somewhere with an airport hanger full of toilet paper that he can't get rid of.
There you go. They're still using it. Yeah, they're still using that crusty old paper right now. I know it. I know. So anyway, yeah,
Dude, it was crazy how crazy people went over toilet paper. People lost their fucking mind over toilet paper.
There was lineups. I couldn't understand what was going on because I don't watch the news. And you know when else that happened? When I was really surprised, I went to the fucking store, to Home Hardware, okay, or whatever. Here, you know, it's the Home Depot. You can go to. There's different Canadian ones, but it didn't matter which one you went to. I went out that day and I noticed that it was extremely busy, and I'm like, this is strange. And I walk in, and the first thing I see as I'm walking in is this lineup that's easily 100 carts long to the cash, lined up to go to the cash register. You know, people pushing carts. And I'm like, whoa, like, you know, they short of staff today or something? Like, how is it possible this many people are lined up at the cash register? And I'm looking to get a piece of wood and get the hell out of there in quick succession, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen, so I'm kind of questioning my visit. Now I focus on the cart, and I notice they're filled with incandescent light bulbs. And I'm like, whoa, hang on a second. So I spot a dude that looks reasonable, and I go, hey, bud, what's going on with the light bulbs? And he's like, haven't you heard? They're banning the light bulb. Whatever. It's going to be only LED lights and this and that. And I was like, you're shitting. I'm like, all right. So now I grabbed my wood or whatever, but then, of course, the lineup was ridiculous, and I immediately grabbed the manager, and I'm like, no, dude, make a light bulb line for your stupid assholes with their light bulbs, and make a line for the contractors over here, okay? Because otherwise I'm dropping all of the shit I got in my hands right now on the floor, and I'm walking out. You know, like, don't be retarded, please. You know, catering to all these zombies.
That's they are two zombies.
Light bulbs. And then I went looking for some light bulbs like 2 weeks later just because I needed a couple light bulbs. I couldn't even get any. I had to go to the dollar store.
Peace.
In a world primarily occupied by NPCs.
Mm-hmm. And the masked people are back out for some reason. Is there something going on I'm not aware of? Because today I went to the grocery store and I noticed an inordinate amount of people wearing masks.
Hey, maybe they're Mandalorians, and you were not allowed to see their face, because then it's against
rumors about a new zombie virus.
Is there?
Yeah, rumors.
Oh, God.
I did notice there was an uptick in mask wearing. Slightly. I mean,
yeah. Me too. And I noticed
just a teeny one. Like, that, just like maybe, I don't know, out of 100 people, maybe, instead of 5, there was 10 or something.
Oh, it's a little more noticeable here, and they're buying these more fancy now. They got these.
Oh, you're in Canada. You guys are crazy. You're like, fucking whoever's leading your goddamn country, Trudeau, he needs to be fucking drowned. Fucking drowned.
No, the last guy.
That dude went on TV and said he supports the protests in China. They're doing the exact same shit the Canadians did, which he didn't support. What the is wrong with that guy? Like, sorry, dude, but that's the most hypocritical thing I've ever seen a politician do. And listen, I've been around for fucking 50 years. I've seen a lot of hypocritical shit from politicians. That was the worst. I've never seen anything like that.
Let me entertain you then, because I have a bunch of those, and if you think that's the most hypocritical thing he said, I got back-to-back things, him saying something 4 years ago and him saying the exact opposite here beside it. I mean, he is the most hypocritical one. I'll give you that much. Secondly, though, back up a step. I tell people in Canada all the time, you know why this stupid system is a 4-year-long political piece of shit? Because it's like watching a fucking 4-year-long ping pong game where it takes 4 years for the ball to go from one side of the table to the other. And shit, dude, by the time you're complaining and bitching and whining about the ball coming over here and you decide to change the player over here and hit it back, it's just as bad. There's no winning this.
How do you get rid of him? Like how
the last guy lied the same amount, Harper, and then you had whoever. Listen, there's been liar upon liar upon liar.
But you guys have elections? Like, do you have elections? Like, how do you vote him out?
Selection. It's a total lie.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, I know.
You could go outside right now and ask how many people voted for Trudeau and on the streets, and you'll find hardly nobody, man. It's not even funny. It's kind of like the Biden and Trump thingamajig. Yeah, you got to admit, if you asked all a bunch of Americans who did you vote for, they would all say they voted for the other dude or whatever. Okay, well, how does this work?
Yeah, good luck finding a Biden voter.
Are we a little off topic?
Yeah, definitely. Bring it back, flat Earth.
Yay.
Either way, the flat Earth is what the whole bottom line comes down to, because they know anybody that's high end knows about the biggest lie in the whole world, which is flat Earth, and that of course is a big deal, like it or not. Oh, what does it matter? Yeah, it matters. It matters.
Yeah, we're talking about the Kabuki Theater puppet show, like, because that's all that is. Like Trudeau went out. That's just like the puppet show. That's just to keep everyone like distracted and whatever.
I just don't watch the TV.
Sorry.
Go ahead, brother.
I still think they're trolling humanity. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
One of the things that people ask a lot, though, is why would they lie? And it's like, it's they, who's they, for one. And two, most people are ignorant of the lie. Like the emperor, kind of like the Emperor's New Clothes, right? Mm-hmm. Like they don't want to seem stupid, so they're just going along. Okay, this is all right.
And it's who's actually lying? That's what I asked them. Who do you think would have to be lying? Has to be. Okay.
If you have to convince me that the emperor is wearing clothing, he's probably not.
It's such a small number of people. People don't realize like how small of a number it would be. Mm-hmm. Okay, you got the Apollo astronauts, so that's 27 people. They got to be lying. You could feasibly say, the 600 people that claim to have been in the ISS, the ISS isn't high enough to see curvature, so they don't have to be lying. But let's just add them in. So now we're up to what? 600 people that ever in the history of the world claimed to have been in space. So you got 600 plus 27, so 627 people. Well, what about everybody else? Like who has
the head of each department?
We can add on like let's quadruple. Let's multiply that times 10 a couple times, and so 60,000 people.
Yeah,
like 60,000 people out of freaking 8 billion. Mm-hmm. Right? That's not a big conspiracy, dude. That's a tiny ass conspiracy.
The ISS actors could still be lying without, and still think that the Earth is a globe too.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. They could, because it's not high enough, right? They could think that they're orbiting the Earth, but they're not, right? Because they don't have that. They can't see the curve, right? What they're going to see is like a giant plane that they're floating over, right? And they're looking out. Like think of the cupola windows, right? The cupola windows are these big, rounded, half spherical glass, right? So they might look out the window, right, and everything looks like a fisheye lens. So they might
personally don't think any of that's real myself.
I don't think any of it's real. This is just like a speculative scenario.
I wish we could even stretch it that far, but we can't. It's just, again, it's like the CGI and other things. It's too unbelievable because it is unbelievable. It's that simple.
Because you have
mistakes.
So the guy from Apollo, the mission director from Apollo said that he said he wrote a book and he said it on the Discovery Channel where they interviewed him. He said that their simulations were so real for Apollo that no controller could tell the difference between the simulation and the real mission. Right. So if we take that, so no mission controller would know one way or another. Like I said, I'm trying to say the conspiracy is so small of people that would actually have to know. And 100%, and not just believe, right? Because the thing about lying is the truth, but you're telling something else. Just believing something that isn't true and saying it isn't a lie. That's just being wrong, right? So, who's lying? That's the thing to figure out. Who's lying?
They had to lie about going to space, right? So then people had an expectation of if they did, what would they expect to see from space? So they had to show that, and now that's a lie that they've got to stick to, right?
Again, though, do the math for a little bit. When you talk about the numbers in the budget, when people ask why would they lie or whatever, so again, like you said, let's say you had to have the head of every department and the assistant head of every department that were in on it, okay? And you got to pay these people a big payoff money to keep them shut up and do their job and whatever and be part of the lie. Let's assume that there's just a bunch of money being rolled out to pay a bunch of people to lie. The kind of money they're talking about, it's a piss in the bucket. So the money's not the issue, is definitely not the problem. The guys sitting in the control room, like you said, you pre-program something and have it all replayed on computers with the correct trajectories and all that nonsense. They'll just sit there thinking that their little particular part is going along swimmingly the way it's supposed to, and they're told to monitor it and make sure that this level or whatever stays where it stays and so forth, and that's their job. So again, if you're watching a computer program, just like a video game or anything else will happen, they're doing anything different than you and I. They're verifying it through equipment that this supposed rocket is supposedly where it is, and so forth. So it's just too easy. Even if you had a guy employed for his whole damn life there and he wasn't in on it, he could just go there and make his $200,000 a year or whatever it is and do his thing and think he actually did something. Part of the lie. It just helps them reinforce their lie, especially when he runs around telling the public he works at NASA. Works on a satellite.
It's the thing with Globers, though. They think that there's so many people that would know because of the all the TV, right, and the space and all the space goddamn movies and space TV shows. They think that there's like hundreds of thousands of people on Earth that must have personal knowledge of space. And that all those people would have to be lying, right? They actually think this. Yeah. But when you actually analyze it and critically thinking about it, it's a very, very small number compared to the population of the Earth. It's tiny. Right?
Especially when you got guys here defending it in these little chat rooms with us. If somebody is so
oh my God, and they lie here. And they're not even astronauts, right? They come in here and say, I saw curvature from an airplane. Like, no, you didn't. Like, what are you talking? You're just lying. You did not see curvature from a fucking airplane.
So someone who's dedicated to the company is going to be twice as much of a shark. You know what I mean? Because they're going to be like, I worked there and I got the fucking free T-shirts. You know?
These guys are doing it for free, though. The ones that come in here. That's the scary part. They're not even getting paid.
That happens to me a lot. I talk to smart people who think they're smart, like I said, and then of course you challenge them, and the first thing they'll tell you, like, oh, you think there's flat? And they point at the sky and they tell me, look, and they make a rounded motion with their hand like the sky's going down. They go, look, it's curving around the Earth in front of you. And I said, well, there you go, dude. You've already explained it. I guess I should just shut up. Yeah.
There's some folks who they actually will vehemently defend certain people knowing full well that they're wicked. Like, all right, like Monsanto, for example. I've had like somebody who was a farmer, well, the son of one, but yeah, obviously he works for him. He can inherit all that stuff. But him and his dad go on like, have been invited onto yacht trips, like on expensive ass yachts for these weird presentations and stuff. They try and sell them different products, whatever. But like they get all these perks and benefits by just obeying the system that they're in. And of course they're going to defend that because you're basically saying they should cut themselves off from all of the things that they enjoy.
Well, yeah. I get what you're saying. They derive a personal benefit from it. Yeah. They're not going to like bite the hand that feeds them.
Yeah. So surely the people given these benefits, they can't possibly be evil. No, because they're taking them out to go do all these cool things that are fun.
But we have random people that come on this server, right? Just the random people that come here. I don't know how long you two have been here, but I've been doing this quite a bit for a while. I think the server's been about 5 years. We have people coming in. I've had so many people like come in here and lie, at least 2 or 3 people a day. You guys are in here. You guys aren't in like the text chat. But people lie in there so much and say so many lies to convince other people that the Earth's a ball. And then you'll have that same person that sat there and told you some lie say, why would they lie? When you caught them in a lie. And it's not like I'm just lying because they said the Earth is a ball and I'm calling that a lie. I mean, stuff that is objectively a lie, right? Like things like say the Black Swan image, that the horizon isn't behind the oil rigs in that image. There's no way anybody with a set of frickin' eyes could say that the horizon is in front of the oil rigs in that image. Saying it's not is just lying.
You gotta make an excuse every time.
That's just denying reality. That's just lying, right? When you say the horizon isn't behind the oil rigs, you're just freaking lying, dude. That's it. Because they know the implications of it, and they have to keep lying in order to either to cope or to throw off anybody that's actually looking at anybody else that's looking at the text chat or something. But the thing is, then they go, well, why would they lie? Like, dude, why did you just lie? Why don't you go look in the mirror if you want to know why they would lie and ask the person you see in it, okay? Because you just did it. That's the thing that it's always the craziest thing to me is that the cognitive dissonance is so deep that they will tell a lie and not realize they're the person, they're the they. They're the they that they're talking about.
And the best person to debunk these people is a former liar. It's just like a former criminal or a former hacker working for some company as their security guy now. It's the best person, like it or not, is somebody who's actually changed their ways in life and happens to know about the greasy side of things and can absolutely prove it to you.
Can I step in for a minute?
Yeah.
I just want to go back a little bit about what you guys, just take a step back in the conversation when you guys were talking about flight simulators and everything, and these I can't really name drop here. If somebody knows what I'm talking about, correct me. But in the flight plans and the simulations that NASA runs, it's been claimed that the simulations were run over a flat, non-rotating Earth. I think that there's something to be said for video game.
Hold on. I don't think anybody's ever said that. That there's I don't know what their simulations are run by. We know that NASA published a paper.
Say that.
Huh?
That's their document. NASA documents say that. That's some of the
yeah. The document says it, but I don't think they said that they actually have an active simulation of that. They give it's a non-rotating flat Earth model.
Right.
It's not a computer simulation or anything like that. If you want to model some aeronautical device, they give you a model on how to model how that thing will fly on a flat, non-rotating Earth model. Now you'd say, why would they do that, right? Why are they going to make a paper like that?
No.
Why, if it does the globe, why would they make the paper?
I had a completely different point to make.
I'm just saying there's not an actual simulation. I've never heard any flat earther claim that NASA uses such a simulation as that. I've never heard it.
All right.
I mean, maybe you have. I haven't.
But Microsoft flight plans and all that kind of stuff. I'm
sure Microsoft Flight, Flight Simulator. I'm sure that is not a globe. It's too hard to render in spherical geometry.
I agree.
I've
never
because
seen
there's something called a small angle approximation that would make because things are rendered 3D. They're like triangles. If you tried to render it in spherical geometry, those triangles would get all fucked up, and you would see crazy textures overlapping and all sorts of stuff. It's just too difficult. It's too computationally expensive.
Can I continue with my
they would
point?
Never do it. Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I was trying to say is in flight simulators, I think there's something to be said for the game developers and 3D artists, because I myself have done a lot of work in a lot of video games, and I've always noticed that for certain physics and for certain things to work, it can only work on a flat plane. And you mentioned a couple of them with opaque faces and rendering issues. When you try to do that on a spherical model, you cannot get water physics to ever work. The only way it ever works is on a three-dimensional axis, X, Y, and Z. There is no curvature there.
You'd need a staircase. You'd have to start building staircases.
Yeah. The globe just does not work even in a three-dimensional space. Now they have a what is it called? Universe Sandbox, where they have their physics, but that's the only way that it will work is with these balls. If you were to ever take it from a macro down to a micro, it still wouldn't work, and that's where the hard line is. It's there's limitations in that. The physics of that just never work. Every game I've ever worked on has been a flat Earth game, and I point this out to people all the time.
What if you made a game, like you said, a video game with a fighter jet that flies, super high speed? Again, you'd have to somehow factor in this curving downwards constantly around the ball.
And it never is, not even in the video game world. It's always a flat plane.
Exactly. And again, with the Microsoft thing, I lived with a guy who became a pilot, and he would a lot of hours on this thing. I don't know if it was Microsoft. I thought it was. Whatever it was expensive, and he had to pay a lot of money for the whole system, and it was like the advanced system, if you will, for actual people to learn how to fly and stuff. So, yeah, I would look at the screen when he was working on it and playing with it and stuff, and it's always everything's flat. Horizon's flat, and it's got to be in the middle of the thing. And it's all kinds of
Was
stuff.
it did you put up Muhammad Atta or something? No, just kidding. It's a 9/11 joke because they said that they learned how to fly airplanes on Microsoft Simulator.
Well, this guy he had to do a lot of hours of flying and all kinds of stuff, and eventually it worked out for me because I needed to get between Montreal and Toronto often, and he would fly me back and forth. It only took an hour and 25 minutes instead of 6 hours of driving. It was my advantage to it. I've never seen any curves, and I've been in plenty of planes, and you said
it's nowhere even near high enough. It's not even close. Like it's not even like a close call.
But even
you just do the math. It's not close.
Yeah, you see so far though when you're in the air that it's like it's ridiculous to think the math just don't work. That's it. Their ball needs to be much bigger for us to be deceived and start questioning. Oh, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Again, as a person, anybody that builds something or whatever, if you're making something and it's an inch out, it's an inch out. I mean, that's all. There's an inch. It's measurable. It's not stupid and questionable, and you don't need 4 people to come over with a different tape measure and check it or whatever. It's like very obvious. There's an inch missing here.
So Billy, I think that Super Mario game where they're like on planets. What is it, Super Mario Universe or something? That's the only game. I don't know this for a fact, but I'm pretty sure that game does use spherical geometry. I don't know for a fact, but I heard that it does.
There was another one back in the early '90s. It was
let me address what Helio is saying. I played that game, Super Mario Galaxy. And you do play on spheres, but the platform that the spheres are built on top is a platform, like when you fall from the spheres, you're falling downwards to a platform
shit. Okay, that's gonna work.
So you're basically falling. It's spheres in the sky, spheres in the sky, and you're playing on the spheres in the sky. Basically, but when you fall from those spheres, you're falling downwards to a platform. Basically, yeah.
You can't walk around most spheres.
You can walk around the spheres, yes, but like I'm saying, it's like you're playing on spheres on a you're playing on a basketball that is built on a level horizontal building on a horizontal plane.
I have played it. Once, if you jump too far off of one of the balls, you fall. Basically,
you cannot fall. Yeah. Because the whole build of the game is built on a platform, which is basically like a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard of No Man's Sky?
Heard of what? Oh, No Man's Sky? Yeah, I've heard of it, yeah.
So, I mean, that'd be a rare example of a video game that doesn't involve a flat, stationary plane of existence.
What do you mean?
No Man's Sky, they must be doing like transitions.
Transitions, exactly.
It's from a flat plane into a vector. Like the dimensions change when you enter into the space mode, because you don't really have a real direction in space. There's no north, south, east, or west, so it's more vectors once you get into space. So it's a completely dimensional shift. Like when you transition from the flat
space
plane
has no like coordinate system. Maybe I don't know. Is it open source? I don't think that shit's open source.
No Man's Sky, yeah, because you can leave and go into orbit and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like the only other one I can really think of would be Sonic the Hedgehog back in the old Sonic and Knuckles for the Sega Genesis. There was a ring level when you didn't have the game plugged in right and you could run around on a sphere, but everything was always leaning away from you and moving towards you as you ran along the sphere. It was always awkward and hard to play.
Is that the one with the Sega CD?
It was for the Sega Genesis. It was the Sonic and Knuckles cartridge where you plug another one on top of it. The Lock-On, I think it called.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, if you put it on and it's the wrong kind of game, like if you plugged Mortal Kombat into it, like it would let you play this ring stage where you run along this globe and just collect all the rings until you beat it.
That's weird.
All games still require to be built from a flat level perspective, and then all of that extra stuff for it to be 3D. It's just a trick of everything. Like they fake gravity and all this other stuff by having code, so there's a magnetism to draw characters or objects to to a thing.
Have you guys seen the
Clank have a couple of levels where you were on a ball?
Dude, I'm thinking about how you could even do that in code, man. That's impossible. Like, it's literally impossible.
It's they have to cut corners on certain things to give off certain illusions. And then
yeah. Well, I mean, you could have a locally spherical geometry embedded in a Cartesian coordinate system, but there's no way that you could make the entire geometry spherical geometry, because you'd have to have an origin of coordinates for the overall space, but then for each sphere you need a spherical coordinate for that. Now, how do you embed spherical coordinates within spherical coordinates?
India, look at
with mathematics, you have freaking numbers that are like 300 digits long to even figure out where to go.
It'd lag. You'd have to have like a really, really powerful computer to be. That's why they have to use illusions.
You need like a Cray. You need like one of those Cray computers.
Look at the new Fortnite, the updated Fortnite map where you fly towards to. Yeah, I just posted a screenshot from it.
Fortnite's a flat Earth game, dude. I'm telling you, man. They got a lot of dome references in that thing. Like way too many for it to be a coincidence.
Yeah, they cracked the sky. The sky cracks. Yeah.
Oh man.
So I guess the question is, did they not? Are we not allowed to leave, or what's the deal with the ice wall?
It's possible that we live in a contained environment, and that's why some people are so upset about it when they found out.
Look, ice wall is not a flat earther term. That was so when Captain Cook so-called discovered Antarctica, he tried to circumnavigate it, and he called the barrier, that's even on maps as the Great Ice Barrier, as an ice wall that ringed Antarctica.
I found the term in some PDF of surveying of so they were talking about long regions of the perimeter of the ice wall, and they labeled it as ice walls. So yeah, that's a term that is being used by whoever went there and did explorations.
Yeah, people have a lot of misconceptions about what they say is there. It doesn't snow there. People think it snows in Antarctica. It doesn't snow. They get something like 2 centimeters per year.
Have you guys seen the movie Cabin Boy? Old movie.
No, but I've heard of it. Is that with Adam Sandler?
Not Adam Sandler, but the other goofy guy. I forget his name. Let me look and see real quick. Anyways,
what the hell is his name? David Spade?
In that movie, they journey to a place beyond the ice wall, and it's like this little like tropical island. I thought it was interesting because there's a map at the end, and it has some names that are written in French or something, and some of them almost sound like the pronunciation on certain peninsulas of Antarctica. And I'm just thinking about what Byrd said, Admiral Byrd. I'm just wondering if that movie might be some sort of soft disclosure. If there's, I'm just leaving a breadcrumb. Take it or leave it. Think for yourself. But I watched the movie Cabin Boy, and I'm just trying to speculate, trying to ask the big question here: what is out there? What do we know?
Fuck, dude.
I know the early German explorations, they described inner lakes of fresh water. So they did found lakes of fresh water further into the land. Not just the Americans with Admiral Byrd, but the Germans as well described fresh water in inland of the Antarctic region.
You might just need a submarine to get there, though. That's kind of the thing with the U-boats and all of that going underneath the ice. I mean, I think Michael Jackson told us it's too high to get over, too low to get under. You got stuck in the middle.
Nah.
Well, only if it was a river, though, because if it was connected to the ocean, then it'd be salt water, not fresh water.
No, it was actually fresh. It was actually fresh water. You know, there's a difference, and when people describe fresh water, it's a point that it's not ocean water.
No, dude, it's salt water because Antarctica's at the bottom of the globe, and all the salt water flows into it down into the underneath Antarctica.
Actually, the Antarctic fresh water, it has been described as one of the purest waters ever found. Like it's an actual. It's water. It's a special water that is super clean. Like they describe it differently than the
heavy water.
And I have something to add on top of what Indio just said. That might be partially an explanation of why why Gemsy said what he just said. Why it would be so fresh, which is so Indio just said a little while ago that it only in some areas or whatever it only snows like 2 inches a year. But what I learned a long time ago is that the reason why it only snows so rarely or whatever rains so rarely, if even that in Antarctica, is because it's actually very rare for any actual evaporation on the surface to happen. It's very hard for the snow to even melt and evaporate and turn into clouds to rain or snow back down because it's so cold so consistently.
And low humidity. But they also say that there's it's what's called the circumpolar current, or circumpolar current. They said it rings around Antarctica and it seals off the Antarctic climate from the rest of the globe. This is what they say.
Then you can consider also the American Encyclopedia or Britannica, whichever way you like it there, that says that there's a dome in Antarctica at 13,000 feet at such a latitude. So that means it's sloping downwards. And perhaps the condensation / whatever's going on the lid up there is happening less on the edge than it is in the middle. So, it's like when you distill water or something, you know? Either way.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to find an image.
You got to wonder what was with all the damn submarines, so the big fascination with submarines for Antarctica, why it was so important. Otherwise, why wouldn't you just stay above the surface? Meaning easier passage, you know what I mean? A team together, get some dog sleds, and we'll go.
Yeah, right. Good luck.
I got a better idea. Let's just change the culture around us, and then politics is downstream from culture. So then the politics would change eventually after that. And then after that changes, we can just buy a plane ticket and, enjoy a fire in Antarctica and see whatever's there, whatever is there.
We'll be shot out of the water before we touch the ice.
That's the thing, that this has been done already. It's just that it's not information that is public, I guess. These regions, whatever people are saying, let's go there, it's been done already. There's definitely maps and information about these regions of the world. It's been done.
Yeah, they're just taking it away as fast as they can do it.
Like the militaries of the world, they already have these whole areas. Whoever has set up bases over there, they already have surveys about these areas. It's just that it's private, I guess, private information.
It's classified.
There's Orion. Been trying to get a hold of him for days.
Well, if you look at some of the U.S. Geological Survey photographs that they took of Antarctica in the 1950s, now this is an airplane that has two cameras. It has a camera that points out the side of the horizon and one that points straight down. And you can, they're on the USGS website. I don't have a link handy. But I went over, I looked at probably about 2,000 images, and you literally can't see a fucking thing. Can't see anything. It's just white. So it has so these are survey photographs. So each frame, right? So it has the negative. So it has the frame number, the angle that it was tipped, what direction the plane was pointed in, and all the information is on the negative. And then, in the negative is the image, and the image is just white. And there's thousands of these images, thousands, one after the other, after the other, after the other. That's why I looked at so many. I was looking for one that showed anything. And none of them show anything, nothing. Now these were what was the plane back then? DC-10 or something? Or whatever they used during World War II. B-2 bombers? No, that's the B-2 Stratofortress. What's the other one? The smaller bombers they used during World War II.
Hey, was it a B-52?
Yeah, it was probably B-52. Converted, okay. Right? So it's converted for to take photographs.
Yeah.
And I remember when I was a kid, what they said, the documentaries at the time, and this is back in the early 80s. They said that because they had McMurdo Station, the documentary said when they land the plane to pick people up or drop stuff off, they have to leave the plane running. Because if they shut it off, even for 1 minute, the pistons will freeze and they'll never get out of there.
Damn.
And they actually showed a plane, excuse me, and they actually showed a plane where that had happened to that was stuck down there. Now, this is back in the 80s, right? This is what they say that they were saying. This is what they were telling us, that Antarctica is so inhospitable that if you go there, you're probably going to die.
Damn. That shit's crazy, bro.
It is possible that it's similar to it might be the time of the year as well. It could be a little different. And there's another description. They call them summer gates. That they say that the ice recedes and there's less ice during a certain time of the year. And I remember in the maps it said they were called summer gates. So summer gates, like gates? Yeah, like a gate.
Yeah, but so here's the funny thing, like I was just talking about. If the ice recedes, how does the ice build back up if it doesn't snow?
I think I got a good theory for that. So listen, I think that you know those big fountains where the water shoots up in the middle and it all drains around the outer ring, right? I think the Earth is a reverse engineer fountain, whereas the water goes down the whirlpool in the middle, and then it comes up all around the edges in ice form, right? It's also a desalinization process because that's how you separate salt water from regular water is you freeze it. So all the salt drops to the bottom when it freezes around the outer edge when it comes up, right? And then during certain times of the year, it gets sucked back to the middle. And that's why it melts like that. The heat does it, though. It's all a heat process. And then I think it's tied in with all the underwater caverns and caves and waterways that they have all over the world. It's just a reverse engineer fountain.
A reverse bird bath. Instead of the water coming out the center, it comes from the sides and goes down the center.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But think about this too. Take yourself an example, if you had a snowy backyard and you had one of those spinny round things that you put your laundry on to dry, okay? Let's say you hung a nice spotlight off of that and you very gently turned it around. You would melt yourself a lovely hole in the snow, right? Like a nice circular pattern in the snow. Now, if you closed up the circle the same way you would in the summer solstice to get to the smaller circle of North America in the summer and the bigger circle for us right now, think about that. So the outer ring would be melting a little bit at this time of the year, but when it comes back to us, the sun, it allows the outer ring to rejuvenate itself, if you will.
But the question is, does it rejuvenate through the process of snow falling from the sky,
No, I don't think so either. Because they show water spilling off the edges of those ice walls, which tells you there's water somewhere getting up there, or being pressurized, or pumped, or pushed, or pouring off.
But is that footage only taken in the South summertime? So what my theory would be is that it's just simply seawater that's too far from the sun, and when even salt water, even with the salt in it, gets too far from the sun, it turns to ice.
Yeah,
so I don't think it snows there at all. I think Antarctica would exist regardless of whether it snowed or it didn't snow, just because simply seawater that gets too far from the sun turns to ice and floats above.
And then the desalinization process, like that, it also is a desalinization process at the same time. You know what I mean?
Either way.
Because that's how you separate salt from water, as you freeze it. The salt all drops to the bottom. The salt will not freeze in water.
I mean, we can see frozen water in the ocean anytime you want to. So, I mean, it's not like it's an anomaly. I mean...
Yeah, it's not an anomaly. I'm just saying, like, we've been hella lied to about how much a desalinization process costs by the government. Got people thinking that you have to boil the water to get the salt out or something.
Yeah. No, there's people that there's African people who have just made simple systems that do this, apparently, and the military's got on-site equipment. They can drive up, throw the hose into the ocean, and produce water for their troops instantly. So they've got plenty of equipment for that already. I guarantee it. It's just a matter of using it for us. Oh, it's too expensive. It's this, that, whatever. Yeah, screw you. They just don't want you to know that salt water and oil are the two most abundant liquids on the earth, and that they're not actually rare. You know. It's easy to use. HHO fuel, imagine. Salt water for HHO, and then also desalinized, like you said, and just create good distilled water, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Nope, can't do that. That's too easy. That exists already. I mean, I laugh when I hear about the Army setting stuff up like that, and then they have their own on-site water thing that makes 2,000 gallons in a flash. It's like, well, what do you mean? If you could do that, why don't you go to Africa and park that thing next to the ocean? What's wrong with you?
You can produce water out of the humidity of the air.
Yeah, of course. That's another thing. I have a dehumidifier. I have to empty the damn bucket all the time. You know, and the water is pretty clean and clear and smooth and cool. I mean, I would tempted to drink it before, so can't be that bad. There's plenty of air, water in the air. I always argue with people, too, that you're actually in water. You know, I said, well, you're in water right now. And they're like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, well, there's a slight percentage of water in the air. So you could argue that the medium you're in is actually just really, really light water, I mean, with more air. No, go for a fast motorcycle ride on a humid night, and you'll find out how moist you get. I mean, I'll have one more safety meeting, and then we're going to have to go to bed. All right. But yeah, they don't want you going to Antarctica. And I think once people started making more money and getting their own boats and all kinds of fancy stuff like that, and a little more freedom to travel more far, they made it a point to make sure you weren't going to go there, like you said. Oh, you'll freeze your balls off, this, that, and the next thing, and oh, you got to protect the penguins and pollute the ice and who knows what. And
hey, there's an intellectual point. Or wait, are you done?
The last little video, the guys showed some guys on a fishing boat, right? And they happened to wander too close to there while they were fishing there. I guess they're off New Zealand or somewhere around there. They got turned around by a warship, essentially. Came and told them to basically go the other way. So.
Oh, yeah, the point I wanted to make was an intellectual point that someone made in a Flat Earth documentary that I watched like an odd number of years ago, like 3 years ago or something like that. I don't remember who made it, but it was a valid intellectual point to make from an economic point of view and an industrial point of view, which is that there are natural resources below the surface of Antarctica. You know, there's coal, there's minerals, etc. And it's not legal for any commercial entity to go there and, mine these resources, take them back to the United States or any other country and use them as part of our economies.
Right.
Now, the intellectual point this individual that made this video was making, the intellectual point he was making was that if they were to allow some companies to go there and mine, let's say, a few dozen or maybe a couple hundred or whatever square miles of Antarctica and use it as, coal mining, mineral mining, whatever, and utilize the resources there. But then up to a certain point, like say 100 miles out or so from the shoreline, say, oh, no. From here on out, you can't. You're not allowed to trespass beyond this point. You're not allowed to explore beyond this point. You're not allowed to, bring your business beyond this point. See, if they did that plan of action that I just described, then it would look suspicious to the public, and it would look suspicious to the public that's part of these companies. They'd be asking, well, wait a second. You let us mine these minerals over here. You let us mine this coal over here. But, beyond 100 miles out, work is still just doing fine. But you're saying, oh, we can't go there. Well, why not? That seems rather suspicious. And so the intellectual point this guy was making was that their strategy from his point of view was to make it so you cannot mine anything from Antarctica at all, so that controversy that I just described never comes to fruition to begin with. Never happens to begin with. You never get to that point where you think, oh, it's so suspicious. They let us mine this much of Antarctica, but not any point past this point. Why would that be? And so, but keep in mind, it is suspicious just within itself that we're not allowed to mine those resources to begin with.
I would hazard a guess they might already be stealing stuff from there, because it would be like taking cheap vodka and then putting it into your bottles in your bar in the expensive vodka bottle. You know what I mean? You could slip your oil into your oil pipeline. You could take whatever you're taking and stick it into the rest of your resources and pad your bottom dollar without anybody even noticing. You have a pipeline all the way from there to here, from there, or whatever. You don't know. I would suggest it's a little worse than that, but I think that there's no shortage of anything. I'll argue that to the death. At this point, like, people are like, oh, we're overpopulated or whatever. Listen, get in your car right now, even though I'm in a really popular city in Montreal in Canada. I can get in my car in an hour and a half from here. I can literally be driving alone with nobody near me anywhere for a long way. And then if I wanted to keep driving, I could keep driving and literally see nothing. You know what I mean? For hours and hours and hours, driving through the woods of seeing nothing. And you'd be lucky if you found gas,
wouldn't there be a limit? Wouldn't there be a limit to how much they could discover there, scientifically, as they say? That's what their research note is down there.
I suppose there's a limit to everything in this world, but...
So,
there's a limit, but the limit would be a point, like the actual limit to what we could discover, I think, is a limit that they don't want us to discover.
Exactly. Otherwise, like you said, the economy numbers and everything, you found out that gas should be 10 cents a liter instead of $10 or whatever, you're going to freak right out. But you got to keep everything rare and in demand, like everything else. It's like, oh, those dinosaurs are running out and the oil's running out and all this, and panic, buy a Tesla immediately, and
Hey, you gotta save the planet. That's why you cannot go to Antarctica.
I can't even still go for that, because those latest little 5-minute long Tesla debunk videos they've been playing to show you what goes into the production of the battery, how much of the car is recyclable, how much resources, carbon footprint, and all that to produce the vehicle and so forth over the time, and blah, blah, blah. It's very well done. It's less than 5 minutes, and it completely destroys their electric car theory completely. I don't understand why people can't even just see what's going on and stop being stupid, but nope.
So wait, are they saying that the Tesla cars put more carbon dioxide in the air? Is that what they're saying?
When you consider the manufacturing process and everything that goes into it, and especially when you consider the non-recycling process, because nearly none of the damn vehicles recyclable.
Well, I actually would see, and now I don't think it's a good thing that most of the vehicles not recyclable. I don't think that's a good thing. But the idea of the process of it being made, putting more carbon dioxide in the air, actually think of that as a good thing, not a bad thing. Because to the best of my knowledge, the current amount of carbon dioxide in the air we breathe is 400 parts per million. And
I don't know about carbon dioxide. The carbon footprint, what they call their carbon footprint or whatever they would call, to me, that's not even correct. It should be a pollution factor because we're talking about mining 500,000 tons of something to produce one lithium 1,000-pound battery, with child slave labor from South Africa or whatever. I don't know, but I'm just saying there's lots of factors involved here, first of all. And then you've got
but I'm just saying, like there's at this moment, the air that you're breathing and the air that I'm breathing is 400 parts per million carbon dioxide. Now that's a very small, that's less than 1% carbon dioxide. And keep in mind, if it gets below 250 parts per million, the plants, not every plant, but some of the plants around us start to die. Start to cease to exist when it gets to below 250 parts per million. And the plants and us can very easily survive and be quite healthy when it's far above 400 parts, which is what it's at now. So what I'm trying to say is, for the sake of not killing the plants here on the flat Earth, I am very grateful that the production of those cars is putting more carbon dioxide in the air. Because I don't want the plants to die.
It's not a huge amount. It's just that somebody that's going to be on their high horse proclaiming they're making zero emissions, because that's their claim. Like they think that they're producing zero emissions and they're saving the whole world, when in fact they failed to account for the manufacturing process as well as the battery itself. Just the whole dynamics of the battery is just terrible. I mean, it's like nuclear waste trying to get rid of the old batteries, right? So this is the issue. Meanwhile, your typical car that you harvest iron ore and produce steel and then build the vehicle is similar, if you will, plus they factor in the amount of pollution it's producing out the tailpipe over its lifespan. So they're quite close to each other, in fact, in the long run. But their claim is, of course, being that they think they're zero Mr. Clean over here and we're over here Mr. Filthy, Dirty gasoline car, when it's not true. They're fairly similar. Different types of pollution, different types of what have you. But yeah, your greenhouse, your anything else, CO2 helps everything grow, and more cows, more farts is fine with me. Yeah.
Well, that's a different element. That's the methane thing, which is a whole different discussion. But I mean, the question I would ask with the methane discussion is, well, okay, you're pointing to one or two or various different forms of methane being put into the air. But the real question is, what absorbs methane from the air? And is that thing that absorbs methane, whatever that may be, has that been compromised? Or is it still functioning and is it still absorbing methane? Because if something is out there, a part of the ecosystem or whatever, an organism or whatever that's absorbing methane, if it's out there in the ecosystem and it's not compromised, it's functioning just well, then this is much ado about nothing. We're talking about, there's no problem.
How about the ozone layer? What about the hole and all that? I mean, listen, I've been around long enough that I've heard enough scare stories in my lifetime from every damn thing. Like we were going to freeze to death, now we're going to burn, and the ozone layer, and you can't have your mom's hairspray anymore, and you name it. We've heard it all. The question is, what happens to all these little scary things that were supposed to not happen? That's why I started saving all these articles, these news bookmarked articles, especially NASA, especially anything from them making promises. We'll be on the moon by this date. We'll be here by that date. We'll be doing this by that date. See, now we can backtrack again, pull up these old articles, and just like Justin Trudeau, go, hey, you hypocrite. You said this. You didn't do it. So what's going on? NASA's the biggest liar ever. Come on. You can't concede to that after watching just 1 hour worth of NASA crap. Yeah. It's just you're either lying to yourself, dishonest with yourself, just don't want to go down that road of having your little comfort zone ruined, I guess. I don't know, but that changes the dynamics of life a little.
Yeah, what's going on?
That sounds like Kenny.
Yeah.
What's up, my brother?
I
was over here polluting your Discord, waiting for you.
Excellent. Boy, it was quiet around here today, man. I don't know what happened.
They were playing a bunch of videos. I was listening while I was whittling away, doing some stuff, and then they were playing a bunch of stuff, and then they got that Mick West guy on there, and it was pretty fucking entertaining. All yelling on top of each other. It's even worse to listen to when you're not on the panel. It's even harder then to hear it. What's going on?
Yeah, I was listening. Somebody was playing a few.
Yeah, there was a couple good ones. A couple British fellows there, real sticky, stubborn fellows that just would not admit that the sky's blue. You know, nothing. Like, is the sky blue or not? Well, technically, it's like, just imagine.
Well, really, it's black, but I know it looks blue during the day, but it's really black.
You can't get a straight answer sometimes. I mean, it doesn't matter what you ask them. They always think you're trying to set them up, right? So they're constantly considering that mindset, that malicious mindset. They just can't understand that you're trying to have an honest integrity conversation. I'll agree there's some people that do that and set guys up just to belittle them.
Oh, yeah.
We've done it ourselves.
Definitely. I think it's because they're looking for that aha moment, and they think that you are too. So you want, like, I'm going to get them. And they'll be like, see, I got you.
Yeah.
And
no, we're humble enough.
That's not how it works for us, anyway.
We like to welcome you onto the battleship. You see, that's the thing is, we're good pirates. We gladly bring you on board. Just got to acknowledge that the captain says the Earth is flat. Pay attention.
Yeah. Okay.
But not just by force. He's telling you for a reason. He's got proof.
Right. We can't navigate if it's not fucking flat, man. Sorry. So you got to understand that water's level, man. You got that? Okay.
You ever been in a rowboat and just tried to row a straight line, or just make a straight line of anything?
Oh, hell. I'm sailing now. Just a little bit here and there, you're off, man. You're fucked, man. Like,
you're bobbing along there like a cork. You know what I mean? Like, and even if you do have a good boat, a good sailboat, you still have drift and stuff like side drift. You don't notice it, but you could be getting shoved sideways and not even notice. You got a lateral movement happening. Yeah. Like when you crab flying a plane into the runway and the thing's coming in like at 45 fucking degrees and everybody's panicking. And it's like, relax, the pilot's got this.
Yeah, I was sailing last summer and I'm like, oh, he fell out. And I had a few points on the horizon. I was just trying to keep the boat on line, just on this one little point on the land, and I'm struggling constantly, having to adjust constantly just to keep it online. It's incredibly difficult on a sailboat anyway. Probably a little easier on a powerboat,
I suppose. But again, the reference is the problem. Unless you have land or something as reference to point.
Right. That's what I was saying. I was just trying to keep a reference point. Like when I'm sailing, I'm like, I'm constantly going, left and right of it constantly.
Even just across a big lake in a canoe, right? If I'm going to go end to end, I'm looking way down there at the other end. It's just 2, 3, 4 kilometers away, whatever it might be. As can be. I point myself at the big pine tree or whatever the hell down there. You know what I mean? And that's it. I mean, otherwise you'd be literally just S-curving all over the damn place like a cork in the wind.
Yep. Here, it's a mess.
Absolutely. On a pirate ship. Imagine the old school methods of using compasses and whatever, as accurate as they might have been and so forth. I mean, when you throw something like that on a bobbing boat, it changes factor a lot. And you're never going to notice, like you said, a small increment. Going east, you're just going to be making a giant circle and you just don't realize it. I mean, how hard is that? Anyone who's ever been in the woods at night and you take away their lights and say, okay, make your way in a straight line from here to there. Right. Making a circle. It's been tested many a time. Everybody does it. I tried it myself. It's true. It screws the hell out of you.
That's funny. It was a giant circle.
I ended up lost myself. I mean, I was like, whoa, I couldn't even believe where I ended up after a while. Because you don't realize one tiny little deviation and suddenly you're miles away.
Hey, I saw the snow today, Agave.
Oh my!
It's in the mountains here, about 60 miles east and northeast of me.
It only snowed once here about 3 weeks ago, and
the mountains are covered in snow.
I'm still good. I'm okay. I'm right around the police markets.
It's like the fucking French Alps over here right now.
That's always nice to look. Rocky Mountains, you get to see the same ones. I mean, that's the whole same string of mountains where I used to live out west.
Yeah, we got our own set of mountains out here called we got San Bernardino, San Gabriel, San Jacinto, and what's the other one? Oh, shit. Los Padres. Anyway, they are all on the northern side of from west to the east on the north side, man, and they're just all covered in snow down to about 2,500 feet. Cool. And it's just gorgeous, man. And I just happened to catch it coming over the hill today where the sun was lighting them up beautifully. I was like, fuck yeah. Woo!
Yeah, the reflective factor is really high on snow. I mean, anybody who's ever been anything in snow, you can quickly blind yourself on a sunny day. Yeah.
So I lit up like a Christmas tree today. Anyway.
There's a reason they make you put highly encourage you to put on the dang snow goggles when you're out there.
I've had my eyes feel like they were bleeding, dude. I've had welding flashes that weren't as bad.
Yeah, the snow can literally make you blind.
Oh yeah, it's not even funny. You better be equipped, like you said, or you're going to be closing your eyes.
Well, how did the ancients deal with it, man?
Well, somebody's been said, look at the native people like Asians, Eskimos, and so forth. They all got slanted, slim eyes for a reason.
There you go.
Their eyelids are different, and their eyes don't protrude as much as ours.
Adaptations.
Yeah, plus the darkness of the eye. I think the fact that blue, green eyes, anything like that, we have a different reflective factor going on or something.
Yeah.
Burns it, it's just burning the shit out of your cornea there instead of actually like wearing a black shirt or a white shirt, on a hot day.
Yeah. Anyway, it's one of those funky days, man, where
you could go skiing and surfing on the same day. There you go. See?
Yeah, I've done that a long time ago, but
have races there. They have surf ski races and stuff in California there, right? Where they
like a triathlon kind of thing where
they like ski, mountain bike, and then go down to the ocean and do something there too.
Like swim across the ocean or surf. I don't know.
Paddle or
sounds fun.
To California, nonstop fun.
So they arrested this FTX retard guy with the crypto.
It's a money laundering operation. What do you want to know?
It's like they arrested him in the Bahamas. So we'll see, man. I don't know what happened to the girlfriend. I ain't found out yet, but
I don't even know a lot about that thing. But I know that he did something silly, like merge the two things. I wasn't supposed to merge these together and use them as my slush fund.
Right? Yeah, it was some kind of crazy shit, right? Yeah. I didn't know I was supposed to do that. Yeah. I mean, here's the funny thing I found out about it. I just watching a video here and there, 3-4 minutes, but all these people, man, like these hotshot financial people are like, this guy is the next Warren Buffett, and he's the next Rockefeller, and he's the next this and that. And all these people were saying, like, this guy is unbelievable. And then it was all these hotshots were calling the guy as being this fucking genius. And it's the same with the word Bernie Madoff with the money.
Mm-hmm.
Bernie Madoff. This guy was like bank fraud. It's like, what? His name's
How many of the guys that praised him are the ones that got their money taken too? Is the question. So,
well, no, man, they all got out, man. I think, man.
That's questionable, right there. You see, they got a bunch.
They all laundered their money through that shit, and somehow, and they're gone.
got the emergency text message, bail out.
Yeah. In fact, that was one of the texts they caught, I guess, was like texting some people like,
yep,
like get out. Yeah.
It's been done before with code or whatever, of course, and it's not too hard to prove it. I mean, it's like anything else in this world. It's not too hard to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Throw themselves a bone.
Anyway, it's not something I'm on top of, but I just found it. I'm always interested when people get burned and frauded, and why people fraud people and how they do it. I find that super interesting, man. I should probably do a podcast on that shit because this shit just blows my head off, man. I mean,
how much money is that compared to the NASA budget, though? It's still small.
yeah, it's still small. But Bernie Madoff was pretty big. I mean, that was in the
Royal Bank was implemented.
This was $16 billion. I mean, this was a pretty big fucking egg. $26 billion. Fuck, I don't know. It's hard to tell, but
yeah, to steal from people's personal savings accounts, that's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was still billions and billions. Fuck, I'm like, it's just crazy. Anyway.
Yeah, these aren't people with a lot of money either. He took people's last money. You know, he's one of those scumbags that'll you're like investing money, your last dollars or your savings.
Grandma's last 20 grand. You know, it's like, you know, I'll put it. It's safe. It's totally safe. I saw Tom Brady and all the sports people. They were like, yeah, it's totally safe and good. And if it wasn't safe and good, they wouldn't have arenas named after him, and they put it on the basketball jerseys, and they put it everywhere, man. That fucking logo was everywhere, dude. It was in baseball, it was in fucking football, it was everywhere. So they put that logo everywhere, and of course it's safe. Look, their logo's everywhere. And it turns out to be like, you know, the biggest scam of the century so far. So
another marketing ploy.
Yeah. And you know, from what I understand, it was like FTX sent money to Ukraine. Ukraine sent it back to this other company. It was run by FTX. And then they sent all their money to the Democratic Party.
There's probably a full spaghetti involved.
Spaghetti of fucking money laundering shit, getting it to the fucking political campaigns and greasing everybody's pockets. And, you know, nobody gave more money than these guys to the Democratic Party except for George Soros or something. I'm just, like I said, I'm limited on what I'm talking about here, but it's an absolute fucking scam, fuck all. And yeah, and I'm glad that you know, people are learning about these scams the hard way.
Isn't the central banking system a scam of its own? So this is a scam under a scam.
Oh yeah, it's
yeah. The fiat money system is absolute scam, man. 100%. I've known that since 1992. So.
You can play in there and probably get in and out if you're lucky, but like everything else, just like going to the casino and getting lucky, it's no different. Well, somebody's got to be left holding the bag. It's like a money pyramid or anything else. Money pyramid sounded great at the time. People got in, got out with their cash. Oh, look, I got my money. And then the next guy jumped in and somebody gets screwed.
Well, that's the pyramid scheme. Yeah, it works. The first one's in or the first one's out. And it works out for them.
Mm-hmm. You know, this Sam guy, he's like a fall guy. He's the public face, the public face, like the president of the company. But he's, I guess, you saying he got arrested today? I guess he's gonna.
Yeah, I just read that like 20 minutes ago. Mm-hmm. But
I have an interesting thought that I just thought about. So we know how, you know, we all know that we believe they faked the moon landing, right?
Yeah.
But how? And here, think about it though. Wait, let me finish though, and then yeah. But all right, you know, they have the pool thing, right? We're talking about them swimming and whatever. Like, what if this is how it was? I'm watching this video, I'm like, I'm thinking, if you were to actually put a weighted suit on somebody though, they could walk around on the bottom of the pool and jump around and do weird stuff.
True.
That is just
They exchange with the monetary system, with the fiat. They exchange people's energy, productivity for the paper money. So they're getting something out of value, which is your time, your effort, your energy, your currency, because they call it currency. Because the only way it has value is because you put energy into getting it.
Right.
So that effort and that time that people put into the system, they being compensated for this means of exchange that is not of equal value of the actual resources that are being traded for it. Because the U.S., the dollar nations can exchange dollars for goods. So other nations are putting a lot of energy into making products, and they're trading their effort and their energy for paper money. So the U.S. is exporting dollars and importing resources,
products, resources.
Yeah.
Well, one resource, man, it's been pretty consistent is real estate and owning land, but you really don't own it. You got to pay taxes, but a lot of the people.
Well, that's another scam. Why one guy owns 700 properties?
Oh man, I looked into this. My brother-in-law is kind of in that business, and I was asking him, I'm like, who the fuck gave him the land in the first place, And it was just these land surveyors that came out, and they said, well, this is this property, and then they gave it a number and a coordinates and the, latitude, longitude, blah blah. And it's like, well, who gave him that fucking land, and who got it first, and it's like, that's $500 an acre, man, and if you want it, and it's like, well, how did you get it, man? Oh, we just showed up one day with some land surveyors, and we got to get paid for our efforts, surveying it. Mm-hmm.
Colonization.
Colonialism. Colonialism, man. That's a word that doesn't get used enough, man. It's colonialism's a motherfucking.
So the people use that word wrong too. Usually when they do, because they'll just be like, "Oh, white people with their white colonialism," and they're just so angry. But everybody does crap. Everybody colonizes.
I've heard a lot of people are like, "Hey, man, flat Earth doesn't do shit. Fuck off. You guys suck." And it's like, no, man. I don't know. I might know one flat earther that had to take the jab, man. That's it. Out of hundreds and hundreds of flat earthers I know. And I was like, at least they didn't fucking take that stupid shit, man. I go, so yeah, even if that's all that ever came out of flat earth, I was like, we win. We're winning over here, man.
Thank God.
So it just woke people up, man.
Well, it's there's many distractions, and just we knowing certain truths is important,
right?
But I'm sorry, the controllers, they just making distractions all over the place and laughing their way into the bank and controlling, having the good time. Many of them.
Yeah, man. They're enjoying their time here on Earth. With their airplanes and boats and whatever else they got.
Supercars, super mansions,
cars, all that bullshit. 5,000 bottles of wine, Gemsy. We're drinking 5,000. What?
And getting the sex rings with the children and all that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, we were into that last night, man. I learned a couple things about Victoria's Secret last night. I was like, what?
Yeah, that was trippy.
Shit, that was a red pill for me, man. I was like, oh, shit, why didn't I see that? Fucking.
I didn't even think about that either. I already knew the part where some of them were trannies, and they've been having a lot of, but then also that there's a menu for that.
Mm-hmm. I believe it. Can I prove it? Probably not, but I believe it. Yeah, it's that wicked out there, man. Gabi and I have had many conversations about this stuff and shared links, man. We've shared so many links that I wouldn't share with very few people, man, because it might freak them out. But then Gabi and I are hardcore fucking, we've seen it all kind of guys. It's like, oh, cool, man. Here, let me send you this one where this, that's really bad. Oh, shit, So I don't like to drop that on just anybody, man. You can't just drop that shit on anybody, man. It's weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't drop Illuminati baby eaters on your mom, dude. No. I mean, you can't go there. What?
Well, actually, my mother knows about all the same stuff I do.
Oh, shit. Well, bless your mother. Ooh.
Indeed.
Cheers to your mother. Cheers to your mother.
I tripped out my brothers today by showing them some of those videos that I've been making.
Yeah?
Yeah. They enjoyed watching them because it was funny, but it also made them think. So that's cool.
That's all we can do, man. Just make them think.
That's my primary objective. Critical thinking. Get people to just think critically about everything instead of just accepting what they're told.
But I'd say this year alone, in this Discord, and I'm coming up on my 2-year anniversary here, I've heard at least 20 people come in here and go, well, I figured out they were lying to us about that COVID-19 shit, and I just had to figure out what else they were lying to us about. I think we even had a guy here last night that woke him up. That got him on the path to thinking for himself.
I think this is kind of have the same effect that 9/11 did, just encouraging a bunch of people to start researching for things about it. So it's kind of like a big bang of conspiracy theories for the second time.
There you go. And
a second wave of it.
And I know the guys that came up with this plan had this as in their plans, man. This had to be. There's going to be a lot of people waking up from this, but we're going to have to double our efforts in our media production. Oh, now we're not going to have to double it. We're going to have to fucking 1,000 times fold it. What? Yeah, we're going to have stickers and shit to keep everybody 6 feet apart at the grocery store. What? Shit, I mean, that advertising campaign they put out for that Coco thing, man, was like nothing any of us had ever seen, man.
Yeah.
It made it more popular than actual cocoa.
Exactly. It was,
And then someone in Toronto figured out that the mayor, Doug Ford, had shares in a company that makes the stickers and all that stuff, and they were already making the stickers before the pandemic.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of stuff that said like printed in 2018. I was like, what? Or copywritten in 2018 or something. I was like, how the fuck? How did that happen, man? You guys are fucking. You got a crystal ball over there? Yeah, you do. You got a crystal ball. They got crystal balls. Oh man.
A little birdie told them. Oh, a little birdie told them.
I thinking back on it, I don't know. I'm sure Gabe feels the same way. It was like we knew some shit was coming. We knew. Like we were sitting around talking about it for years, going, dude, I just feel like something's coming down, man. It's got to be something, man.
Remember, they don't report the news; they write the news.
That's right.
Why read your mind when I can do the writing?
James Bond movies tell you everything. Remember which one was that with the Pierce Brosnan and the?
Oh shit, that's going way back. I don't think I ever saw that.
That's either GoldenEye or the other one he did.
With the moon landing thing? That was
no.
With the fake moon landing scene where he runs through there and grabs the fucking moon buggy and takes off.
That's the good James Bond. Those are the good ones.
Was that Roger Moore? Yeah, that was the original. Yeah, right.
The Pierce Brosnan, whatever his name is. Those are the ones with the news guy there that owned that news company who basically, he told you right off the bat.
Right. Yeah, I've seen clips of a lot of truthers have put clips of that together. Yeah. It's out there.
One example, though, of many. So.
Of many. Yeah. Hey, you know what? Buzz Aldrin said he didn't go to the moon, and that's the way it was, and that's how it happened. And we got to ask why. Why didn't
he was drunk and he wasn't talking. Just took what he was saying. And
somebody played that on here today, man. It's like,
Yeah.
Hey, I just sent you something, Flat Earth Professor, dude.
Yeah.
It's just a picture of a T-shirt that I made.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it'd be funny to send it to you.
Oh, that's right. You got the full setup to make T-shirts and shit, man.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Hey guys, what's happening?
The world is not what it seems, my friend.
What's the T-shirt? Where do I get to see it?
Hold on, I'm looking for my.
I didn't want to share it in the live stream because I don't want that to cause the thing to be shut down. So that's why I just sent it to you.
Or I'll send it. I'm going to send it directly to you, Agave. Cause I don't know if we should put that on the live stream, but
yeah, but it's fine. Feel free to send it to whoever.
I'm going to send it to Agave like in a private message. And
I got an open message with you.
What's that?
Got an open message with you. Put it here.
No, I'm going to send it to you like on our chat, our private chat. That is fantastic, Agave. You're gonna laugh your ass off, bro.
Well, that's not often that happens.
You're gonna love this, bro. I'm gonna send it to you on our.
Somebody's listening that's on top of this Moonraker thing. Here we go. It's Sean Connery in that one, and then Roger Moore one was the other one. This is the one you're talking about, the Sean Connery one.
When he stole the moon buggy from the fake.
Yeah. No, what? There is two though. There's one with Roger Moore too.
All right. There you go. Go check your.
The one you're talking about is this one though, I think. But there is two different moon things, James Bond, that are significant.
Interesting. Yeah, go check your. I just sent it to you direct on our.
Nice.
Coco 19 was an inside job.
It almost looks like a tequila cactus shirt or something if you just took a quick gander at it.
There you go. Got the tequila. He's playing golf on the moon. Oh, get the fuck out of here.
I make people laugh all the time. I'm like, look, dude, you got a dune buggy stuff in here and some golf clubs and some other stuff all shoved into this fucking thing. And then they pulled it out when they got there, apparently.
Wow. The Earth accosts quickly, apparently. It goes dark on one side quickly. Yeah, man. What a scam. What year was that, do you think?
Which one?
President Orion. I'll just call him Orion, but I like calling you president too. But it's kind
of... I don't remember exactly what year. I think it was 1972 when Diamonds Are Forever was made.
Mm-hmm. 77, maybe a little later.
No, that's early 70s or late 60s or something.
Really?
Yeah, you can tell by the suit and the haircut, man.
Yeah, there's also some funny, like flat Earth, globe Earth references, like subliminal messages in that movie. Because I watched it like a half year ago or so, and I hadn't watched it since I was a child. So right. Like he's at the top floor of the skyscraper in Nevada somewhere, talking to the main bad guy in the movie. And he's like really rich and everything, and he's in his main office just having a chat with him or something after breaking in or something. And like he's first of all, like the room all around the windows and all behind his desk and everything, there's like a weird, not a globe, but something like a globe. I don't know what you call it, but something like a globe. But then there's all these model rockets, like model NASA rockets all over the place. And then at the very center of the room, there's this really funny thing where it's all glass and metal, but beneath it is a map of his industrial properties that he owns around the world, and it's just the United States and a few places just outside the United States. But the way that the glass and the metal is over, and he points to it, and James Bond is looking at it as he's like talking about his business or whatever, or something, the bad guy, and like he's looking to it, but the glass is shaped in a way where it makes it look like the shape of a dome over like if you look at the glass and the way that it's shaped, it's like it's one of the things you gotta look at it to really see it. But it's just so funny looking. It looks like a flat Earth with a dome over it that you can walk over with the way picture of the metal between the glass that makes it look like that.
That was Sean Connery or earlier?
Oh yeah, that was Sean Connery.
Hey, so have you guys ever heard of charcuterie? Sean Connery? Charcuterie? Do you guys know what that is? It's like
it's a board with all different cheeses and meat.
Right. Yeah. I call it the Sean Connery.
Yeah, just in case you can't pronounce it. I'll grab a Sean Connery, thanks.
We're gonna do some Sean Connery tonight, Timbo. With some vino. With some vino.
It says charcuterie.
Vino rosso.
That's what it says on the sign here in the grocery store.
That was
is charcuterie. Is that a French word or an Italian word?
French.
Ooh. Agave, you think it's French?
Yeah, that's what it says in the store. Over the meat and cheese.
How do you say it in French, Agave?
Charcuterie.
That sounds a lot like Sean Connery to me, man. When
Sean
you say
Connery.
Yeah. Can you say Sean Connery in French for us? There?
You can say Sean Connery. Yeah, charcuterie.
If you guys didn't know, man, Agave speaks French. So next time, Mr. French professor.
I heard Ricky Bobby's rival there the other night. That was funny as hell.
Oh, yes, it was. But next time he comes in, man, you got to jump in, Agave.
Oh no, I was on the panel. I couldn't. I was over here laughing. I'm sorry.
Come on. You gotta just come in with your French. Come in with your French and just put him down. Come on.
No, you guys are doing fine. I'll jump in there. If I thought there might need to be a translation at some point or something, but he was doing pretty well.
He was doing great, man. He's great.
He's indoctrinated beyond belief, and that he just, again, like the British fellow we were just listening to today, he's totally indoctrinated and just assumes to believe whatever he's told by people that are smarter than him. And in this case, though, the guy actually claimed to be a boats and the Navy and all that, and I had to shoot that down immediately, since we already have personal testimony of people who tell you can shoot one boat from another boat looking right at it through the fucking equipment.
Right.
You know what I mean?
The laser.
90 miles, no problem. 90 to 100 miles. You're shooting sight on sight.
Yeah. Sight on sight, man. 100 miles. Check it out. What? Yeah. Where's that 7,000 feet of curve? Where's that 7,000?
I'll give you the half. I'll give you the half of the Sagitta for the Sagitta and all that. You can complain about that if you want, but still, you're still missing a heaping amount of
4,000. I'll give you like 3,700 feet. Half.
Cut it in half. I'll give. Like I said, we're not just shaving off a little percentage. We'll cut it in half for you. No problem. We'll chop that number right in half. Let's see where that is. Show us this.
All right. Show us 3,500 feet, man. I'll give you 35. Right.
Any amount. Any fucking amount will do.
100 miles, 3,500 feet. I'll cut it in half.
It reminds me, I missed getting in on a conversation earlier when somebody was talking about the plane and seeing from the plane and the horizon and all that. Listen, a guy did this to me. He's like, oh, I know a guy, and he flies commercially and this and that, and he gets in this high plane that flies up to 51,000 feet and this and that, okay? And I'm like, okay, fine. So tell the guy, since he's in the front of the plane and the windshield is actually flat, it's actually flat glass on the front of the windshield.
Take a video.
So I said, I want to see a good shot of those two front windows, you know what I mean, with his phone. So take him with his phone or whatever. So yeah, the guy took a really good shot with a really good phone, a really good camera, no doubt. The guy who showed it to me, he brought it to me on his phone. And he's like, see, there's a curve. And I'm like, you're high as a kite. Now, first thing, everybody that says that to me, they almost exclusively, I've been paying attention, almost all of them wear glasses. I don't wear glasses, so I can't report to know. But I'm suggesting that glasses are a factor in this, okay? Because everybody that's intelligent or claims to be smart seems to wear glasses and also claims to see the curve. So that's my problem. So anyway, I said, hang on a second, son. I said, let's take your phone. You got that already in a photo there. So email that to yourself, please, so we can put it on your TV. Because he's got the fancy TV, right? And way bigger than the one I own. Right. I said, put that on your TV since you got the 4K, whatever the hell it is, and you got the image to match.
Let's put that shit on the big screen, baby. Yeah.
I brought my yardstick, okay, because I knew I was gonna beat his ass, and I brought it up there, and fucking he flipped it up on the screen, and out the front glass you could see. I'm telling you, at the height the guy was at in the plane, if you had to guess how far you were looking, only out of the two front pieces, not the four glass pieces, just the front two, from side to side, I'd have to guesstimate you're looking at least 100-mile span, if not more.
Right.
You know, from side to side. Okay, right to begin with. And he's showing me the line, and I lay the ruler on the screen, and it's straight as an arrow. I mean, it couldn't be more crisp. I'm like, dude, this is like drafting, like a drafting table. This couldn't be any straighter or more straight. Where's the curve you claimed you were showing me on your phone? Okay, like this is horseshit, dude. He's like, well, it's too small. You can't. But again, the same argument. Whatever. He just tried to make up an excuse.
Well, that's what they do. You know that. I mean, that's kind of.
I'm sorry to burst your bubble, my brother. I mean, that's just all there is to it. And meanwhile, notice the horizon is way up high, right in the middle of the screen. Okay,
right in the middle, just how you would see it with your own two eyes. And yeah, thanks.
Hey, just before we miss it, the science is unequivocal is back. Has anyone spoken to him yet, or is he just
not yet?
In here listening?
Hey, welcome, Children of the Corn. Have you guys seen Children of the Corn Syrup? Has anybody seen that movie yet? Oh, it's hilarious. It's so funny. It's just a bunch of fat, like 7-year-olds running around. They're like totally fat. It's hilarious.
Are they rude too to go with it, or what?
That's it. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Children of the Corn Syrup. Check it out, man. Don't believe me.
Yeah, I'll have one more smoke with you, and then I'm gonna go.
Thank you, Gave. It's 1 a.m. Yeah.
So the science is unequivocal.
Science.
There,
the science is unequivocal. That sounds like a song, man. The science is unequivocal. No, that's not a science.
I think he's a quiet one.
All right. Well, carry on. So yeah, the French guy, the boat builder, designer, engineer, computer guy,
who thinks that the global gimbal?
I'm gonna give him a shout out because he's been back in here a couple of times, and it wasn't his, and you can tell he's like really into it. He's like, dude, where do I go? I gotta go to prove this shit. Yeah, fuck. He's thinking about it. His head's spinning a little bit. He keeps putting up a good fight. The cog disc is heavy on this one, but we've seen that before. That's okay.
I think that mechanical gimbal actually adjusts itself to go around the ball, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, man, the gyroscope don't lie, man. Sorry.
Yeah, it turns around, and by the time you get here, it's upside down.
I got video of the guy taking it apart.
There you go. I love that. Yeah.
That's one of the best ones. If you remember that, well, again, we dug into everything back then. There was nothing you stopped us from. And the information was easier to find. So when we got our hands on the video, of course, somebody from the airline industry had no problem whipping out the camera.
Right, yeah. Back then, yeah, no problem.
It's like, I've been working on these forever. They're all the same in the plane. And if everything goes off in the airplane and an electronic failure, this is what they're going to use.
Right. I talked to some pilots over the years and said, if you lost all instruments in your cockpit, man, what would you use to if you had something in your bag, man, what would you use to level the plane off? And they're like, well, I would use a level if I had one. And I was like, well, no shit, Sherlock. Yeah, of course. Yeah. You use a level. That's what you would do to help you. Orientation in your airplane. Thanks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
If you want to land the plane, I got to angle the level a little bit and you head for the ground, maybe.
Yeah. You pull back on the stick, the houses get smaller, and you push it forward, and they get bigger. That's what I had a pilot tell me once too, as well. I was like, no shit, Sherlock. shit gets smaller at distance? No, come on, really? No. Anyway, that was
spatial awareness.
It's so 2018 talk here, man. Sorry.
Plane is like the boat too. The spatial awareness, once you're in the cloud and stuff, is lost, done, finished, gone. That's it, man. I'll tell you what, man. I was in a little plane with my buddy that owns the plane there, and we went into the cloud, and it was dark at night too. And I'm like, well, shit, dude. I mean, seriously. He's like, yeah. Once you're at this state right here, you're pretty much. I'm just counting on the fact that I feel comfortable that we haven't changed course at all, and we're still going straight line, right? Like, right. I'm assuming there's nothing in front of us.
Yeah. Right.
Of course, as a pilot, your terrain and everything else coming along, and other planes and stuff, you got to have equipment for that. And right away when you get in the cloud, you switch immediately over to looking down at gauges. You don't even need to look out the window anymore. There's no sense in doing it.
Right. You're going to look at that horizon gauge first of all, and then you're going to look at your compass second of all. Then you're going to look at your fuel tanks and airspeed. Yeah, you're going to look at those three things real quick, and then
everything's so precise in the plane now, though, that you can literally, like you said, your altitude, your attitude, everything. It's like you can literally fly by numbers and absolutely just cruise right along digitally. It's not an issue. But in an emergency, you better know which way is up and down and which way you're going, because you ain't looking out the window to figure that out.
Timbo, go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't know my mic.
I saw you light up. So my first Flat Earth meetup, I show up. I drove 100 miles one way to get there. I'm like, there's a bunch of Flat Earthers here. I'm hanging out. I'm going. Okay. Anyway, we get up there. First guy I talked to, man, he works for Northrop Grumman, which is like they build the SR-71 out here in California. Or not the SR-71. They build the stealth bomber. That's where it was built out here. And he worked for them. And he had some kind of engineering degree or something, man. He was kind of up there as far as like building their design and stuff. But he wanted to take the flat Earth question to his superiors, man. And the superiors that fly the planes are like colonels and above. So he had to come up with a clever way of asking a question to the pilots. You know, how do you? He goes, I've been working out some numbers, man. I've been trying to figure out how we fly around, the curvature of the Earth, and how do we come up with those numbers? Because I'm training to be the engineer, but whatever. But he couldn't just come out and go, well, how do you, why do you fly on a flat plane? But everybody he asked about that, the pilots that fly the fucking stealth bombers, all said, you treat it like your kitchen table.
Yep.
And that's the reason fly.
Don't even account for it. Exactly.
And that's like my first flat earther. One of the first flat earthers I ever met in person, man, was this guy. And I'm like, oh shit, man, that's awesome. Thanks, bro. You want a beer? There's some beers here. I grabbed a beer. And
the guy that took me in a small plane all the time, the guy I used to live with, he was a Glober for sure. And when I mentioned anything along that line, like, you know what I mean? Like, how come we see so far or whatever it is? And no, it's just too big. It's like the usual answer.
Yeah, I mean, well, we've got the documents, the designing documents, the documents they use to build this stuff. And right there in the first chapter, man, is everything you design from here on out. It needs to be a flat, stationary, non-rotating surface. And that, that tells you all you need to know, because if you don't design it like that, you're going to have some problems, man. Yeah.
You designing your car, you're making a dune buggy. Do you make it like a NASCAR, or do you make it like a dune buggy? You know what I mean? Like, where are you going with the thing?
Right. Well, we had a dune buggy on the moon, Agave. Come on, man.
Not much suspension, apparently, though.
Not much suspension, man. But it did some really bitchin' fishtails.
The more you look at it, the more you realize it's a model car, but, yeah.
You don't think they went out and tried to, like, dune buggy that thing out there?
Like the
Arizona
guy's fixed in the seat. That you don't see the driver moving at all. That's the problem I have with it. Is he's locked in the seat like a little Lego man.
So like a claymation kind of.
Not that bad, but
not
like
the
small scale modeling like I used to do.
Okay.
Just literally like real life small scale modeling, like close as
Hollywood.
Like diorama. You know, you ever looked at a real life looking car diorama or anything like that? The more talented somebody is, the more realistic it is. You know.
So I wonder if they came to Stanley Kubrick and said, "Hey, man, you just made this bitchin' fucking movie, right? I mean, visually it was stunning. It was in full color, Technicolor. It was amazing, right? It came out in '68, you know. And they're like, "Hey, dude, we want to fake this moon landing thing, man." And he goes, "Hey, you got to make it look really shitty. That's how you're going to fool the people. Rather than making it absolutely unbelievably Technicolor, fucking kick-ass, 1968 fucking,
Most people had shitty TVs, so it didn't matter,
So it's just going to go across the TVs. Most people have black and white. They don't even have color. We'll shoot it in black and white. And nobody will they'll just think oh yeah, they landed on the moon. And fuck, man, I was alive. I was a young kid, but I was alive. And they sat around the TV, man, and they were all pumped up, and all the adults were all pumped up and excited, and it was a big deal, man. It was a thing, I'm like,
here's a funny one. Before Flat Earth, and I've told you this before, I think, but back when I owned the bar, a guy that used to come in all the time, and once he was like a hippie kid. He worked at the camera shop. There's a really good camera shop called Henry's in Toronto that was like the big camera place.
Right.
And he worked there part-time, and then he would come and ask me for hours and stuff. But he would always be photographing things in the park, what have you. So one day he come into the bar upstairs while I was in my office, and he's like, "Hey, up here, I want to talk to you." I'm like, "Cool." And he was coming to ask for hours or whatever. But anyway, he puts down this camera on top of the bar as I'm talking to him, and it's a Hasselblad, a square Hasselblad, and I grab it like a chimpanzee, and I start looking at it, and he's like, "Okay, be careful." And I'm like, "What do you mean careful? You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to be careful." He's like, "Yeah, it's really sensitive and this and that." And I'm like, "All right." You tell me how much it costs for the parts and everything, and I'm like, "Cool, okay, I'll put it down. It's pretty expensive." That's the same camera that they took to the moon. And I was like, "Really?" So, all right. And he's showing me, how you reload it and everything else. And you never seen a guy be more careful with something, and telling me how, you have to be in certain conditions and all kinds of stuff, and just the fragility, the whole factor of the thing. And then, of course, that didn't strike me then as important, but after the fact, of course, it was like, oh, shit. Are these guys claiming they took that super duper fragile handy dandy camera that I wasn't even allowed to touch?
Yeah. Yeah.
Went to super cold. My car doesn't even work. It's -10. My car is hating life. It's not even cold out.
Hey, Gave, they took that camera, they hung them around their neck with some strap or something.
Yeah.
And they took, I don't know, thousands and thousands of pictures.
Yeah.
And somebody did the math and said, well, all the time that people were on the moon, you would have to take a picture every 40 seconds or something.
Yeah.
In order to...
There's 12 on each scroll, too, by the way. You have to change the thing.
Yeah, and then you got to change out the... you got to change out the film, man.
To change out the film, you either got to be in a dark room.
Right.
Or you've got to fully... you can do it without the dark room, apparently, but then...
Yeah, you just spin it up into the container.
And but it's different on the Hasselblad. But whatever. The point is that it's such a careful procedure that you ain't doing while you're driving along in a 4x4. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's no way you're doing this in a shitty condition. Now, go find any photographer in the world. I don't care where. See one at the park or anywhere you see one. $100 million says the guy's got at least one, if not more, microfiber cloths or something with him of some kind that he's going to be constantly fucking wiping the lens.
Right.
Because if one little tiny speck of dust ruins your whole damn picture, and then, of course, there's never a damn speck of dust on not one of these shots. I mean, it's pathetic.
Not a speck of dust.
No. Oh, it's space. It's a vacuum of space. There's no dust.
There's no dust in the vacuum. Wait. I saw you doing rooster tailors with your dune buggy, man. What happened? Where's the dust?
Giant chunks of space junk debris that they have to clean up out there, apparently, that are flying around willy-nilly, and they got to remove from outer space so they don't interfere with their super-duper satellites and such. And the bullshit stories. I got, like I said, news content up the yin-yang. One day we'll have to go through the whole list of articles of NASA's laughs and see what they've been saying for the last 5-6 years. Remember the space vacuum? They were going to make something up there that was going to suck up all the other junk. And come on.
Yeah, they came up with the we have to remove the space debris. We got so much shit up there. Yeah, we got this little vacuum. It kind of suck it up.
I'm going to find it right now just for fun. Watch.
Yeah, I remember it. I remember that fucking story.
The big mouth was going to open up on the satellite and then eat up the other pieces and then eject it down to the Earth where it would be burned up in the atmosphere. Awesome.
Yeah, they'll just burn it up in the atmosphere. Apparently, NASA landed a craft in the ocean yesterday that came back from going around the moon, man. Right? I mean, this thing.
Yeah, I saw.
It looked pretty burnt up, man. It was all burnt up. It was burnt. Therefore, it must have gone through an atmosphere at tremendous speeds. I mean, this thing looks so burnt. It was like it's been sitting on a barbecue for fucking 6 months. I mean, this thing looked like. I mean, I remember I remember the Apollo shit. They come back and the bottom of the thing was burnt up, but not the whole thing. It wasn't. No, now it's completely burnt like a crisp. It's like. I can't believe that thing survived the re-entry. I mean, it was so burnt up, dude. It was ridiculous. It's hilarious.
You're gonna love this one. I found one that's even funnier though. We gotta.
Where are you sending those to me? Are you sending just direct message?
Stick it in this live stream voice text.
Put it in the live stream voice text, man. Share it with everybody.
There we go.
That'd be cool. There you go.
8,000 quadrillion pounds, no less. That's British.
Yeah. 8,000 quadrillion.
There's your motivation right there. There you go. You wanted the motive to go to space?
Yeah.
Didn't find the
That's a rich ass. I remember this, dude. This was like 2017-ish. Dude, this
hang on. I got more. I got another.
This is so old. This is such a. I remember this story, man. I even think I commented on it. I was like, "What?
How NASA's space laser might help save the world." NASA's next stop: Mars or the Moon. Let me go through a few with you.
Dude,
NASA Pluto probe beams back final data from historic flyby. Was probably of Saturn.
Hold on, man. I gotta reiterate some shit we were talking about earlier. Bernie made off with the money, and Sam Bankman-Fried made off with the money. What? What the fuck? It just hit me, man. Ah, shit. Motherfucker.
I just don't want you to know, yeah.
Oh. Bankman-Fried made off with the money. What? Sam Bankman-Fried. What? No, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm going to give that guy my money. Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, shit. The truth is hilarious, man, when you really look at it. But for most people, man, it's an undertaking that, I don't know, they're not willing to take. I appreciate you guys taking it. But
I don't know. Here's another one. NASA news, new black marble reveals the dark side of Earth. Did we remember that one? Remember when that was from? That was a funny one too.
Reveals the dark side of Earth.
Yeah, you want to see? Okay.
I don't see it here, man. Hang
on. I'll give it to you. Here you go. Let me see.
Put it in the live stream.
Oh, the video's missing now. It's that old.
Oh, shit.
There, the article's still there, but the thing's... Oh, wait a second. Let me check. No, maybe it is there. Play it. Let's see.
Well, you can make up shit, man. They played some stuff on here today with Neil deGrasse Tyson. No, that wasn't on here. Never mind. It's a different... I was listening to something else. It might have been Nathan Oakley, actually. He was tearing into Neil deGrasse Tyson's ass, which I appreciate that, man. Anybody wants to tear into Neil deGrasse grab-ass Tyson's ass, I'll listen. Because that guy's such a cock. That guy's such a cock, man.
Oh, this is a huge folder. I got so much stuff in here.
Orion, that's an interesting quote. It's a face with the satellite as lips, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, they always make a face.
He's saying, "I'm not as rich as you think I am."
I think I have it. I think I found it. Let's see here. Space debris. I think I got it.
I never doubt you, Agave. And you say you got it, man.
It's even on Vice News, even better, because that's the
Vice News. Remember when we ran into that cock from Vice and we interviewed him for 2 hours?
Yeah. I was talking about that. Someone, who was the other guy? What was the Spiros guy we talked to there?
Well, that was Spheros Mikalakalis.
That's it. I knew it was Greek something or other. Like I knew.
And he's he's a professor at what they call California Technical School University here in Southern California, Caltech.
Yeah, he was a physicist, right? So
yeah, he's a physicist of what was it? It wasn't an astrophysicist. He was a quantum physicist.
Even worse, yeah. Just imagine, baby. Just imagine.
Oh my God, he works for Hollywood too, man. He's like the physics expert they go to in Hollywood. Man. Is this possible? And he's like, well, just imagine. Yeah, of course it's possible. Yeah. Just the molecules of all space, time, and all continuums were to collide at one point in imaginary time and trillions of years ago. Yeah, fuck off. I kept telling him I'm like, fuck off, man. Come on.
Just imagine, man. Yeah.
In a fun way, man. I was like, don't give me that shit, bro. Come on.
Yeah, but you said you fixed the engine of my car, but it's still making this ticking noise. I'm like, just imagine that it's not making it.
Just imagine it's not making that very loud clicking sound and the smoke is coming out of your tailpipe at a...
Imagine it's fine.
At a level of like cloud clearing proportions. I mean, it was amazing. And yeah, I've seen those cars going down the road. I'm like, well, that's a blown engine. Like, all the oil is going into the... Yeah, and into the fuel. Yeah, that's burning a lot of smoke. That's bad. Yeah, that's bad.
Shame, damn bummer that Black Marble wasn't available because that was a funny one. It got old though. That was 2016 maybe.
Well, oh geez, man.
Someday we got to go through here. We got to go through this part. There's easily 200 items in this folder alone. This bookmarks folder alone.
Well, we should do a Flat Earth OG night, man, where we go back to 2015, 16, 17.
And NASA's Dawn spacecraft runs out of fuel in the asteroid belt. See, these are the kind of things I just can't resist saving. I mean, when you have these wonderful awesome things. Yeah. It has 2 extra hidden moons, okay? Did you know that? It's National Geographic.
What?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck.
It says, hang on, top scientist claims aliens are real. Hang on.
Aliens, man. Outer ponders, we call them back in the day.
Super Earth may lurk around nearby star. CBC News. Okay, let me open a couple here. Oh, this one's awesome right here. Oh, yeah, this is fun.
We should go back and do like NASA old news, man.
I'm happy enough to dump them in the back if somebody's entertained by them in the back of the live stream thing here. I don't know who's looking.
Put them in the live stream voice text, dude.
Look at the picture goes with that. Ooh.
Oh, dude, I saw that. I took that picture, man, when I was out with my Hasselblad, and I had to set the f-stop at 55, and then my iOS was set at 1200, and then I set my defibrillator through the technical defibrillator that produced the image. It's absolutely, without a doubt, one of the greatest space pictures of all time. Doing the what do you call it? The trans calculator that produced this amazing shot that was unbelievably photographed from a imaginary place in time and space. Imaginary. It's an imaginary time and space place. Have you guys ever been there?
Listen off someone there, fucking shit now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's only 10:30. Have I pissed somebody off already? Shit.
Oh, look at this. You see, this is a perfect example right here.
Wait.
This is awesome.
Wait for it.
Ready, go.
We have supernovas.
Look at this. Galaxy. Billions of light years away. Not fucking millions.
Fuck off.
The picture's fantastic, though. I've got to tell you, I've got a fantastic camera. It'll take some
Hey, man, babe. I took this picture with this, like, Hasselblad 4000.257. And it's amazing, the clarity of this camera. It's amazing. It's amazing.
You're going to think this is a joke, but it's not. No,
I know. I do. We know it's a joke, Agave.
What's the headline of this? Okay?
The headline. All right, I'll read the headline. On the which one? The galaxy billions of light years away, or the
next one?
NASA wants to probe your ass in search of gas. That one? Yes, I remember. You guys remember this shit, man? Oh, for fuck's sake. We laughed our asses off when this shit came out. We were like, what the fuck? Can you believe these Mongos? Hey, man, this was pre-Coco, bro. It was pre-Coco.
This is way pre-Coco, yeah.
Way pre-Coco. And I just want to reiterate that, man.
I'm going backwards here. I'm trying to go backwards in time here some more.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. Let's go back. Let's visit. Can we go back in time? Yes, we can. We can go back.
Here you go. So we had.
Can we go back to the future, though? Can we go back to the future? Oh my God!
Here's a funny one. Just because the flat Earth thing was flying around, so Milky Way is not flat but warped and twisted. It shows a detailed three-dimensional Milky Way. Oh, fuck off. You see, again, just as soon as we said flat, then they had to tell you even the Milky Way is not flat.
Yep. Wow.
Here we go. We are delighted. Japanese spacecraft drops explosive on asteroid to make a crater.
Adam.
Yeah. That was way back then.
Can you, Adam, where are you? Adam, unleashed, unsalted. Adam, you dropped the meme. The meme. It's not even a fucking meme, man. probably a real thing. Yeah. Hey, man, MK Ultra is a real thing. And I think all of us have kind of been through some kind of MK Ultra. And somehow we ended up here on platform that says, man, we want to talk about where we live and what's going on and what they're telling us. And I haven't, I loved Pancho P. I loved PPC. We talked about stuff that's going on in the world that we, cannot talk to our relatives about. We're not going to go to mom and dad's dinner tonight and, hey, let's talk about the how NASA's faking everything, man. What? It's going to cause a problem. But I did it, man. I did go to the barbecue and say, hey, man, Earth's flat, and what do you got to prove me wrong? Come on. What do you got? And they, of course they got nothing. But it's still awkward for them. Not for me. Not for us. It's not awkward. But because we love to talk about Earth. We love the interesting things that they come up with to explain all this shit. They explain all this shit. These farts in the sky. And yeah, farts in the sky. We got it all figured out, man. Just believe us. Just believe me. We got it all. We got everything.
Here's another one too. Chinese satellite captures moon and Earth like you've never seen them.
Huh? Chinese satellite captured Earth like you've never seen it before.
Well, the funny part is that you look at the picture quickly and you're like, okay, I can believe that's the moon, I suppose. And then you look down on the bottom and it's this little tiny picture of fake little Earth. Here, hang on, I'll give it to you. Mm-hmm. There you go. There's one more. That'll be the last one for tonight. There.
All right, last one, man. Chinese satellite captures moon and Earth like you.
Look at the little Earth.
Seen them.
Now, what? I mean, seriously.
Let me click on it. Are you fucking kidding me? No. All right. Leave it there, Gave. Thank you.
If you just had like stacks of this shit and these globe guys come in, you got to get them to defend every one of these pieces of garbage. You know what I mean? Like, this is the problem. Here, Flappy Space Door. That's awesome. Who's that? Red Eye? Red 818? Yeah,
the Red Eye.
Flappy Space Door. Jedi. It's a pita bread. It looks just like a pita bread. It's a total pita bread space door. I love that one. That's one of my faves.
Hey,
there's two, actually. There's a different one, too. There's two different Flappy Space Doors, and they're both equally amusing.
Yeah, I know the rebuttal to that.
Please, I gotta hear it.
They say that they're protective covers for the actual door that opens the other way.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that argument. Yep.
Yeah.
Protective canvas flap. Right, yeah, like I need that's not good enough for a tent in the fucking winter. Are you kidding?
Well, it protects it from the space dust, Agave.
It's just fun to watch him struggle.
Couldn't cover your lawnmower and keep it dry.
Well, the actual door is below that flappy cover, okay? That was their... Yeah, okay, I'm going to buy that one, man. I'm not even going to go to outer space with these Mongos, man. We're going to keep it right here on Earth. And, we'll keep it simple.
Again, I need a good excuse. What's out there? What are we going for? What are we bringing back? What's the benefits? You know what I mean? Like, that's the whole point of this. Nobody goes out and spends their money and something on an adventure or something unless A, really fun, or B, has a purpose.
I was asking this question back in the 90s to my friends. I'm like, hey, man, this NASA thing, man, I mean, we're going all these cool places, but have they ever shown me one tree or one river or one, ocean, nothing? I got nothing, man. They ain't showing me one fucking tree, dude. I mean, we live amongst trees. I mean, I don't care where you live, man. There's trees. At least bushes or something. And they've never, even from the mid-90s, I was asking that question. I was like, hey, man, where's the pictures of trees and oceans and blue oceans and waves and sand and all that? No, they got nothing, man. It's if you went there, the surface temperature is like 1,200 degrees, and if you landed on it, you would just fry in immediate. Yeah, well, thanks, asshole. Where's the tree, man, on Mars? Where's the tree on any one of these fucking shithole pictures they show us, man? And there's no trees, man, on any of this shit, man. It's just stars and lights and maybe some dirt and a mountain, Mars. Yeah. We've only gone to Mars, man. Dude, we're on Mars, you motherfuckers. We are on Mars. How dare you? Come on, we have pictures, dude, from Mars. You flat earthers are crazy. Oh my God, we got pictures of dirt and where's the tree and the river and the ocean? Oh, we don't have that, man. We don't have anything that you might want to survive on. Oh my God.
Why is there a gopher in your picture of Mars?
Gophers in the pictures of Mars, yes. And there's other anomalies that people have put together that suggest most likely that Devon Island is where they produce some of these amazing Mars productions. Amazing Mars productions.
Mars is here on Earth? That's cool.
Mars is here on Earth. Oh my goodness. Say that at your next Christmas party. I dare you. Hey, I believe Mars is here on Earth. Let's see where that gets you. Let's see where that goes. I might do it. I might do it. I'm going to go to a Christmas party next week, man. Earlier this week. I might bring that one up. I might say, hey, man, all of Mars is produced here on Earth. Wow. That's an interesting claim. What? What do you got to back it up? What do you have to back that shit up?
You don't have to claim anything. You can just simply say, I don't believe that there are rovers on Mars.
Well, that would be a softer approach. I'm thinking more like a flat smack kind of. I want to get in, but I don't want to like throw them off too far. But I really want to like dive in straight away, man. Say all of Mars productions here are done here on Earth. That's a heavy claim. It's a big claim.
I mean, Martian gophers is a big claim too. That's like
that's a good one. Yeah,
that's what they're looking for. Intelligent life on other planets. We found it.
You know, if there were Martian gophers, they'd be space gophers.
You got to kill all the gophers. Gophers?
It should be big too if they live out there because they don't have the amount of gravity.
Right. Big gophers.
And we've got moon golfers.
Mm-hmm. We got moon golfers and big gophers. Where the hell is Latter Day Saints, man? He can rhyme this shit for us. We got moon golfers. You golfed on the moon. Really? I don't think Bart Sherbel ever ask those guys, did you golf on the moon? I want you to swear on this Bible you golfed on the moon. Come on, that's funny, man. If you're old OG flat earther, man, that's funny.
Well, wasn't it the guy that swung the golf club? Wasn't that the one that he asked and had the sweaty armpits and declared that he lived on the moon for 3 days? He was one of the 3 that did swear on the Bible. I think that was him. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. There's one of them. One of them did swear on the Bible. I've seen that one, guaranteed. I've seen that.
But I'm surprised they all didn't. No Satanist would have a problem with that, so I don't see why.
Yeah, I did see one astronaut. Like, yeah, okay. Well, today they played a clip from when Bart was asking, I think Neil Armstrong, to swear on the Bible, and he's like, "No, man, how do I know that's a real Bible?" Do you guys?
Probably a fake Bible. Like you wouldn't have just grabbed.
Oh, yeah, fake Bible.
Well, wait. Let's follow this logic for a second. Let's say it's not a Bible, but he's saying it's a Bible and asking him to swear on it. If it's not a Bible, and if it's not a Bible, then what are you worried about?
Yeah, go for it.
Right.
But if he were, let's say he was religious and concerned, he could easily take it and say, "Is that King James Version? Can I look at it?"
There you go.
You're free to inspect it,
Yeah, free to inspect it.
I threw in the offer. Wasn't it $5,000 to the charity?
$5,000, man.
What guy wouldn't take that?
$5,000. You can donate it to charity, whatever you want to do with it. $5,000 cash, I think he said. Oh yeah, cash.
Even if I told you I dated Farrah Fawcett and you were calling me out on it and you said $5,000, I'd still take your fucking $5,000. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'll swear on the Bible for $5,000. Sure, no problem.
I wouldn't, but I'm just saying. I mean,
give me the $5,000. Huh? Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Tim.
Threats to punch you, threats to throw you, wax you, all kinds of stuff. You name it. I mean,
threats,
all kinds of threats. It's like if it's such a big deal, why are you so worried?
So, did Neil Armstrong swear on the Bible that he walked on the moon or not? That's the question.
I don't think so. No. They're all still alive. I haven't kept tabs on these guys. Are any of them dead yet? No.
He's dead.
Let's be Mitchell dead.
And he is a goner. But Buzz is around. Who else is still around? There's a couple there.
Buzz is still.
Is he still alive?
Buzz is still alive, man. Buzz is alive and well.
Yeah, he's kicking. He's kicking.
They got to get rid of the OG guys. They do.
So, the cryptic message that Neil Armstrong presented at the college graduation about
protective layers, blah blah blah,
truth layers, earth protective layers. Yeah, what do you guys think of that, man? I mean, that was like,
oh shit, a fucking hint,
motherfucker! What the hell is he saying? I don't know what he's saying. I mean, he even all of us that are into this shit can't understand what the fuck he's saying, really, right?
He said places to go beyond your imagination, right? Well, we've already imagined the heliocentric model, so what else is there? Where are we going to go beyond our imagination? I don't get that.
Right. But that was a confession in a cryptic manner. Are you guys down with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Because, I mean, it was one of the most strangest, speeches I've ever seen in my life. Dude. I'm like, what the fuck is he saying? It was so cryptic, man. I mean,
it wasn't just that, dude. It was also the fact that he didn't really make very many public appearances after the moonwalk, and then he comes out and says that. Like
yes, exactly.
You hide in your house for you hide in your house for 30 years, and then you come out and make some weird statement about an onion. Like,
right. Yeah, protective layers and onions. What the fuck?
I would say,
what are you talking about, man? It was weird, man. It just struck me as weird, man. As
He did a GI tour. He did a GI tour. Was it with Jimmy Carson?
In during the Vietnam?
Yeah, I think so. He did a tour.
Yeah,
and I think he was on the Carson's show a couple of times.
Interesting.
But yeah, it was all in jest. Like really, like he never spoke seriously about it.
Right. Not like when they asked him. Not like when they asked him, "Hey, man, did you see stars on the moon?"
Right. Yeah.
Remember that beautiful fucking answer that he gave on that? What?
Speech, though. He sounded emotional. He sounded a little broken up when he was saying that. So that's what I'm worried about. Is when he was older there, like you said, he was starting to feel guilty, and he was the only close to crying there. He wasn't too far off of it. So he was breaking up a little bit there. As
Right.
So
he's trying to save his ass, man. Right.
Well, that's he's talking to young people that I don't know. You start feeling guilty. Maybe you get that God factor and start worrying.
Yeah. Yeah, man. He started to crumble, and I think obviously Buzz Aldrin's crumbled beyond help. I mean, that guy crumbled years ago. He crumbled. It was
I wouldn't expect a lot of emotion though from a person that's been supposedly through the experiences he's been through.
I think Edgar Mitchell made an interesting comment to Bart Sabral. He said, "We did what we said we did."
That is interesting.
It's fairly honest.
Yeah, I could see that as being. These cocks are so bad that even if they think they got the littlest truth out there, man, they think they got one over on you. They do.
The wordplay, they can catch you with wordplay too.
Yes.
It sounds like they're denying or admitting it something when they're not. I mean, it's a wordplay.
Yes, the wordplay, and it's through what we hear and what we see. These Mongos have figured out how to fucking absolutely brainwash everyone. And
that's how you start, though. I mean,
yeah, you got to start somewhere.
Well, it's easier than controlling you by force. I mean, that's been proven long ago. So it just developed and got to the point where, again, like they're starting to mess with your fucking melon and stuff to the inside of the melon. When they start testing LSD on people and all kinds of crazy crap. And
oh shit, agave. I listened to a documentary today. I was working. I was struggling. I'm listening to this documentary about how back in the 60s, they were dropping this LSD on people, man.
Mm-hmm. In Montreal is part of that, and McGill University.
And the whole, hippie movement, everything came out of that LSD experiment, man.
We're making it here. Guaranteed. We used to buy it from somebody that made it at University of Montreal.
So, yeah, man, that was part of the an experiment through the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency of America. They, sponsored a program that produced, hey, man, you guys, we can manipulate the mind of a human being through LSD. We can do this. And they did it, man. And they worked it, man. And that, that's why we're here today talking about flat Earth, because they absolutely brainwashed, generations and generations. several generations through the television. Oh my God, the media, the television, print.
Well, this is the big fish, though. This is the one that's traveled over a few centuries. Meanwhile, there's been plenty of other little diddly-daddly things back and forth, up and down and so forth, but they're not long-standing. This one's like the grand finale, long-stander. This is the one that separates you from being a monkey or coming from God. You know, I mean, it's that simple. I feel like a monkey sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah, this is the big one, man. This is, I mean, I feel it.
It is.
I try to think back at those guys during World War II or I or whatever, man. I mean, there was guys like us sitting around going, shit, man, they want me to join the army and
forced you to join the army. Never mind, they want you. It's forced you.
We want you. We want you, Agave. We want you.
They came to get you. They came to the door and got you.
Yeah, well, it was the guy in the circus hat with the American stripes, and he was pointing. He was pointing, and
That's
had
the devil. Sam, I am.
It was the devil with the stripes on the. I think he was wearing a vest. Shit, we could look it up, but
he's wearing a vest.
Whatever. I mean, it was. We want you. We want you. What was that?
Have you served?
Personally, no. Never served, man. Fuck no.
What about Agave? Did you serve?
Agave never served. Agave never served. Have you served?
No.
Me? Okay. That's three of us. Anybody in here?
If you go into that, I mean, I've asked guys that have gone in there. The only reason a couple of people I've known that have, gone into the military when we were younger, let's say, or anything like that, solely for the career opportunity / money, whatever, okay? They weren't interested in killing nobody. They didn't think that they were going to be going to any war or anything like that. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, I do know veterans and stuff, like, old bikers, guys from Vietnam era and stuff like that. And they're flat out know they got lied to and, that they were tricked into basically committing murder. So that's a different story,
Yeah, that's a much more involved situation where you got to go out and, dude, I knew a lot of guys that went to Vietnam, hung out with them. And they never like to talk about it.
Oh, because they know it's
never. They never ever want to talk about it. And I'm not like, I'm not like an asshole. I'll like ask a couple questions. Oh, yeah, you were man. It's like, yeah. And how was it? I'm not gonna. Boy, that was some fucked up shit. Boy, you guys went through hell. Yeah, how about watching your buddy's head get blown off? How was that? Okay. Oh, it wasn't cool? Yeah, you don't get to... Only when they're ready to tell you that story are you going to get it, man. I must have talked to 100 Vietnam vets, and maybe 3 of them told me the story. You know what I mean?
Well, you're back to trauma-based mind control, however it's done. So either way, let's go to the first lie you were told. The globe was part of it, but then there was Santa Claus. So your parents told you Santa came and gave you presents. You believed that for a while, but at some point you figured it out, or someone told you, or what have you. And then after that, you can't trust your parents no more because now you realize that they lied to you. Even though they lied to you for a good reason, they still did lie to you.
Yeah, that's right.
You've learned deception now. You've just been taught deception, and that it's okay to lie and it's okay to fabricate some grandiose story.
Right.
It's acceptable, basically.
Most kids are just worried about if they still get presents or not after they realize Santa's
100%. No, that's 100%. Listen. Let's face it. We're all boys, so let's be honest. When you were younger, I don't know how old you guys are, but when I was young, when you were in the shopping cart or you were walking with your mom to get the cereal, you were only interested in the cereal aisle. Let's be honest. Okay, there was really nothing else in the store. Cookies or cereal, whatever kids eat. And you went straight for the toy in the box. It didn't matter what fucking cereal it was. Yeah. If there was Spider-Man or some shit, or Evil Knievel parachuting or something. That's that's the cereal you're getting.
Evil Knievel. I got the Evil Knievel cereal, bitches. Fuck
anything like that. Cocoa, chocolate puff, didn't matter if it came.
I got the space shuttle. I got the space shuttle Cocoa Puffs, man.
Yeah, awesome.
Space shuttle Cocoa Puffs. Yeah. Those are the best. Oh my God.
Some honeycombs with the elastic gun or whatever. Awesome.
But it was all about the toy inside. Yes.
Yep. And the pretty box and whatever. You were sold on whatever marketing and advertising. It didn't care. All the cereals were good. Didn't matter. Everything was pure sugar garbage in a box. So.
Yep. Pure sugar garbage.
Your grandma came over and made you eat cream of wheat or something. And
oh my God. How dare her. How dare her.
Thanks, Grandma.
Yeah, thanks, Grandma, for scrambling up a couple of eggs for me this morning.
It didn't turn into a fucking mutant. Yeah.
It didn't turn into a mutant Ninja Turtle. Oh my God.
That's what's happening to a lot of people. I gotta admit, I don't like to pick on people's appearances, but when it's so obvious that it's like, whoa, you are just way out of condition there, it's like that's a totally abnormal shape for a human body. You know,
right?
That's like, where do you find clothes? Like, how did you get like that? At what point did you start realizing maybe you should do something about this? You know,
hey, I think Agave. I think it's been nailed in this Discord for sure. But there was the Children of the Corn Syrup, bro, and it was the best meme I've seen all year for sure, man.
Yeah.
And it's just like these children. I mean, Children of the Corn, the movie, is absolutely fucking deadly. Right? But to put a meme to it, Children of the Corn Syrup, was a level of genius that only truther.
Were they holding Astro props and stuff with tight T-shirts and shit?
Like big fat kids running around in the corn. Yeah, it was McDonald's. I was like, oh shit, this is so bad.
If we weren't high energy kids that did a lot of high energy stuff, and I would say that we would look like that today too. Because if we were just sitting around playing video games, we would.
No shit. That's how we would look. But we didn't look like. We don't look like that, man. Because
running and jumping and all kinds of.
Yeah, we're running, we're jumping, we're chasing the ball. Yeah, it was all that.
But don't forget, we would collect some bottles, get together 66 cents, head down to the store there, and you could fill up a paper bag with all kinds of crapola for less than $1, basically, and pork out on sugar.
Yeah, you guys could totally, like, Snicker bar or whatever.
Oh, everything was 20 cents, 25 cents, or a
bag of M&Ms, peanuts, M&Ms. Yeah, that shit was cheap. Like 25 cents, man. You could totally grind out on Hershey chocolate.
You had $1 and you spent $1, you were rich, man. I mean, like, literally. Like, that's not even funny. A Coke was only 15 cents or 20 cents or something.
Exactly. I used to go around to my neighbors' houses and literally pick up their glass bottles and take them down. They were like worth like a penny a piece or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we'd put 100 bottles together and
the red wagon,
little red wagon, and we would go and exchange that for $1. And go and buy 10 candy bars.
That was
that's the way it was, man. But yeah, this new cocoa world, man, it's completely been eradicated into some nightmarish.
Oh, yeah. The inflation is what's killing you on stuff right now, because you're not seeing anybody's salary jump up or whatever, but a loaf of bread is like over $1 more or whatever, and so just certain things are like ridiculous pricing right now. You go in to buy it, it's like $5. What are you talking about, $5? You know what I mean?
Right. I used to pay $2.
Yeah, it was like $2.20 or something. Now it's $5. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like that's a double the price. So my salary didn't increase, nothing increased, and it hasn't increased in 25 years. I mean, what are you talking about?
Well, I remember standing out in the middle of the night, going to some like parade, concert, or anyway. This guy goes, "Hey man, every time I get a raise, inflation goes up, so I break even." And it was like, I'm like, oh, that's an it. Well, I never thought of that. You know, I've always worked for myself, man. I don't know, but he goes, yeah, every time I get a raise, man, I'm kind of at the same level that I was before, but I got a little bit more money, but everything costs a little bit more money. Yep. It's like you're always breaking even.
Here's the one where you can get broken fast. Okay, I knew guys that would drive to a job because they got paid a certain amount of dollars, so they would drive like a half an hour to an hour, no problem each way. You know what I mean? And it wasn't too big of a deal. Cost them $5-10 in gas, whatever it was, right. And it factored into their day's pay, and it wasn't too big of a deal. But once everything started going up, and prices of this, price of that, the insurance, the gas, all this stuff, it turns into an expensive trip now, and no longer do you want to drive from your house to your job, because it's too far now. So things haven't gotten any better in any respect, shape, or form, unless you got to work from home, I suppose, now. But does that, right?
All right. So Timbo, my brother that lives upside down on a globe, that fucking Mongo, just put the Children of the Corn Syrup meme in the live stream voice text, and thank you, man. I was smiling so hard right now. I don't think I have that. I'm going to save it now that I got it. But yeah, that's the Children of the Corn Syrup. Oh,
yeah, that's pretty much what I was putting.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, exactly.
They need tighter shirts and more belly showing, but yeah.
Can I make an acronym? It's the Cocoa Children of Corn. Oh, I got corn.
No child.
It's called the Cocos.
I don't
Those are the Cocos, bro. The Cocos.
That shit is funny.
I gotta say, man, Children of the Corn kind of freaked me out a little bit, man. I was like, oh,
it's sad.
It was a wicked movie, man. Wicked. But to see the Children of the Corn Syrup this many years later, man, is epic, man. It's epic. Thank you, Timbo. Thank you. I saw that meme like, I don't know, back in like April, June, somewhere in there. I should have saved it then, but I laughed and I was like, ah. All right, Agave, did I mute you? What happened? You okay?
Preparing my nest.
Oh, you gotta go to bed. All right, go to bed. I gotta go to bed too, man. One Big Pond, what's up? We got, T-Wad and Timbo upside down. They're totally upside down. It's like, it's 11:11. Did you guys? Is anybody else 11:11er here by chance?
That's a message from Jesus.
That's my message. Agave. That's my message, bro. I'm gonna stick with it. I just looked up. It's 11:11, man.
Time to
Weird,
go pray.
man.
There you go.
Most definitely.
I'll let you go. I'll pop back in here when I can.
It's 1:11 for me. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, 2:11
here. Come back tomorrow, man. Agave. Don't.
All right. Blessings.
If you're bless you, brother.
Right.
Thank you. All right, man. Yeah, I'm gonna bounce. One big pond.
Is everybody like done?
He's upside down too, man. That one big pond. Fucking
one.
We got 3 people up here upside down.
We got five Aussies.
You got 5? Fuck off. We got 5. No, that's This is a miracle. This is a miracle. You guys need to acknowledge the miracle.
In upside down land?
I'm kidding.
Oh,
Kim. Hey, if you guys know me, I come in here late at night and kind of take a laugh at everything that's potentially harmful to humans.
Well, I am here because my family is asleep and I can actually have some peace.
Well, there you go. Motivation, timing, so many things go into how we end up here on a Monday night, Tuesday morning. Depends.
It's kind of nice. I'm in. Can I tell you where I'm at?
Sure, absolutely. I'm in Southern California. I live near Disney. Where you at?
You can tell. Alabama.
Hey, go Tide, man. Go Tide.
Yeah,
baby.
roll Tide.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
It's Roll Tide. My bad. See, I even fucked that up, man. I knew it was a tide. How about that? Hey, guess what, man? There's no tides on giant lakes. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah. You know what? My favorite thing to do is when I go hiking is to find the smallest stream and follow it to a waterfall.
To a source.
Yes, to a source.
Yes, to the source.
That's a free range, like hiking experience.
Isn't that the best experience ever? I've been there. I've done it. I know what you're talking about.
A lot. Yeah.
I'm thinking back right now, man. So many hikes. We just hiked to the source, and that was
you don't go the trails.
Yeah, fuck the trails, man. We hiked.
Fuck the trails.
we actually went off trail and just followed the source wherever this water was coming from, and you get to this place, man. It's like coming out of the middle of a rock, and you're like, "What? Where's this waterfall coming from?" And you're like, "Holy shit, it's so awesome, man! It's awesome."
Yeah,
thank you.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have to follow any kind of trail. You can follow your own trail through the woods.
I love
it. You can find a source of water that's free flowing and actually safe to drink.
Yeah, especially when you get right up to the source. Oh my goodness, it's really fresh, and you're like, "What the hell?" It's been great, man. I had some great teachers that taught me about the natural source of water. I was like, "Oh shit, that's good." Thank you.
Being from where I'm at, I can appreciate that for sure.
Well, you got a lot of Appalachians. Are you on the Appalachians or no? No.
I'm in Jasper, so I have to travel to Bankhead. Bankhead and Smith Lake are the biggest like reservations in our proximity. But Bankhead is like a national forest. You can free range or you can take the trails. And if you free range, you can find your own source of water. And most likely, those sources of water are going to lead you to a waterfall.
Right.
That's how beautiful Bankhead is.
Beautiful. Unbelievable.
Yeah. That's less than an hour away from me. But if you want to go further, there's a lot of places that are recreational for me that you can go and have some adventures and whatnot.
Well, there's nothing like getting out in nature and checking out where we live.
Well, that's all there is in Alabama.
Exactly.
If you want to have a good time, you're going to go out into nature.
Kim.
Yes.
You've heard a lot about California. People will just say, hey, man, Californians are just crazy, whatever. I live here in Southern California. I go out to these places that are in the middle of nowhere. And it's like a 3-hour drive. That's it. Less than 3 hours. I'm going to be in the middle of fucking nowhere. And there ain't going to be somebody close to me for 100 miles. Okay?
Yeah.
And it's crazy that I live here.
That's exactly how it is in Alabama.
Exactly.
You can go.
We go
through it.
We go.
Sorry.
No, you're right.
2 hours out, I can go somewhere, and I can be obliterated from like anybody that's in like any kind of.
I love that, and
yeah, nobody can tell me where I'm at. My phone won't even calculate where I'm at.
Phone's fucked. Well, you're gone. You're gone.
Yeah, I'm gone.
You're gone. And that's a great place to have that adventure, is to be away from the city, the civilization, the government.
I live in Jasper.
Whatever. I just want to be out there.
I live in Jasper. So Jasper has this the downtown area has what do you call it, where you can travel around with your beverage from either it's like a district, like a local district of
yeah
we have that here. So it's kind of like Louisiana, but it's even more relaxed. And I can walk right now to downtown, and I can have a beverage and walk around in downtown, and it wouldn't mean anything.
We call that freedom, Kim.
Well, freedom is very scarce. It's scarce.
So growing up here in Southern California, the age 21 was switched from 18 to 21. Before I was of age, but when I turned 20, I moved to Las Vegas, Nevada. And if you came in and said, hey, man, I want a beer, I want to sit at the blackjack table, and they would bring you a beer, and I was not of age, man. I was only 20. But they didn't care, man, as long as I had cash on the table playing their game.
I've always been a bartender or at a restaurant here in town, I climbed the ladder pretty quickly. So everybody knew me in town. So it's a small
Right.
town, but it's still one of those towns that.
My point is that if you show up with money and you say, "Hey, man, I want a beer or a glass of wine or something," if you got the money, a lot of people look the other way, man. They'll just look the other way.
But here, it doesn't even matter about money.
See, there you go. Doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter.
It matters that they know you because everybody knows everybody. And I'm very well known because I guess I'm considered the singing bartender. If you ever want to hear me sing, I'm happy to do so, by the way.
How many of these beautiful people know you're a flat earther? How many?
I tell them all the time.
Tell them all.
I tell them.
I love to hear that.
I am not scared. I'm not scared.
I love you, brother. I love you like a brother, like a sister.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a flat earther.
Acapella? I'll mute. Hold on. You wanna?
Oh yeah.
Everybody mute. We got acapella. Dude, we got an acapella singer here.
I'm a flat earther. Yeah, that's it.
All right, I'll let you.
Well, I sing a lot of.
You were so strong that Discord didn't know how to process that beautiful.
Well, fuck Discord.
Fuck you, Discord. You guys suck, man. You gotta get your audio better.
You can follow me on YouTube. I'm on YouTube.
What's YouTube? I never heard of it.
Exactly. I don't know.
I'm just kidding.
The only thing that I have on there that's recent is the other things that I have on there that's not recent are like 7 years ago. So if you want to follow me, that's fine. I'm really trying to. Yes.
Let me ask you this, Kim.
Uh-huh.
Out of all the music you've ever heard in your life, have you heard anything more interesting than Flat Earth music?
You know, I love Flat Earth music, but I have heard other more interesting things, yes. I'm not going to lie.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to discourage you from thinking that way. I would never do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you either.
Yeah,
I am a Flat Earther.
I mean, if I go back to Fleetwood, yeah, I can go to Fleetwood Mac, Paul Simon and Garfunkel. Oh my God, these guys were amazing.
I do both of those things.
I could say, yeah, that those things are amazing. But what I find interesting about the Flat Earth music, and bear with my thinking on it, is that it's so creative. It's even more creative than Simon and Garfunkel or. Yeah.
It better be. It better be.
And it is more creative.
It better be. That's what I'm saying. Like it's gotta be.
It needs to be. Yes, it needs to be more creative. Yes, and it has been. And it's a crazy phenomenon that I find interesting that we've overlooked in some aspects. Man, is that the Flat Earth music has been just like what the. It is a different level. I mean, I've listened to some guys.
Just give me a second, and I will. I'll upload something that is Flat Earth worthy. Yeah. I think that the song that I got up now is pretty worthy of a flat Earth, but it doesn't specifically name flat Earth, but it is naming off that misinformation.
Truths. Yeah. Yeah, man. There's other subtle things like that, man. And I think it goes back. I mean, I know these guys. I'm in the music business. I don't know if you know that,
but have you listened to my song?
Your songs never have listened to.
No, just listen to one of my songs, "The Day."
Okay.
If you look up my song on YouTube, all you have to put in is my name, Kim Hopkins, and it will be the first song that will pop up.
All right. Let's do it. I'm gonna check it out right now. Hold on.
I guarantee you, it'll be the first song that will pop up.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. Hold on.
It's kind of bluesy.
I have the technology to do this.
But do you like blues?
I love blues. I love jazz.
And
All right, I'm going to YouTube.
Please play it over the speakers. I would address
Hopkins, space.
Yes.
Kim Hopkins.
Yeah, that's fine.
There you are. Kim
Hopkins.
Hopkins.
Be the first one.
I'll be the first one. There we go.
Yeah, it'll be the first song, "The Day."
Video?
It'll be the first song, "The Day." Yeah, video.
Wait. That's a year ago.
No, well, maybe a year ago. No, not completely a year ago.
Wait a minute. You posted something you got 27 views. It was a year ago. I love.
Okay.
First of all,
do the one that's got 100 and something years or views.
It's got a lot of views, but it's a year ago.
The Day by me.
What's it called?
The Day.
The Day. Shit. Videos.
It should be the first video.
It says The Addiction.
Nope. I'm surprised.
Hold on.
Usually it's the first video that pops up when you plug in my name. It's okay that it's not. It's fine.
Well,
The Day. Did you find it?
I do it. I can't find it. The Day.
Okay, I'll post it. I'll post it in the chat. Hold on.
Okay. All right.
There it is.
Adam just
it's in the chat right there. It's in the chat. Adam Unsalted.
Adam found it. Dude, love you, brother. Shit.
Okay. You can play it. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm playing it right now. Here we go. I'll play it.
Even though it's a risk, and I can't play know what's on the other side.
Time out.
I got you. Ads.
I'm gonna play it on the bot. Hold on.
Yeah, we can play it on the bot.
You want to put it on the bot? You want me to do it?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Hold on. I'm getting it. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Exclamation point. Play. Space. And then there we go.
Gems in the Rough 2022. This song is called The Day.
The Day.
The Day.
I believe we're gonna see the day. I believe we're gonna see the day. A day that won't be so crazy. Under clear sky will be okay. Keep your good times in meditation. Keep the good times in meditation. There may be a war here or there, or a war of misinformation. I believe we're gonna see the day. I believe we're gonna see the day. A day that won't be so crazy. Under the sky will be okay. Misguided will lead you astray. The misguided will lead you astray. Will stand firm your ground and your tail card play. I believe we're gonna see the day. I believe we're gonna see the day. Oh, a day that won't be so crazy. Under a clear sky will be okay.
Yeah. Oh. It's gonna be okay, man. Fuck yeah, it's gonna be all right. You guys,
it's gonna be all right, man. Come on.
It's gonna be it's gonna be amazing. Thank you, Kim.
Did you like it?
Oh
Did
yes,
you like it?
I was like, the audio quality was so like 1927, you know.
I needed it to be
amazing.
that way.
I know you didn't mean it that way, but it was so like, oh my God, I've listened to a lot of shit from 1927, 1930.
You know how much I cover Patsy Cline and stuff like
so
that?
like
I
that.
really like that kind of, yeah.
You could have dropped that in 1927 and like, everybody would have been like, oh my God, it's a fucking awesome song. Yeah, it would have been amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
No. Hey, I'm in the music business, man. I know this shit when I hear it. And yeah, that was amazing.
I like to cover Patsy Cline and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
beautiful.
So I like that old time. Sorry. I like that old timey music.
Yeah. Nostalgic. I get it,
Not
man.
only nostalgic, but like it was real back then.
Yeah, it was real. Those, I'm going to say that out of all the professions in the world, that the musicians are ones that seek the truth more than anybody.
Yeah, Flat Earth was, it was after Operation Dominic and High Jump and all that. it was pretty clear to me that it was true.
Yeah. High jump, Dominic, Mockingbird. Oh my God, Operation
Mockingbird for sure.
Are you
I've
kidding?
had to tell everybody about Operation Mockingbird, and they don't.
Me too, bro. Me too.
What's wrong with them?
So let me get this straight. You're the National Broadcasting System, and you guys have been working with the CIA on. No, we can't talk about that. We have to go behind closed doors. Okay.
Rude.
What? How rude is that? So rude.
Exactly.
Fuckers. Fucking rude bitches. If you guys can excuse my language and hostility. There was a guy that was a truther, great friend of mine, named Jibby Jedi, and he was brutal. And he came out with the truth hard and fast. And he died too young. But I'm gonna pass on.
I've had a lot of friends that have died too young thanks to fentanyl.
Yeah, there's this stuff out there, man, that could potentially be bad for you. There's some great stuff that's out there that's good for you. Well, yeah. And we have to decipher these beautiful things, man. I'm not the most healthiest person in the world, but
Me either.
I'm pissed off that they lied to the majority of the people, and I'm just here to expose them the best I can.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
I see. Hello. I'm back.
I hope my music does it.
You're back? You're back. Who's back?
Just right here.
Flurfer!
Flurfer!
All right, Flurfer. Take over. Tell us how we can make this place better or worse.
I don't know. I mean, I am currently like trying to find some good memes and infographics to shit post on TikTok. You know the new TikTok slideshow feature. I've been using it to push flat Earth and shit.
You really? I love you, brother. I love you, man. Dude,
my shit has gone hundreds of thousands of views.
Get the fuck out of here. I love it. Oh, I'm so proud of you, dude.
It's blowing up. It's like blowing up like insanely. A lot of the Globers are not happy at all. Like they try to fuck around and troll, but it doesn't work at all because
I love it.
A lot of the shit is easily just like disprovable. Like that's the thing. Is like a lot of them say shit that is like very low hanging fruit. What the boat go over the curvature of the Earth? Refraction.
Refraction.
Why are all the planets round if the Earth ain't round? Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you? Yeah, man. I've seen as many flat Earth videos on TikTok as I've seen, crazy trying to debunk the globe. Things that people just hold up a globe in their living room and go, "Hey, man, it's a globe, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you?"
we're kind of because that's the thing is like there's so many like normies to like pick at and all that stuff, but like the flat Earth side is going pretty strong. Like it's going really strong.
It is.
Okay.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy about it because like we kind of got the higher end of like the whole thing.
Hey,
like that's the thing. It's like
I'll say this,
like,
man,
a
real
lot of
quick.
the people. Yeah,
we've gotten under their skin, and that could be interpreted in a lot of different ways, man.
Well, I think that
dude, we're winning our end because like over the long periods of times, like a lot of our refutals are getting better, and like they're getting much better.
Yes, they are. But
The
I
more
think that flat Earth
information
is being stalked. It's being stalked by like people that want to disprove it.
That's messed up because like actual people have died for this cause. I'm not joking. Rob Skiba, like I'm pretty positive they killed him and said it was COVID.
Jibby Jedi, Rob Skiba, Flat Earth Fokker, Flat Earth Fokker.
People have unironically died for this fucking cause.
Dude, we lost, I don't know if you guys remember, last year we lost about 5 or 6 prominent flat earthers.
Don't forget the Polish astronaut that like admitted that the Earth was flat.
Fucking died, man. No, this shit is real. Like this is real shit.
Real.
Hey, shout out to Rob Skiba.
Hey, that's the thing. Once they hit Eric Dubay, it's going wild. It's gonna go wild, man. Yeah.
Did you hear?
Wait.
Sorry.
Yeah. Wait. No. Keep going.
Go ahead, Kim. Go ahead.
Did you hear the destroying of the sorry. Professor Dave cannot. Sorry, so Professor Dave, so-called Professor Dave, not actual Professor Dave. He was very destroyed tonight.
I did not hear that. No, sorry. Thank you, Kim.
He got destroyed tonight.
I'm sure he did. Hey, I've offered $500 for Professor Dave to come to this Discord and
God, Professor Dave! Oh my God, dude!
Dude, 3 hours.
Dude, he's the guy that literally he's the guy that literally said that gender is biological because my neurons and shit.
He was being eviscerated here.
He's like a hardcore. He's like the biggest atheist. He's like, if God real, why bad thing happen? He's that level of like that. I can guarantee this guy is like a plant. He's like a plant. There's no way this guy is for real.
He's making money off
no ways for real. I'm with you, Kim.
This guy also said that fluoride is good. You should drink tap water.
He's making money off of disputing flat Earth.
You know he's like an absolute shill when he's like fucking promoting that.
He's not teaching any classes. Last time I checked.
He's like, if Earth flat, then how do I see the boat disappear over the curve and shit? Remember that one?
No, it's also the constellation of the cross constellation.
The cross one has been like already thoroughly like debunked already.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you know that like when you see like a lot of the stuff in the South, right? If you know about the firmament, if you know about the firmament and the refraction. Yeah, wait. If you know about the firmament stuff where the southern star illusions are created, you know how there are so many factors that can be played. And there's not just one cross, there's many supposed crosses. And
I have a friend in Australia. Her name's Kayla, and she can affirm anything that you need to be affirmed. By the way, she's a flat. Let me just say that she is a globe denier, not a flat earther, but a globe denier.
Hey, there's a lot of globe deniers out there. I'll say that. There's a lot.
Well, she lives in Australia.
I get the globe denier thing, man.
Yeah, she did on Rumble. She did put out a video that was kind of I don't know. It can't be disproven or proven. So I don't know.
Hey, can we prove this song or disprove this song?
Absolutely.
I'm curious about that one because I'm a summer rat. I love summer.
I love summer. I love summer.
I love summer, man.
I jump off of bluffs. Like I love the bluffs.
Bluffs. Yeah, exactly. You're in the water.
I've literally fallen for 5 seconds straight. Like, you want to go ahead and put that into the gravity the
yeah, the gravity well.
Yeah.
I think we call it gravity well. Yeah.
It's not gravity though. It's
It's not gravity.
It's not gravity. No, it's the I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank.
Density?
No.
Oh.
The average of the accumulated
it's the average. Yeah, it's the average how far it falls per second.
Yeah, but there's exactly.
Yeah, it's stuff that wants to come back down to its equilibrium. Yeah, I get it, man.
Yeah.
I drop my beer, it falls down. I'm like, oh fuck, man. I'm pissed.
I don't want to drop my beer.
No, I'm pissed. Like my beer fell down, dude.
You know,
I was holding it and it slipped out of my hand, and it's like, oh shit,
This is my problem. I've had too much alcohol.
No shit, Cam.
The latest theoretical physics.
We're fucking wrecked.
You know what they're trying to tell us in theoretical physics is that that nothing's really falling. That the appearance of something falling is an illusion, and that the Earth is actually rising up to meet the object. That's seriously what they say.
I know. I've heard this.
Yeah, I've heard. That's the thing. I think that that flat Earth society thing, that psyop is already done. It's already
no, that's globers. That's the globe rhetoric. That is theoretical physics. That's Einsteinian gravity.
Oh, you're talking about the actual globe model where they say that the Earth is moving. What's it? 1 million miles per hour through the Milky Way.
No, the average rate of falling. The average rate of fall.
What's if I'm not mistaken, their explanation for why you don't see the stars moving in like random squiggles instead of like star trails is because they say that the speed of light isn't fast enough. I'm not joking. I'm pretty sure that's what they claim as to why we see star trails instead of like random squiggling movements of the stars.
Well, yeah, it's bullshit.
Oh man, that's the thing. It's like a lot. This is just unfalsifiable claim. You know what that is? Basically, it's just making a claim. It's basically making a claim or an excuse, and you can just, because that's the thing, it's like you can stack bullshit on top of bullshit. So let's say, for example, in our case, right, it's let me think. I'm trying to think of a good example of this. Oh yeah, Einstein's theory of what happens. Let's say, so when the Michelson and Morley experiment came, right, and you had to shine two lights into each other, and if there was a deviation, that would prove that Earth's moving, but there was no deviation. So what Einstein did was he said that the experiment shortened and that the ether doesn't exist, which is why, and says that light is a particle instead of a wave, basically. Basically, you make another claim after your original claim was disproven. Another example of this is you know how you saw in that footage of the Chinese space agency, you saw that the cup of water wasn't moving at all, even though according to them the only way that water could stay in the cup was due to quote unquote gravity, but there was no gravity. So their next falsifiable claim to explain why that water can sit perfectly still in space in that footage, they claimed it was surface tension, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, the Michelson and Morley experiment proved nothing. It at least proved the stationary plane.
Yeah, it was initially supposed to prove that the Earth doesn't move, but because of Einstein, he basically said, you know what? The ether doesn't exist, Lamau, and light is a particle, which is why it's in a vacuum. That is their excuse to explain why there was no deviation in the lights in the experiment.
Well, I can't remember the guys that were.
They also said that the experiment shortened, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they said that the light everything contracted and time shortened, so that everybody that was experiencing it also they had the contraction and the time shortened also. So sorry about my bumpkin accent. Sorry, but
yeah.
They didn't prove anything. They literally just came up with unicorns and leprechauns.
They proved that the Earth didn't move in a simple fashion, but then made another excuse to say why the outcome. Yeah, and that's another thing is when they claimed that light was a particle instead of a wave. And removed the ether. This is how you actually disprove the because the main way to disprove that thesis is, in order for there to be waves or in order for there to be propagation. Take for example water. In water, you see waves, right? You see waves moving. The medium in which the waves are propagating through is water, right? And you could say the same thing for example, sound. There's waves. Sound is a wave and the medium that it's propagating through is air. Air vibrating and air moving, which is what creates sound. It's a frequency. There's frequencies in the waves in the air, you could say.
Yeah, you can isolate the seismic. You can isolate the seismic properties of sand or water, and you can see that they have.
You can see projected waves. The same thing can also be done with magnetism, even. And but anyways, back onto the main topic. As for light is in our original theory. Original thesis is it's a wave. And the medium it's propagating through is the etheric medium, basically. The ether. The ether itself is a medium. So you have 5 different elements, I guess. Water, air. I believe it's water, air, fire. I can't remember the other one, but the one that is for light is ether, basically. So
I don't believe in particles. So yes, I believe in ether.
So in this case, right, it's obvious to see that if there is no medium, there can be no wave. So that's the issue with Einstein's theory, is it's not backed up by the claim, because you have to have a medium to have a wave, right? And so what happens is that is already in of itself a physical law. You can't have a wave without a medium. You can't have water waves without water. You can't have sound without air. And you cannot have sound waves without some medium. And in this case, we call this medium an ether medium.
So that you can't have that pressure without a Gaussian.
Yes. A physical law that is observable, testable, and repeatable. So, as you can see, this already in itself disproves the idea that light is a physical particle. Alright? But anyways, now we have what's called the double slit experiment, right? Where you shine light through 2 slits, and ideally you should see the outcome of which the light particles, supposed particles, are in different arrangements. So this is the outcome of the actual experiment, or the double slit experiment. If light was actually a particle, you should see that the particles take up their own spaces when they're shined onto a surface. Alright. So you have the light shining through the slit, and the slit should split the light up into their own randomized areas or arrangements, you could say. So when they actually did the experiment, the opposite happened. Instead of the light, quote-unquote, particles taking up their own segregated spaces on the panel when they shine the light through the slits, what happened was the lights were shining back and taking up the same spaces. Right? So basically, the light particles were going into each other's spaces on the panel that the light was shined at through the slits. And then here's the audacical quantum mechanics scope that they throw on this. They now say that this phenomenon is called a quantum state superposition. Basically, the light particles are magically going into each other's spaces and taking each other's spaces. This is literally what they claim happen in the experiment, basically. They call it a quantum state superposition. This is basically they stack, and they basically just stack shit on top of shit, basically. Because that's the thing.
I can only say that.
And this is so easy to disprove from a logical standpoint, because when you look at two waves going to each other, the wave frequencies increase in amplitude. Basically, when you let's take for example sound waves. For example, when you get two sound waves and they crash into each other, it gets louder. Basically, when you add more sound on top of sound, it gets louder. Now, let's take this example for water. When two similar sized waves crash into each other, the site at which the wave crashes at increases in amplitude. It gets a little bit bigger or taller, you could say. We see the same thing happen with the light waves. You can see that the light waves have increased in amplitude. And this basically proves, in of itself, that light is a wave and not a physical particle. You cannot prove, there's no evidence to suggest that, except unfalsifiable claims which they have added. You can see how this whole science debacle is absolutely horseshit.
I agree.
Double slit experiment, quantum state superposition.
We can go into the actual specifics, or we can relay that there is no optical experiment that you can do on the Earth to prove the motion of the Earth.
Yeah, no, Einstein literally said, this is what he basically said. I'm gonna paraphrase it. He basically said, we can't prove that the Earth moves, but you're just gonna have to believe us. That's literally what he said.
And that's literally religion. And people come on here and stalk the flat earthers and don't know their own model.
They're so obsessed with us. It's funny.
They don't know their own model.
Yeah, no, they don't. We literally have to tell them that the Earth is on an axis at 23.4 degrees, spinning.
And what is that? Minus 90. And what is that? Minus 90 degrees.
That's the thing. People don't really know the globe model properly.
They don't.
But my 8 inches per square mile is a quote-unquote parabola, but even though when you actually use the parabolic measurements, they still work. They still accurately work.
The observers, yeah.
Yes, the parabolic calculations still work. It works up to at least 300 miles, but let's be honest, no one's gonna see past 300 miles at a distance.
That's probably
with their
in
bare
theory.
eyes. But that's the issue is we're seeing things at very far distances, and then they'll say it's refraction.
Refraction or gravity. It's always refraction or gravity.
That's the thing. Is like when they say refraction, they literally debunk themselves because they can't say my boats disappear over the curvature. Oh my sun is getting bigger at the horizon. Oh, the horizon is dipping when I go high. You know, you can't say that. You literally cannot say that the Earth is You can't say that the Earth is what do I say? You can't say that there's a geometric horizon when you throw in refraction. You can't do that anymore.
It's an apparent horizon.
Yes. So basically everything you see with the whole boats disappear over the curvature bullshit, and that's the fucked up thing, is refraction is upwards. You never see it really go downwards, really.
Yeah.
And it's mostly magnifying, too.
It's the convergence.
You expect me to believe that refraction is going to pull something hundreds of miles away upwards but that's the thing, is we see all the refraction tests, they go downward. We see the objects get magnified and go downwards when they move further away. You never see them go upwards. That's the weird part.
You can also see the convergence of things on the atmos.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. We never see it like
it's convergent.
When we see the long distance stuff, we never see all those like weird like blurs and shit and all that stuff. We see it clear as day, like it's on the fucking clearest day, and we see far as hell, and then they'll say it's refraction even though it's obviously a clear day.
Yeah.
And that's the fucked up part, is like people have repeatedly seen and repeated experiments of long distances, and we still see no curvature whatsoever.
Exactly.
Almost no deviation. Like, for example, the Chicago skyline, consistently seen beyond 200 miles, if I'm not mistaken.
But there's still convergence and distortion in the convergence that we see with our perception. So I want to.
I mean, that's the thing. Our eyesight is.
It converges in the horizon, the apparent horizon, not the.
That's the thing, is when
geometrical
we do see
horizon.
Yeah, that's the thing, is when we do see all those like mirages and stuff, you see the stuff upside down. You see it upside down and all that weird shit.
You don't even see that. You don't even see that.
Sometimes you don't even see that at all, really. And you can also see the horizon. You can literally see the horizon dip and not dip on random occasions. That's the fucked up part, is these globe earthers cherry pick hey, look, the horizon is dipping on a clearly, obviously unclear day. And they'll also cherry pick instances where you see the sun enlarged and cut in half by the horizon, and then simultaneously ignore instances where the sun gets smaller at the horizon on a clear day.
Yeah.
The dishonesty is so unreal.
We see too far, even with refraction and accountant of the geometric horizon.
That's the thing. You can't put refraction in a calculation, and that's all the weird. That's the weird shit about it. Is even when you find instances where you see too long, and the Earth, all those weird Earth calculators with refraction maths in it don't work at all. They'll just still throw the refraction thing again at you. They throw it. It's this whole refraction stuff is so shit.
I agree. It's such shit. It doesn't make any sense.
It's a massive cope because you're going to tell me that we've consistently seen beyond hundreds of miles away from us, even at ground level, and then label every single instance of that refraction. Like there's one time maybe, but hundreds of thousands of times where we consistently see beyond Earth curve.
It's always,
you gotta throw refraction every single instance.
It's always refraction or gravity, man. It's always those
so petty. It's the pettiest
that
shit in the world.
You never see the geometric horizon.
You'll never see the geometric horizon.
It's always refracted. Always.
You'll never see the geometric horizon. Then that means your horizon dip that you claim, even though you ignore instances where the horizon doesn't dip, even when you go 100,000 feet, or instances when you say boats disappear over the curve. All of that is dismissed the very moment you say refraction.
Well, just ask Craig from Fight the Flat Earth. Even holding your hand in front of your face, there'll be a slight amount of refraction involved, so you're not actually seeing your hand where it actually is.
You're seeing through your hand.
It's nuts. It's really nuts.
Yeah.
It really makes no sense. It makes no sense that they would make so many excuses for what you can see with your own eyeballs.
It's what you can call an unfalsifiable claim. Oh, if the Earth eventually, if you make the tub of water big enough, the water's got a curve. Oh, if you go high enough, eventually you'll see the curve.
Yeah, that's in contention. That's in contention amongst the globers themselves. There is conflicting arguments about that. So just a lot of different globers have different stories about what altitude you should be at before you start to see curvature.
Yeah, no, that's the fucked up part. Is none of them say the same. None of them say the same thing. They're so inconsistent, and it's just fucked. Like they don't say the same shit consistently.
They can bite me.
The magic gravity, the magic mass attracts mass. Because that's the thing, is the whole gravity thing. Like, it's a lot of the debate on the whole gravity scenario. A lot of it is entirely strawmanned. They'll claim, "Oh, why not up? Why not left and right?" Or they'll also say, "Oh, you can't have gravity without buoyancy or some retarded shit." Because there's the thing.
Why can't it just be up is up and down is down?
Yeah,
it's just a flat Earth.
That's the fuck.
Up is up and down is down.
You know, that's the funny thing is like we say upside down people, and then say up, and then they say up is up and down is down.
Well, in the globe model, there's actually no up and down at all. There's
I know.
If you go with Newtonian, it's towards the center of mass. right? And if you go with Einsteinian, then everything's relative.
Everything is relative.
When you're asked about gravity on a flat Earth, why can't up be up and down be down? Why can't?
Yeah, no, that's the thing is no flat earther has once denied that when you let go of an object in the air, a quote unquote force by definition is acting upon it. No one is denying that. What we are denying is mass attracts mass. Or the Earth's mass is causing objects to fall. That is what we deny. We aren't denying that when you let go of an object in the air, a force is pulling it downwards, you could say. No one is denying that. Or when you say that you let go of a helium balloon, a force is acting quote unquote upwards. We call it a density force, or you can get super technical and say it's electromagnetism.
Yeah, but why is it always asked on a flat Earth? Why does gravity have to be prevalent? Like, I'm just not understanding why they absolutely have to have. Yeah, it's clearly up is up and down is down on a flat.
Yeah, no, we aren't denying the existence of that. We have a density gradient.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that, like, anytime there is a debate about it on a flat Earth, what's causing things to go down? Up, maybe because down is down and up is up. I don't know. Maybe.
All right. Let's first. Someone define to me what a force is. If you want to get super technical, because unfortunately we don't have any clear. We don't have any.
Well, everything is inherently electrostatic, so.
Yeah. I want a clean definition of what a force is. That's the thing is I've discussed many things with the whole gravity stuff. Someone claims that gravity is electromagnetism or some shit like that, or electrostatic energy or whatever.
Well, it should be electrostatic because that is way more.
I do believe that the density.
It's more powerful than gravity even claims to be.
I think that's the thing is that everything is electrical stuff, or the electrostatic universe concept. I think that stuff explains the density thing. Because if you think about it right, we're talking about like density, for example. How to relate the density force with the electromagnetic force? I think the electrostatic or electromagnetic force is what the density concept is based on. The density force is based on the electrical force, I guess you could say.
Well, it's also just an agreed upon an acceleration downward.
Yes. The density force is the electrical force. That is what I believe.
Well, that's what gravity supposedly is. Yeah.
It's supposed. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Is like all the scientoids that they say some of the stuff we're saying. I guess in that regards. With the whole electrostatic universe concepts or electromagnetic ether field. That's the thing is they basically replaced the ether and called it quantum fields or whatever. The quantum field thing is basically the ether.
Exactly.
Alright, what's the definition of a force? a force
I think that
is
it's
strength
just
or energy
whatever.
as an attribute to physical action or movement.
Yeah, because it can also be distributed from any kind of movement from the ether.
All right, let me see if it has a quote-unquote physics definition. Because we sure do love physics definitions or whatever.
I get it. Yeah.
Let's see.
I think
What
that
is the physical
if the
definition of
ether
a
is
force?
moving, I think
All
that
right.
if the ether is moving, that it will distribute some sort of movement in the air, whether it be
Yes.
electrostatic or electromagnetic. It will distribute that kind of movement, like,
That's
and
the thing, is the scientists
carry on.
say the
It'll carry
same.
on.
The scientists say the same thing that we say, but in ways that make it sound really cringe and nihilistic and materialistic. For example, we say everything is technically in a constant motion. Scientists also technically say this as well. We say that energy is neither created nor destroyed. Well, we also technically say that energy is neither created nor destroyed. Just like, for example, we say that God is eternal, meaning that God itself is an idea or an energy that has always existed. It cannot be created nor destroyed. It's a really that in my opinion that's what that's where theology and science can meet in its way.
If you stir whatever ether is, it's never going to stop in the motion that it was stirred. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the thing, is that people people say it's just energy. Ether is just energy in of itself, like embodiment of energy.
If it's stirred in a certain way, it's never going to stop. So the ether is something that cannot be explained. And that is what science hates most of all. Something you can't explain. So if something is stirred in a certain way,
the issue with all the
it's
science
never going to stop.
That's the issue with a lot of the extreme atheistic or materialistic scientoids, is they always are like, see first, believe later. You know, they never look inwards, and they never look. They always have to try to materialize everything. Otherwise, they'll say, "Oh, I won't believe it if I can't see it."
Exactly. And it's so easy to just say, hey, whatever is stirred was stirred by the voice of God, and it cannot be stopped until the voice of God stops it.
That's the thing, is you can technically by intuition find these answers within, but the issue is you can't materialize these ideas. Like, you can explain it and it resonates with people, right? It makes sense to people. You can explain these ideas to people and make it make sense to people. But you can't really make it something that's physical, which is what scientoids hate, unfortunately. They don't.
I get it. Yeah. I didn't come to the realization of God without divine intervention. So I didn't believe in God.
Divine intervention is the really important thing. That's the thing. Is
I didn't believe. Yeah.
They kind
I
of
didn't
want
believe in God
the Big Bang
accidentally.
as an idea, as a logical idea, you could say. But unfortunately, right? because that's the thing, is this is where all the whole science theory, faith-based thing, like everything in of itself,
because I can be like, hey, I know for sure that God exists, and
that's
nobody
the thing.
believes
Is
me.
like you have a split with science. Is you have a point where it's basically you make up theories or ideas in your mind, and you have faith on them. But scientists are in constant denial of this, and they deny anything that's divine.
Yeah.
Which is the biggest issue, is they deny anything divine. They basically say, oh, the quantum fields are eternal and created everything. In the beginning, the quantum fields created the Big Bang and all this shit, and
They
everything.
don't even know that.
And they and you're like,
They don't even know that.
So is this God? Is this quantum fields or whatever you say God that created everything? And they say, no, it's not God. It's just an eternal quantum field that is dead and material. This is a dead material or dead matter or whatever. Everything is just dead matter, basically. There's no life or no consciousness or nothing divine in anything that exists around you. That is literally the nihilistic this is why all this globe model evolution stuff is shit, because it's basically saying everything is undivine and everything is just quote unquote matter and everything is just dead.
See through, but with my own eyes, I can see through the deception. It's not easy, but I'm saying, like, once you have the eyes to see and the ears to hear, you can hear and see the deception all around you. So
the atheist is the one who has faith but is in denial of it. That is literally what it is.
But I can't say that I believe in God on my own. It's not like I was searching for that realization.
The thing is, you intuitively know.
I didn't do that.
Intuitively know it. You just know. It's your inner knowing. It's your intuition. It's the soul. It's the soul. It's the ether within that is telling you. It's the person that's giving. It's the idea that you intuitively think. There's a higher being and there's a higher intelligence that has created
it wasn't that though, man. I'm telling you that it wasn't even that. It was something else. Like, hey, it was placed on my heart and my mind that it was true, and I wasn't seeking it, and it happened anyways. So I'm not gonna
these ideas
I'm not
come
gonna
within.
preach semantics. Yeah, I'm not gonna preach semantics here or there. I'm not gonna try to make people feel like they don't know or they do know, whatever. I'm just saying, like, whatever I have in my belief.
Society today has made us distrust our intuition, or even skewed it.
I didn't even have that of me. It was not of me that I believed it. It was not of me that I believed it. I wasn't seeking that. It happened all together, and I had to figure it out on my own after that. Does that make sense?
I mean, that's the thing is, that is what makes sense to me. At heart, that is what makes sense to me. It's although it's not easy to explain. You can make it explainable, but some people will not understand it.
I'm trying so hard to explain it, but it's so hard to explain. I'm like the faith of
I keep it as simple as possible for others to understand. That is what
But the
I
faith,
want to do.
yeah, but the faith of God did not just happen on me because I was seeking the faith of God. It happened upon me like by happenstance.
You know, that's
Like
the thing.
serendipity, or whatever you can explain the idea of fate in something that is not apparent, but is something that is actualized in your heart and your mind.
There's a good video. I don't know if I can find it anymore, but it's called "Believing versus Knowing." To know is to see, but to believe is to have faith in. Basically, to have faith in this idea.
It's so hard to explain, but I promise you that I'm not just believing on it by YouTube videos. Okay.
I mean, that's the thing is like I try to put the believing and the knowing together. Basically, I don't just believe. I don't just say I believe in God. I know God is within.
I know
and
God
without.
exactly. Like it's something that I know because I didn't seek it; it found me. It's not something that I tried to find. I was trying to figure out something else, and God found me, and He told me, "Hey, I exist." Not verbatim. I'm not trying to say this isn't like God said to me verbatim. It's like something that God put into my being or my heart, my mind, that He existed, and so did Christ. So I'm not trying to say that He spoke to me directly. It's something else. It's not like, oh, He said that He existed. It's not that. It's that I know He existed because He put it on my heart somehow.
That's the thing is I don't believe when it comes to like I believe what I'm embodying or that I'm within is a vessel. Basically, I'm an observer. What I have are just ideas and personalities, which in of themselves are ideas. There is no such thing as a original idea. All ideas have always existed. All ideas are neither created nor destroyed. Just like how energy is neither created nor destroyed, ideas are neither created
everything
nor
under the sun has been done.
All ideas are neither created nor destroyed. Everything has always existed in a way, in its own way.
Yes.
Now, granted, right, I do believe this current material world was indeed technically created out of something that has already existed, basically. And you could say that thing is God in of itself. God is what embodies this world, you could say.
But there's two matrix. There's two matrices. There's the deception matrix and there's the divine matrix. That's what I believe. Because there's no way that
like the whole yin. It's kind of like the whole yin yang concept, but in actuality, they're technically one in the same in its own way.
But you can't define God's will. You are just a human being. And
yes,
you are
I am of this vessel. It doesn't mean I'm not the. It doesn't mean I'm like a supreme personality. I'm not like the whole supreme personality.
Me either. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're not supreme. We cannot define God's will. God's will is above our own.
Now, granted, we are a part of, like, we embody, or we are a part of, and we are observing through our vessel. And these ideas are, you have the soul, the body, the mind. The mind is made up of a personality and ideas of its own.
Yeah, but the soul and the spirit are different.
That's the thing. I've heard that before. I want a good elaboration on it.
Okay, well, the spirit is the actual life that God breathes into you. Your soul is your living soul that you experience in your lifetime. So,
okay, I get it. I get that. I think that kind of plays into the whole mind thing, because think about it, right? When you die, right? When you die, that doesn't mean that your personality dies. It doesn't mean that the mind or the ideas that embody that vessel die away. They all return. They all return to an ether, basically, you could say.
Yeah, but it does die. So the fact that you die, your soul dies, means that in this life you should live it to the fullest. So do not.
It takes up a new. You could say it takes up a new form. It transforms. Energy transforms.
It just dies.
Basically.
When you die, you die, and when your soul dies, you die.
That's the thing is, when I die, right? Think about it, right? Yeah. My body or my vessel, you could say, is transforming. The microbes around me, or the microbes within me are, I guess you could say, decomposing itself, or breaking down cells, the energy. They're changing into a newer form. They're changing into a newer form.
Okay, yeah, I get it. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but your soul dies. And when you are resurrected, you're resurrected at some point.
Right.
So what is
That's the thing with the soul? With the soul, or with the soul?
Your soul.
Or,
your soul is resurrected.
As for like the energy or the spirit, you could say.
Are you guys having like a spiritual chat or something?
I guess you could say so. I mean, that's the thing. It's like this is my kind
when
of
you
like.
die, you die. Like,
so this is a very intellectual. This is a very intellectual forum. If you guys want to have a spiritual chat, there's a channel down below. The live stream is usually reserved for intellectual conversation for the flat Earth.
Nobody else is on here right now.
Yeah, let me. By the way, I don't know. Just click on my name. You'll see who I am. And also, I'm the guy that moderates this chat all the time. So I'm the party pooper. If you guys want to have that spiritual chat, you can have the spiritual chat all you want in the spiritual room. There's plenty of rooms in here for that kind of talk. And this specific chat room is usually moderated, but in 2 a.m. it's never usually. I popped in here just because I wanted to see what was going on, but usually these chats are held in spiritual chat rooms.
Yeah, I'm not usually talking this stuff.
And the reason why I'm saying this is because a lot of people come from different religious backgrounds, and having opinions on certain spiritual topics can get people upset. So we don't usually have them in this room. So that's why we have them in other rooms.
Yeah, I understand that, but I do want to have like a very chillax or calm approach, you could say.
Well, there's also a chill chat that we have, so you can have a really good chill chat in the chill chat room. But this specific live stream, the live stream is dedicated to intellectual flat Earth conversation. Like it has to be upheld. It has to be upheld that way. We don't have it any other way. That's always been that way.
We were initially talking about some flat Earth stuff, you could say.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
whatever
I guess that's the thing is like we were talking about the flat Earth stuff, and we were explaining why I guess the flat Earth points to a god, I guess you could say, or why the globe
that's usually a
model is
sidebar. It's definitely a sidebar conversation. Going further into it, but it you can have you can definitely say like people have a biblical stance or people have a religious stance on flat Earth, but you can't go full blown conversation into it.
Yeah, I understand that. I could see why some people might take things the wrong way.
It's happened many times, and I might seem like the bad guy, but I'm not. Like the guy who's going to come at you with other religious like.
All right. Oh man, I'm trying to look for that photo where it's like this is Mars, this is CGI, this is Neptune, this is CGI. Does anyone have that photo? I've been trying to find it, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I want to post it on my new I want to post like one of those TikTok slideshow thingies. Awesome to mess with. I don't know why I can't find it in the planets section. Like, it's not there at all. Doesn't make any sense to me, at least. Let's see. There's like a religion chat. There's a chill chat.
Yeah, those are dedicated for the kinds of conversations that were just happening right now. So you guys are welcome to go there, and you guys can have a great conversation there. By the way, just the live stream is usually dedicated for a flat Earth conversation.
Right. Do you have like a shit ton of flat Earth infographics or memes or whatever? I'm trying to. I'm wondering, like you've got to have that one photo that I'm looking for.
I've not found the chat that you're talking about.
Oh, it's down. There's like a voice chat when you scroll down on it, and it says spirituality chat or health and nutrition chat, stuff like that.
Like the FE beginners chill chat.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, down there.
Any one of those. You can hop in there with your friend, and you guys can have the greatest conversations.
Yeah. Health and nutrition. I'm just scrolling through the health and nutrition section. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. This is like food heresy.
Ladies Night. I love Ladies Night, by the way.
Oh fucking hell.
How do I go to Ladies Night Live?
Oh, you just click on it, I believe. Same way you join this.
That's on Friday afternoons for me. So I don't know if you live in the States.
There's something else going on over here, Ladies Night Live info, text and VC.
Oh, what the fuck is wrong with people? Holy shit. This is cooking heresy.
Ether? Oh my goodness. There's so much.
You know, for me, I am, I've been,
why lie?
I've been trying, because I've been eating like a predominantly
Where do
high
you want to go, buddy?
I don't
Where do
know.
you want to go? I'll go
'Cause at
where
the
you
moment,
go.
I'm just chilling.
Where do
No,
you
I'm
want to go?
I'm just here. I'm just here right now, and originally I was trying to just find that one infograph of that image about like, oh hey, this is Mars, this is CGI, this is Neptune's, this is CGI, this is Jupiter. I'm sure you've seen it at one point,
Yeah.
but I don't know if anyone's had. I'm trying to put that in my TikTok slideshow. If anyone can give me that, if anyone can give me that image, that would be awesome.
Well, you know,
I could probably just force myself to find it on Telegram or some shit, but I don't know.
Do you want to continue talking with me, or do you want to continue talking with someone else?
I don't know, really. I don't know what to talk about excessively, I guess, at the moment. We could just go on Flat Earth or whatever.
I'm good. I'm good. With
Yeah, you don't
Flat
have
Earth
to.
because
You can talk about anything you want in these Discord. Just only Flat Earth in this one though. But anything else you want in the other chat rooms, you're welcome to do all that over there.
Oh, well, Flat Earth makes a lot of sense. I'm clearly a Flat Earther. I feel like you are too.
For us, as of currently, we all are. That's really it.
Yes. There's no evidence otherwise. Good night, guys. I don't see any others that have a live chat, so good night.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off. Yeah, I'm gonna get off. Shit, I think I got deleted off TikTok anyway, so I'm gonna get off.
Grace and peace to all of you, and I appreciate you talking to me. Hey, and played my song. My song on there was awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
guy. She made him sound like so stood up for her because I don't know this girl.
I know. She's garbage, homie.
He's really nice though. I lost my phone. I don't know if he tried to hit me up.
Yo, Ethergrass, are you there?
You got him?
Nah, it's not him. It's some.
You should hit him up and say, "Hey, it's me and Britt." We can send him a picture because he likes me.
No, I know. A lot of people like you,
You know
Brittany.
what I mean? He liked hanging out with me. We had a nice car. I came over. He was so cool. I just lost my phone the next day.
You're on a live stream right now.
Me?
Whoever. None of these people are talking. This is a live stream right now. It's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. People come on this thing.
Love you.
People come on this thing who work for NASA, SpaceX, and they try to be like, "Oh, you flat earthers are so stupid. Like, tell me this. Like, how do you not fall off the edge?" And these people get destroyed. There's people in this server. Let me just give you a few names. Adam Unsalted, Flat Earth Batman, Flat Earth Professor, Julius J, Yoke Master, Ethergrass. These people are legends, dude. I'm just saying, though.
Yeah.
Peep the halo over the head.
Hey, look at my clays, dude.
is the truth. Nothing more.
This is in some of y'all church.
That's right.
Thank God for television. This is in some of y'all church. This is in some of y'all homes.
That's right.
Now, your pastor is telling you Jesus' birthday is coming on the 25th.
Amen.
Your pastor is a liar. The Bible ain't never said Jesus was born December 25th. Not only is your pastor a liar, your mama.
That's right.
You talking about my mama? Your mama.
Amen.
Your daddy. Children, there is no Santa Claus. Your mama or your daddy bought them presents.
Right.
There is no Santa Claus. Stop lying. This is heathenism.
Heathenism.
This is paganism.
That's right.
This ain't got nothing to do with God.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Amen.
10th chapter, book of Jeremiah, real quick. Let me read it.
Jeremiah 10, we'll start at verse 1.
Come on, son.
Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel.
Hear ye the word of the Lord that's coming to you now, Dover, Delaware, and the world.
Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith Geno Jennings.
Thus saith the Lord.
You hear this now? You've got to be a hypocrite to go back to your church tomorrow. You got to be a child of hell. When you go back home tonight, when you drive up to your house and see it all lit up and that fake manger got down there, hey, tell me, who's that little dirty, ugly baby you got on your lawn? Who's that dirty, ugly plastic baby?
That's right.
You got on your lawn.
Amen.
And on your church grounds.
Amen.
Now, you may be ignorant, but do you know when you got a baby and you claim it's Jesus, you blasphemed?
That's right.
Because Jesus Christ is God, and God said, make no image of me. Who told you? See, that's blasphemy. Yeah. Why is it, Pastor Jennings? God ain't no baby.
That's right.
When Jesus walked this earth, he ain't still no baby.
No.
Who told you he had blonde hair, blue eyes, and white skin?
Yeah.
Who told you he was light skinned or brown skinned with dreadlocks?
Yeah.
You ain't never met him.
That's right.
He ain't walking the streets of Delaware. Who told you he had curly locks? Who told you he had plaits in his hair? And when you go back home, you take that manger and collect it and put it in a plastic bag and set it out on trash day.
Amen.
Well, Pastor Jennings, that's the Christian thing. That's paganism.
Amen.
That's idolatry.
Yeah.
Who told you Mary looked like that?
Yeah.
Who told you Joseph looked like that?
That's right.
I want you to get the old troublemaker. I want to bring you back the Bible and get you away from these foolish church traditions.
That's right.
Everybody go hungry all year, then the church get a spell from hell and want to give out turkeys in December. Hungry all year long. All year long, folks is hungry. And then the church get a spell from hell. And all of a sudden want to get involved in the community, you bunch of heathens.
Amen.
Jesus stayed involved.
Yes, he did.
Didn't he?
Yes, he did. Go ahead.
You see, you talking about you in a Christian home.
Yeah.
A Christian home, and you got the symbol of a heathen.
Amen.
Finish up Jeremiah.
Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel.
What did God tell us?
Thus saith the Lord.
I want you to judge yourself tonight, Delaware. Thus saith the Lord.
Learn not the way of the heathen.
What?
Learn not the way of the heathen.
I want you to judge yourself and ask yourself, are you a heathen tonight?
Amen.
A heathen.
Heathen.
Not a Christian, a heathen.
That's right.
Yeah, a heathen.
Yeah.
Not a Christian, a heathen.
Heathen.
I want to emphasize on the H, a heathen.
That's right.
I want you to get the breeze. The Bible says Jesus breathed on them.
That's right.
Hey. heathen.
Amen.
Judge yourself now.
Amen.
Judge yourself.
Yeah.
All of you that say Jesus was born December 25th, you lied on the Son of Man.
That's right.
You lied on the Messiah.
That's right.
You lied on Christ.
Yeah.
When you go to a church and your preacher got to preach a sermon, you got a heathen for a pastor. Are you listening to the old troublemaker?
Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith the Lord.
Learn not.
Learn not the way of the heathen.
And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven.
Why?
For the heathen are dismayed at them.
Read to Dover, Delaware, what the heathens do here.
For the customs of the people are vain.
Anything that's vain is no good.
No good.
What do they do, son?
For one cutteth a tree out of the forest.
Oh. Cut it. You ain't got to cut it now. Yeah. They cut it for you and sell it to you.
That's right.
They cut the tree down at the forest. What they do, son?
The work of the hands of the workmen with the axe.
What they do?
They deck it.
With what?
With silver and with gold. Deck it. Deck it.
And what did God call them that do this?
Learn not the way of the heathen.
And what do the heathen do to the tree?
They deck it with silver and with gold. It's right there.
Fa la 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 la. You sang a liar, just like you tell one, you liars.
That's a lie. Amen.
You lie. You thought you was a Christian, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
The word Christian means being like Christ.
That's right.
What do Christ and Christmas got in common? Nothing.
Nothing.
Because Christ is not a heathen.
That's right.
He ain't never left on record when his birthday was.
No.
Never.
Never. Customs of the people are
never. Give me the first chapter, book of Luke. Mm-hmm. Let's see what month did Gabriel came to Mary.
That's right. That's right. In the book of St. Luke, chapter 1.
Follow me.
And we'll start reading at verse 26.
Move quick.
And in the 6th month.
In the 6th month.
The angel Gabriel was sent from God unto a city of Galilee named Nazareth.
And what?
To a virgin espoused to a man whose name was Joseph.
Now, Gabriel came to Mary in the 6th month.
In the 6th month.
So that means she conceived in the 6th month.
That's right.
With the English calendar, the 6th month will be June.
That's right.
June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. That's a whole different season coming.
That's right. That's right.
They don't care.
No.
6 months.
In the 6th month, the angel Gabriel
was sent from God
unto a city of Galilee named Nazareth. 6th month.
In the 6th month he came.
That's right.
It didn't even give the date of the 6th month of the conception.
No.
It just said the 6th month.
That's right. That's it.
You bunch of heathens.
Amen.
Now go home to your lighted up house. Go home to your light up house. Amen. Because when you leave tonight, you know you're a heathen and not a Christian.
That's right.
Pastor Jennings, I'm a Christian. I don't care what you say. Give chapter and verse again.
Jeremiah chapter.
Wait a minute. Where?
Jeremiah.
No. Jennings.
Jeremiah.
Geno Jennings.
Jeremiah.
Geno Jennings.
Jeremiah.
I didn't call you a heathen. Jeremiah.
That's right.
The prophet Jeremiah.
Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you.
Who said it?
The Lord speaketh unto you.
The Lord said it through Jeremiah. You got Santa. If you listen at what they say about Santa, they put him in competition with God.
Yes, they do.
Because according to the Bible, God knows what you're thinking.
That's right.
It is God that knows whether you've been bad or good.
Amen.
And it is God that's everywhere.
Yeah.
God didn't make reindeer to fly.
No.
Santa is everywhere. Yeah. In one night, he's everywhere. You bunch of lying heathens.
Amen.
If there was a man named Scrooge, he had the right spirit until 3 devils came. When the 3 devils came to him, he got nice too.
Amen.
If there was a real Scrooge, he was all right. When he was against Christmas.
Yeah.
That goes to show you what happened to you when you go to these churches and they got Christmas wreaths on the door, Christmas wreaths all on your house, and you talking about a Christian family. You are a bunch of heathens.
Thus saith the Lord.
The Bible speaks plain.
Thus saith the Lord. Amen. Learn not the way of the heathen.
Read what the heathens do.
And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them.
What do the heathens do?
For the customs of the people are vain.
You may as well go take your stuff back to Best Buy. May as well take your stuff back to Best Buy, Radio Shack, Walmart, and Target, and Kohl's, and Macy's, and JC with her pennies.
Amen.
May as well take your gift cards back.
Yeah.
You heathen.
Amen.
You a bunch of heathens.
That's right.
When you holy, you don't give gifts to celebrate a lie. You don't accept gifts. You don't participate in Christmas parties on your job.
That's right.
You don't even bake nothing for the party on the job.
That's right.
Anything that endorses Christmas, God's people take a Bible stand because we refuse to be heathens.
Amen. Amen.
Are you listening?
Amen. Amen.
Amen. But you look at Joel Osteen and T.D. Jakes, they have all the choirs on television singing Christmas carols.
Oh, yeah.
Bunch of heathens.
That's right.
I'm going to point you to the Bible. I'm going to point you to the Bible. If you don't want the Bible, stop telling people you're a Christian.
Right.
See, the people want the parts of the Bible that don't hurt them. Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want him. Daniel in the lion's den, and Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego. That don't hurt you.
No.
John the Baptist was in Jordan baptizing people. That don't hurt you.
No.
Preachers will tell you that all day because he know that stuff don't touch your sin.
That's right.
You will sit there with your second wife and blow kisses at her while he talk about Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego.
Amen.
Learn not the way of the heathen.
For the customs of the people are vain.
What you done was vain. I come here to ruin your Christmas. Humbug.
Amen.
We're going to ruin it.
Ruin it.
You stop. You come out, you love your children. If you love your children, tell them the truth. Yeah. Why would you take them down to a mall to sit on the lap of a pervert?
That's right.
You got your daughter standing between the legs of a man you don't even know?
Yeah.
You got your son sitting on the lap of some old pervert?
That's right.
What's the matter with you?
That's right.
You're supposed to be a protector for your children.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you listening to the old troublemaker?
For the customs of the people are vain.
Vain!
For one cutteth a tree out of the forest.
Look at that tree and think of what's in your house.
Amen.
You left your house, all them lights still blinking. You heathen.
That's right.
You're thinking about it while we're preaching, you heathen.
Amen.
What he said?
For the customs of the people are vain.
You thought you did something. Some of these fool people go try to compete with each other in the neighborhood.
Yes, they will.
Got lights on the doorknob, lights all on the roof.
That's right.
Lights trimming the shape of the windows, lights trimming the shape of the house.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of trash all on the house.
Yeah.
All lit up. And then want everybody to pray that God would give them a miracle blessing to pay the light bill.
That's right.
You heathen.
Heathen.
Huh?
Amen.
Amen. This is a soul-stirring message. I want to call you back to Bible.
That's right.
Because the church got away from the Bible, and God made me deal with things to pull you back to the Bible.
Amen.
No need to shouting, no need jumping, no need falling out. Come on back to Bible so you can be sure that you're on the right journey to the kingdom of God.
That's right.
It ain't no such thing you going to heaven anyway.
No.
Nobody going to heaven anyway.
No.
It ain't nobody going to step a foot in the kingdom unless you come on the Bible order that God left here.
That's right.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
where are you within your true Earth journey?
I'm not telling you. Well, absolutely nobody can deny that Dave Weiss is intellectually fearless. Dave Weiss, or Flat Earth Dave, as he's also known, is a global expert on all things related to the Flat Earth movement. Dave believes that the world's elites, or as he calls them, the controllers, use TV programming to hide the truth nature of reality from all of us. Well, I would tend to agree with all of that. They make us believe the world is completely physical, hiding the spiritual and metaphysical nature of reality. And yes, he thinks the world is actually flat and that NASA is just a propaganda apparatus just as much as big tech or social media or public schools. Well, Dave wanted to come on this show and says that he's happy to answer literally any question that we have about the Earth and its shape. And to that end, he joins us now. Dave, thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it.
Stu, thanks for having me on. And in this crazy time we live in, many listeners are saying right now, why the heck is he talking about the shape of the Earth? What does it matter with all the other nonsense going on in the world? And the long story short is it is the reason they're getting away with all this nonsense. People are lost in space, spinning out of control, don't know where they are in a godless or distant God universe, and they don't realize that we're at the center of creation. So when you say flat Earth, I say a topographical level plane. Yes, there's hills, there's valleys, there's all sorts of stuff. And when you first hear about flat Earth, you're like, no way, it's so stupid. It's because everybody has this idea. This is what we've been brainwashed into thinking flat Earth is. No flat earther thinks this. So once you understand what the flat Earth is and what it's not, then you start to see, and then the why it matters really comes into play.
Yeah, why is it that flat Earth is the single thing that triggers people the most? I mean, I say things. I was in an airplane recently traveling, took a picture out the window, said, don't see the curve, looks pretty flat. I was at the beach, took a picture of the ocean, said, I'm not seeing a curve, looks pretty flat. People go absolutely nuts. Why is that?
It's because we've been indoctrinated into flat Earth before we could even talk. We were in our cribs. Our parents put mobiles above our heads of the solar system. We watch Sesame Street. There's astronauts on there. The first worksheet we take home from school is the movement of the sun, the moon, and the earth. Right? It's programming, and then all of our toys and all of our movies and all of it is about space, and that was the biggest thing, to give up space. But you're not just giving up space, you're taking in a new reality that outer space is right here on a scientifically possible flat Earth, right? This is what people believe. They don't even understand what they believe. In the helio-nonsensical system, we're on a ball spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. That means when you're watching the sunset, you believe you're falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound.
I just have to say, I don't believe that. I look, I'm not going to tell everybody exactly where I am with this whole flat Earth thing because I really don't know. But I do have a question about this. You mentioned the 1080 miles per hour. I asked a pilot to explain this because I asked a pilot, is it flat? And he looked at me like I was crazy. And he goes, no, Mr. Peters, it's not flat. This was getting off. We were deplaning. And I said, well, let me just riddle me this then. Answer this question for me. So we're on this aircraft and we just went from Minneapolis to Orlando. We were traveling at approximately 500 miles per hour, give or take 50, 75 miles per hour. The Earth is spinning at 1,080 miles per hour, or so I've been told for my entire life. So how did we ever catch up to Orlando? Or did we just wait for it to catch back up to us? He couldn't really explain that.
Yeah, well, they say in the Earth is spinning and it's holding on to all of the air, and all of the air is spinning with the Earth, right? Which makes absolutely no sense when you think about it. A summer breeze can blow the air left and right and up and down, and I could drink with a straw, pulling air up and away from gravity with the weak vacuum or low pressure of my mouth and lungs. None of it makes any sense when you look into it. And here's the thing. No matter what I say today, don't believe me. I'm pointing to some doors that you never thought of. And then once you look at them, make up your own mind. And this is things that we can test. Stu, you do such an amazing job, exposing all of the stuff going on with the injection, the lethal injection. And it's hard for a normal person to verify that. I don't have an electron microscope. I don't understand what I'm looking at. I have to believe. I have to understand. I have to trust. But the true nature of our world is testable by every single person. So it's something that's very, very, very simple to do.
Yeah, I agree. So, all right, I want you to go through your kind of a presentation that you have here.
Real quick, I won't be too long. So we're spinning at 66,600 miles an hour, funny number, and we're chasing at 500,000 miles per hour. These are curved trajectories, right? And people go, "Oh, I'm on an airplane. I could drink water." Well, to equate that airplane over the earth plane to just the spin of the earth, you'd have to double the speed of the airplane. You'd have to remove the outer shell of the airplane, and you'd have to nosedive a mile per minute just to follow the curve of the earth. And then I want to know how your water's doing, right? So all of that's going on, and we're traveling all of these distances. So this is the hypersonic sled track. Anyone that's listening, just Google that on YouTube. This thing goes by at Mach 8.6. Mach 8.6, right? You have to believe that, you can't even see it. You have to believe that we are traveling 10 times faster than that around the sun in an elliptical orbit, and we're chasing the sun at 100 times faster than that. But when we go out into nature, we see stuff like this, a perfectly calm, mirror reflected flat lake. Okay, absolutely impossible on a spinning ball. None of it makes any sense.
Is it possible for you to go back to that other one that you were just showing, the all the chaos there,
the sled?
Yeah, show the sled. Let's see that again here real quick, because I didn't get that. That was covered by something. Okay, so here's the sonic sled track test. Explain this again real quick.
So this is the fastest rocket sled that they can do on a railroad track. It's called the hypersonic sled track test, and it's going by at Mach 8.6. You can barely fathom that speed, but you have to believe that this rock, surrounded by water, surrounded by curved air adjacent to a void, which is just scientifically impossible, is whizzing through space 10 times faster than this, curving around the sun, right? And then also chasing the sun 100 times faster than that. These are numbers and speeds that the human mind can't even perceive, but we have to believe them because the guy in a bow tie who lies told us that. And we were just like, okay, they know he has a bow tie, he has a white lab coat. Yeah. And people don't, people say there's no proof of global